here we are. I hope you joined us. That's good. We've done 8 hours and we're now into our second phase of the second 8 hours, which is a bit frustrating. Like I say, with StreamYard, we've already got people watching, which is really good. So thanks for that. How was that moving over, Richard? Was that easy for you?
Yes, a few little behind the scenes tweaks in regards to streams and logging in, but yeah, all good.
Yeah,
all good.
So now we should have Bronson Dent, but he's not appeared. So I will just give him a little nudge on my Instagram. So do you want to hang on a second? Do you want to say anything about anything else that's coming on?
Yeah, some familiar names popping up on the feed there. Many of them are members of our group. So fantastic. Some amazing comments. Amazing so far. We've got Paul on there. We've got Susan, Vitaligus, Gaza. All of these are members of our club, of our school community. Yeah. So it may be worth dropping another link in there for anyone who isn't part of our community, or a fantastic community. I just like to thank everybody for viewing in the first third. 8 hours down, another 16 to go. But we're getting there. It's
scary, isn't it? Really, yeah. It really is.
If the information that these guests of ours that have come on and passed on has been absolutely incredible, and joining is worth it just for that. But if for no other reason, pop on and watch Stephen and I struggle as we get into the latter hours of the. You may find us not speaking so much and letting the guests do some more of the talking. But yeah, fantastic. I'm super excited for round 2. We've got some amazing guests lined up. In fact, let me open up this and I will give you the full list of guests that are coming on the second part.
Well, we've got our guests in the room, by the way.
Oh, fantastic.
They're here.
Let's crack on with that.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Now, could they be the best looking couple in the world? I mean, could they be? Because actually last year, we didn't have a carnivore, ketovore couple at all. And yes, I'm stalling because I'm watching in a little screen as they press buttons, but let's put them in and let's see if it's because they're not on our thing. Hang on, let's put them in. Let's put them on the stage. That's it. Are we happy?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear us okay?
All good.
We can hear
you guys
and
hear
see you, although your head's missing. Yeah, your head's missing off there. That's better.
There we are.
Hey, there we go.
Wow.
Hold on. We're having some link issues and mic issues, and
okay,
it's crazy.
Well, that's fine. Yeah. Right. Okay. So for people that don't know you, you could always swap the mic in between each other. For people that
we're good.
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
we can hear you. Yeah. Can you just give us a little introduction of who you are?
All right. Who are you?
I am the Keto Bikini Pro. Gotta hit a flex when I say that. Coach Nat, the Keto Bikini Pro. I have been competing in bikini bodybuilding for over 8 years now. Went pro in 2019, and I'm a coach for women who want to improve their health, improve their lives, improve their body composition, not just become smaller versions of themselves. So that is what I do full time now for the last
2 years.
5 years or so. Yeah.
And I'm Coach Bronson. I've been doing this for almost 14 years now. Just general helping people improve their body of life, focusing on a holistic view of what it needs to get healthy, and not just fitness, not just nutrition, not just weight loss, but kind of bringing in the fitness, nutrition, and mindset aspects of the whole process to help people really figure out what it is they're actually trying to do when they think it's just weight loss that they're trying for.
Yeah. Yes. So, and what are they normally trying to actually do? if it isn't weight loss?
Improve their freedom, improve their physical ability, improve their quality of life, get to a point where they are confident in what their body can do and how they can experience the things that life has to offer. We think a lot of us, we get overweight and we're told and we're sold that weight loss is the answer to all your problems. And unfortunately, most people lose weight and still have a lot of problems. And understanding that it's about function, it's about what you can do, it's about how your body works, not how your body looks.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Fantastic.
Yeah, sorry, Rich, go on.
It's the other way around, isn't it? I think the weight loss is a side effect of being healthy, but people think that they become healthy because they lose the weight, but it is in fact the other way around. And I believe that when we stop trying to lose weight through calorie counting and stupid means, that we find optimal health and well-being through living an ancestral appropriate lifestyle. We heal and repair the body, we block inflammation, we heal insulin resistance, and we just become a lot fitter and healthier, and then the weight begins to fall off. So I think it's we've got that completely the wrong way around, haven't we? It's the health comes first.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I like to talk, I actually did a video about this recently, is that healthy doesn't have a weight, right? When you're healthy, your body's going to weigh whatever your body weighs, and trying to reach a specific number on the scale in many cases promotes more unhealthy behavior and unhealthy metabolic function, and just doesn't actually meet the goal of what we're trying to do. So there can be a focus on a weight, but that shouldn't be the only focus, right? We need to be looking at the big picture, like what are the things that are actually impacting my life? What are the things I have to say no to every day? What are the things I can't do or that I don't want in my life? I don't want to pay $600 a month on insulin. I don't want this. I don't want to go to the doctor all the time. All these different things. And you like to talk about the why nots. What are the things you don't want to do?
Well, the thing is, most people think that they are chasing weight loss because they think that they will receive something. There's something they're searching for that they think they'll get from the weight loss, and they don't really know how to express what it is that the weight loss is actually going to do for them. So that's what we guide people to is, okay, in reaching this weight that you think is the magic number for you, what will your life look like that is different than the way your life looks now when you achieve that? So when you think you achieve the magic number, how does your day look different? How does your body feel? How are you feeling throughout your day? What is different about your life? And how are your relationships different? How is your career different? How are your finances different? And usually that is very difficult for people to answer. Well, I don't know how it's connected. It seems totally separate. It's not separate. Everything is connected. And so I like to use the why not, meaning if you think ahead to, if you don't make the changes, if you don't lose the weight, right? If you don't do the things you need to do to get to where you want to be, then what will your life look like? And essentially what that brings people to is, what do I hate about life right now at this weight I don't want to be at? Aches and pains, my joints hurt. I can't get up and down off the floor and play with my kids or my grandkids. I can't go up the stairs without being winded. I'm never in the mood. I don't want to have an intimate life with my spouse. I don't like looking at myself. Here's the thing. So there's nothing wrong with wanting to feel more confident in the way you look. It's okay to want to look different. It's okay for that to be a driver. I'm not going to be the one telling you, you shouldn't care about what you look like, only worry about your health. Because the truth is that the way I look in clothes, the way I look in the mirror, the way I avoid the camera when I'm with my friends and family.
I like it when you look good.
It matters to people. And if that can be the trigger that gets you to do something different, that then improves your health, that then improves your life, okay, so be it. It's okay to want to feel confident in your clothes.
Well, there's a difference between, and I like that you said this, there's a difference between using that as a motivation and basing your decisions on that. If you're basing your decisions based on how you look or how you feel, how you look, That's different because that is often going to send you in a way that goes the opposite direction you really want to go. That as a motivation, as a driving factor, why you're making choices and why you're even looking at these things and talking about these things and wanting to improve anything, fantastic, awesome, go for it, have a blast. But there's a difference between the motivation and then using that as a filter to make decisions.
Ooh, I love that.
Right?
Distinction.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's golden.
I think the world has gone a bit crazy because everyone's scared to say something about yeah. And you know, I'm finding it with my coaching. Someone the other day said to me, "Look, I went to a nutritionist. Now I don't want to be rude, and I really don't want to say this, but the nutritionist was huge, like 22 stone, you know, big." And I said, "Look, you're not saying anything bad. You didn't say she was a horrible person. You're saying you found it difficult to believe her advice on nutrition because she clearly was not able to control her nutrition." And I think that's the thing. We've just got, I think, going back to being a bit more honest about things, not being derogatory, not shaming people, but saying, you know, this isn't healthy for your joints, for your heart. You know, it's just facts. If someone is feeling optimal and happy and healthy and they're a little bit overweight, then fair play. If that's their decision, that's fine. But if they're secretly thinking, I want to lose a bit of weight, but I'm scared because I don't want to join that community where I've shamed myself, but that's wrong. And there are people that are actually saying, I don't know if I should lose the weight, if that's politically the right thing I should be doing, because it's like that. Well, that's ridiculous. If you've decided that losing a bit of weight is going to help your health and you're going to live longer, and let's be honest, you're a father, so you want to see your kids. I mean, what's wrong with that? Anyway, right, I didn't want to have that rant, but I've had that rant now. Right, so let's get to some questions. Let's get to a question. I think this is really good, actually. This is John. Question: eating oysters tends to lower your keto, I guess I mean ketogenic state or ketosis, due to the carbs. What are your thoughts on deuterium in water foods? Do you think that's why carnivore plays a big part in health due to the lack of deuterium?
I don't know if that's anything I can even talk about. That's a little out there question. I don't really know much about deuterium.
Well, we
Okay,
got the
that's
ketone
all right.
levels with the oysters.
Ketone levels in oysters and then deuterium in the water. Yeah. Let's talk about the ketones and
Yeah, let's do
oysters
that.
in general.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Good.
Yeah, we
Right?
were
We're just
on
talking
our
about
live
this.
chat live talking about not chasing ketones because ketones are not the answer to fat loss. It's not, oh, I'm in a deeper state of ketosis, so now I'm going to lose more fat faster. It's false thinking. We chase results, we don't chase ketones. And that's what we encourage with our clients. Many times when you're chasing ketones, you're guzzling fat to try to get those ketone numbers up. And now you're over consuming, you have too much energy, your body has nowhere it can put it. And now it's storing that energy as fat to be used later. And so don't chase ketones, chase results.
Yeah, ketosis is not where the secret is. True metabolic flexibility comes from allowing your body to produce, process, and utilize the fuels that it can inherently create. You don't have to eat them, i.e. carbs, in order to use them. So your body's ability to create and utilize carbs when needed, your body's ability to create and utilize ketones when needed, shoving all of that in your face in order to reach some arbitrary recommendation that other people say is what your body needs. That's a whole nother conversation. Individual context and requirement is not beneficial to your individual progress. So that's kind of where that comes from. As far as the deuterium, I can't speak to deuterium anymore.
I haven't gone down that rabbit hole. I do know some people who are really heavily into that.
Okay.
Have not dove into that. But what I also want to say about the oysters piece, if you are worried about the carbs in an animal-based whole food source of nutrition, particularly a very nutrient-dense whole food, animal-based whole food like oysters, you're missing the point. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What's the other? Scallops. I think are also pretty high in carbs. Not a big deal. It's a nutrient-dense whole food, animal-based whole food source.
Organ meats
And a great-
contain glycogen. You know, muscle meat, when it's fresh, contains more glycogen. And again, I think you're right. We're missing the whole point of an ancestral appropriate diet. And yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Animal proteins contain nutrients regardless of carb content. It doesn't matter. We shouldn't chase ketones. It was a tool for me initially. This is something we covered with Rachel Brown just before you guys came on, but it always bears repeating. I chased ketones in the early days. You know, we're talking over a decade ago, and it was a tool for me to make sure, because I was new to all of this. I didn't understand what a carbohydrate was. If I knew that I was excreting ketones through my urine, I had a better understanding of what was affecting my ability to be in a ketogenic state. But also, I think it can be dangerous to chase ketones, because we go through this phase of wasting ketones in the form of acetone and acetoacetate. As we adapt, the body produces and utilizes beta hydroxybutyrate. So these readings are now non-existent. If I tested my ketones, I probably would show 0, you know? And again, I think you're right. You know, it's not the keto state that we're chasing. I believe we're always in the correct metabolic state. Whether we're producing ketones or whether we're not is irrelevant if we are eating real food, animal proteins. It doesn't matter if we're producing ketones. That is where the body is meant to be at that time. And there's lots of other, contributing factors that will alter ketone readings in regards to the time of day you're testing, waking up in the morning, having elevated cortisol, malonyl coenzyme A being released after eating food, peripheral resistance from training, so on and so forth. So there's lots of other reasons that we shouldn't chase the ketones. And I think you guys are right. You've nailed it on the head. Eat as nature intended, and don't avoid those highly nutrient dense animal proteins, whether they contain carbohydrate or not.
Yeah, I think that's the crux of the conversation for all of this, right? You mentioned you use ketones when you were first getting started. We're not saying ketones don't matter for specifically. What we're saying is having that as a focus for the entirety of your journey is not going to serve you well. Yeah. Just like focusing on the carb content in animal products is not going to serve you well. Do carbs matter? Yes. Would the source matters? Yes. But the ideas behind what works is what's more important than the specific rule or guideline that anyone is telling you. So being in ketosis when you're first beginning, that may be beneficial, and tracking that may be beneficial. Like you use it as a learning tool. That's going to stop serving you at some point, and you need to be adaptable to change to what's going to serve you next. The same way that someone may need to track every single carb that they're eating when they first get started, because they have no idea where their carbs are coming from. At some point in time, understanding the idea of what whole animal-based foods are and how they benefit you, and realizing that the carbs from those we're not worried about that. We're worried about the carbs from the potato chips and the fries and the shakes and all those other things, right? So the growth and the experience that you gain through the process should hopefully help you understand the context and the requirements of what you need to apply are going to change over time. The rules don't matter, but the principles behind them is what's important.
Yeah, I think it's just keeping it basic, isn't it? I mean, that's what you're saying. And just for John, we're not being belittling your question. That sort of question is possibly better for Richard and I's live stream we do on a Sunday night at 7 p.m. apart from this week, because we're doing this 24-hour live stream. Deuterium is a thing. If you're biohacking, keeping it low is a good idea, definitely. If you want to do deuterium depleted water, the easiest thing is to get some water, put it in your vessel, then freeze it, right? And then the top bit, you scrape that off, because deuterium in its bigger concentrate will freeze first. And there you are. Just saved you about $20. Right. There you go. Right.
But yes, in short, animal proteins will lower that naturally anyway. And we can get into this.
Animal fat.
We've got plenty of time. We've got plenty of time to get into this again.
Let's do the questions for these two folks. Right. So, how do you relieve the boredom of only eating meat? I did carnivore and got bored with it despite feeling great.
Oh boy,
we go through this all the time.
I can answer this.
Go ahead.
You could eat the same thing every day and never get sick of it.
I eat eggs and ground beef pretty much every day. That's my staple.
Now, he recently made a request. Now,
I'm changing that now. See, this goes into making changes. What are your goals? What are you trying to do? I've been following a carnivore diet for over 6 years. For the entirety of those 6 years, my staple food every day is eggs and ground beef. I decided just recently I'm going to try something different, and I'm going to see what it's like to just eat steaks every day. So we're going to go out and start buying a bunch of steak meat and start cutting up and cooking up steaks. I just want to see if there's a difference. Is there a difference in my experience of satiety? Is there a difference in my body composition? Like, what changes based on the food selection that you have? Do I enjoy my meals more? I mean, I enjoy my meals pretty much now all the time anyways, but is there a change in that? So yeah, I mean, this is totally a thing.
Yeah.
If you're not willing to change or learn, this is another thing. I've had clients that are like, I'm bored, I don't know what to do. And it's not that they don't know other meats to cook. They know they can go to the butcher and say, there's 18 million different cuts of meat. They don't know how to cook them. They haven't taken the time to watch a YouTube video on how do I make this meat? How do I make this meat? What are some other ways? So a lot of it is just being willing to learn how else you can do something.
Yeah, and I will say you have to know yourself too, right? Like, you can eat the same thing every day. I like variety. So I will eat 3 different types of animal-based meals a day. I'll have a different breakfast, a different lunch, a different dinner. I like to mix up seafood. I like to do meat. I like to combine them. Sometimes I do a Wagyu ground beef, a ground Wagyu with mahi-mahi or another whitefish. So I have some fatty, I have some lean. I've got different flavor profiles in there. I love lamb. I love salmon. I will do lots of different textures. This is another thing. Sometimes it's not about the flavor. Sometimes it's not about the type of meat. Sometimes it's about the way you cook it. So I love to do some things in the crock pot, slow cooked pulled lamb or pulled beef. Sometimes I like to do it like a stew or a soup. I do a lot of air frying. I love the crunch and the saltiness of a salty, crunchy thing. We get the
shabu shabu.
The shabu shabu, the thin sliced New York strip that we get from Costco. It's very thin. We make our own carnivore snacks out of it. Put it in the air fryer. Lots of salt. Depending on the person and why they're carnivore, right? If they're very sensitive to spices, they may have to go more lion diet, simple, right? We don't need to do that. So we do a lot of different seasonings. He loves Slap Your Mama. It's got that spice to it. I love to use rosemary and thyme and oregano. I love to use dill on my eggs. So I will do all kinds of different flavors, truffle salt, different types of salts. It's only as boring as you choose to make it. So explore, try new things. And I do all of this without recipes. I just play and try things. But some people really need recipes. And if that's the case, there are so many carnivore channels and carnivore cookbooks and carnivore websites. You can go and get all kinds of cool ideas.
Just join some groups and ask people, how do you make stuff, right? The biggest thing about somebody asking, because we get this from fitness, we get this from nutrition, we get this in every aspect of how we work with people. It's asking the questions that they could answer themselves if they just cultivated some of their own curiosity.
Ooh.
Right? Yeah. Just go out and look. Like, what variety is only a problem if you haven't gone out to see what else is out there.
We talk about this all the time.
Right? So go play, like you said, play with it, experiment with it, have fun.
How much variety do people get in their standard American diet? In standard American diet, they're eating the same 5 things all the time.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the time, this thing about I'm bored with just meat, it's really what I always talk about, this limbic brain, this emotional brain that is trying to justify going off plan, trying to justify going back to the junk foods you ate before. You didn't have more variety in your standard American diet. You just ate French fries and fried chicken and pizza all the time. And you had taco night, and that was probably it.
Friday pizza night, right? I mean, that's a great thing to talk about, because like I know when I was eating standard American crap, it was pizza, burgers and fries, pad thai, and coffee. Yeah. Sugar with some coffee.
A lot of sugar.
Right, sugar with some coffee. That's what I ate, basically 4 things consistently every day of the week. And if I went off of that, it was maybe to get some nachos one time, or to get some tater tots, some loaded potatoes. Like
You know
it
what? I have a
was
lot
the same
more
thing.
now than I
You
used
eat something
to.
different. You're always making
Always. It used to be pasta for the week. With
right. You
maybe
make up a bunch of
different-
pasta and then you
And then
portion
that was
it
it
out.
for the week. Yeah, and stir fry, rice, stir fries. That was like it.
Yeah.
Maybe
We
pizza.
actually have more now. I don't, because I've actually reduced what I eat because I'm lazy and I don't like to cook. That's one of the benefits for Carnivore for me, guys. Is I don't have to
So
worry
simple.
about what I'm cooking. I'm a dude. We live together, but I live bachelor when it comes to my cooking.
We do our own separate cooking
Right,
most
I'm
of the
a
time.
bachelor who doesn't make a lot. Like I cook a bunch of meat in the crock pot, or I cook a bunch of meat up on the frying pan, stick it in the fridge, and then scoop it out of the bowl every day.
Every day.
That's my prep.
Excellent, excellent. And I just want to plug, I have a carnivore cookbook with over 100 recipes in, and I do a meal plan with over 150. It is really easy. And and it's really strange because I'm fit right in the middle of these two, because when I started coaching, I thought everyone will be intuitive. It doesn't matter. You don't need a meal plan. You don't need a cookbook. I really did dig my heels in. You will become intuitive. But some people just don't. And so they need... So you can fit in anywhere. So the guy who asked the question, thanks us for the answer. But all I would say is, to broaden it out, you can make it as interesting as you want. You can definitely do that. And I look back, and I probably eat more variety now than when I was high carb, because every single morning I had porridge with skim milk and blueberries every single morning, and I had orange juice. It's boring. Right, here we go then. So a nice one for Coach Natalie here. It's a two-parter for Coach Natalie. Do you compete in a tested or untested league, or both? Thoughts about competing as a carnivore against untested female athletes? So that's the first bit.
Awesome. Okay, well, my federation, where I went pro and where I'm now competing, which I actually just switched federations, was able to transfer my pro card, but very similar federation, is not drug tested, and I am a natural athlete, and I did my last show completely carnivore the entire prep. It was right around the time I went carnivore in 2022, January 2022.
Right.
And then I competed at the end of that year in November, and that was my first full carnivore prep. Every prep I've ever done has been keto, and usually at the end it'll be carnivore, like the last couple of weeks to dial it in. But this is the first full one. Best prep I ever had, completely natural. I was 39 years old. Yeah, I was 39 years old. I was not even competing in masters. It was an open category, and I placed top 5 in the world, in the US. And so, yeah, you can absolutely compete against enhanced athletes as a female. I will say, in the bikini division, unless you are competing in NPC for an IFBB Pro card, which is the absolute highest level of competition, you can do very well in other federations. My federation is not the NPC IFBB. That is incredibly competitive, and I will say natural athletes are not going to be able to go pro.
It's not
competing against untested athletes.
Yeah, it's not a carnivore or carb or not carnivore debate at that point. That's just an untested versus tested, issue. But yeah, in the untested, especially if you're comparing untested to untested, I would say that the process of doing it as a carnivore, you're going to get the same, if not better, results. But it's the during and after impact that you're going to see the biggest difference, right? I know a lot of competitors. The entire time that she was prepping, there was not a single point, even during the weekend of the competition, where I didn't want to be, where I was worried about not wanting to be around her, right? I've been with other people. I know a lot of competitors, and as they get closer to show day, it gets less and less enjoyable to be around them.
The mood,
right? There was none of that with her. Yeah. Like we were in the hotel room with the electric Skittle
Yeah.
cooking up a steak the day of the show. Like, I mean, it was
He
a
kept
blast,
the steaks coming for me.
right?
Yeah.
And then afterwards, the process of getting back into a routine and kind of coming off of that cut and coming off of that competition prep was
The best
it was
I've
just
had.
like, yeah,
Best
there
I
was
ever had.
no obsession of food. No, oh my God, I just need to eat everything in the world. Like, it was just a kind of like a normal, oh, I'm just gonna eat a little bit more than I used to. Like,
It was my first successful reverse diet after a show. And I truly do believe, I mean, I felt so good in my body leading up to and out of that show, better than ever. Looks like we have the second part of that question.
Yeah, any
Um,
tips for prepping and cutting?
Oh, tips for prepping and cutting.
watch
Yeah.
all your master classes.
This is true. Yes. So
Yeah.
I have a lot of master classes on my YouTube channel. I have one specific to cutting on keto, which you can apply carnivore to that as well. I will say I do believe that carnivore makes the cutting process so much easier. It's simple. I went from standard American diet to paleo to keto. I started keto when I started bodybuilding. So, and then from keto to carnivore, so much simpler because I did not have to cook veggies. It made all the food prep so much easier. I mean, when all you have to do is just prep a bunch of meat, and then you've got meat available to eat, and I could cook up eggs really quickly. It made it super simple. So I would say that the hardest thing with cutting in general, you are existing with less fuel, right? You're going to feel tired. Your workouts are going to suffer. That didn't happen for me probably until the very end, that peak week where I just started feeling weak, which is just going to be part and parcel of what you're doing. You are existing at a very low body fat. But the process, what I did, which also I think made it very successful, it was a longer prep. So I was on prep for about 10 months, and I took diet breaks in between, meaning I came out of the cut. We went on the low carb cruise that year and spoke on the low carb cruise. I didn't worry about tracking every little thing and being dialed in that week. So
That doesn't mean the food selection changed.
Right. It's not eat junk for a week.
Right.
It's just allow yourself to eat more and come out of that deficit. So I did that sporadically throughout that prep. So I had times where I wasn't trying to cut and lose body fat every single week for 10 months. I took a week off, allowed myself to be at a plateau, at a maintenance level, and then drop again. And then I did that multiple times. So that can make it a little bit easier. For other people, they want to just go quickly, and so they kind of just cut faster and get it over with. This is another kind of like knowing yourself, right? For me, I do better when I can have this cyclical hang out at a place for a little while and then go back into
I think that, so from a tip perspective, I think what that says to me, I'm hearing you say, is that understand that the cutting process takes time, and getting stressed out over a reading a day or a reading every week and not liking where that number is that one time can add stress that's going to make it actually harder to cut. So looking at, hey, where have I been? What am I doing? What's going on in my life? I've been cutting for 3 months. Maybe I should take a couple of days and just chill out, not track, just do it from a psychological break perspective, right? I'm going to take some stress off and realize that I've still got 6 months to go. This doesn't have to happen. It doesn't have to happen overnight. I'm going to take a break, chill out for a little bit, and then I'll get back, and start, tracking and keeping things on track.
the number one tip
Overall.
for anyone, especially for their first time. She said her first figure competition. Give yourself extra time. If you're looking, when you're planning your timeline, say, okay, whereabouts do I need to be? How much weight, how much body fat, what body fat percentage do I need to cut to be ready for stage? And then add an extra month to your prep. Give yourself that buffer, because it's not going to be linear and it's not going to be, on point every single week.
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's great advice, actually. And I think I can relate to that personally, but we won't get into that. Let's get into the next question. Giving yourself a strange question here. I don't know if this is for you, really, but what are your thoughts of cooking at medium heat versus medium high, especially with tallow or butter. I've started carnivore and I'm concerned about smoke points.
Once again, I would say it's one of
This
those.
is probably not for you, is it?
Try it
No.
and see if you notice a difference. That's one of those things that if you do notice a difference, it's going to require consistent application of one or the other for a very long time with some very specific testing to see if it's making a difference in glycation and oxidation or any of those types of things. So whatever, I would say in general, whatever you feel more comfortable doing, have a blast.
Yeah,
I don't think that that's one of those big, like, low-hanging things on the tree that I would be focused on if I was working with somebody. If there's a bunch of other things that they could do that are more closer right in front of them that they could address.
Yeah, it's a spectrum, right? It's like, now we're getting into the nitty-gritty. The healthiest way you can cook is lowering the oxidation, lowering the glycation, right? So boiling your meats, but who really wants to do that? Let's be real, right?
No, or raw. Just eat everything raw.
Right.
If you're worried about that, then just eat everything raw.
Lightly searing, right? So, I mean, if you're not charring things on the grill, then you're in a comfortable place. Then I would say now you're getting into majoring in the minors. If you're there and that's the next thing for you, cool. You know, yeah, try it. But it's not the biggest. It's not the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, I agree. There's one of the questions here, or it's actually a statement, but I want to actually put this up and just put my 2 pence in, because this is a thing that I actually say to people that I coach. So the Iron Lady is saying, "Isn't social life about spending time with people? ? Food is only a small part of it. ? Right? Yeah. I always say this to people that are worried about social situations, and I do it to try and make them laugh. Now, if I go out and someone's invited me to a barbecue and they get hung up because I don't want a potato, I just switch it around and I say, is your life so hung up on what I eat that if I don't have a potato, you don't want me here? You know, it's how we look at it. If you go to a barbecue, you do not have to, there's no rules. You don't have to stuff yourself with carbs. You don't. You're still the same person. You can still have a dance. You can still be embarrassing. You can still tell bad jokes. You can tell stories. The fact you don't want a bit of bread and a bit of potato is ridiculous. If anyone doesn't want you at the party because you don't want to eat a slice of bread, really, you need to be looking at better friends. Because I'm just switching it around. Life is not food. Food is not it.
So here's the thing.
Right.
I don't want us shrinking our lives because of the way we choose to eat, right? The way we're choosing to eat as carnivores should be adding to the quality of our life. It should be expanding our lives. So when we say, I can't go to these events because I eat carnivore, then we are putting on a straitjacket and we're living with padded walls. We're saying, I can't exist out in the world and I have to shrink my life. What that's going to do is create resentment toward your chosen way of eating. Now you resent the diet that you chose. You're angry at the diet, and now the diet is to blame for making you not have a social life. You're choosing to stay away from people you love simply because of the way you eat. And you can go, if you recognize that you have the power over your choices, you can go be in these spaces and you can still have a blast and be present. And for me, before I went paleo, keto, carnivore, when I ate junk around family and friends, I could not be present with my family and friends because I had such brain fog, headaches, stomach aches. I was suffering inside. And I could not enjoy my time with my loved ones. Now I enjoy the time with my loved ones because I'm more present with them and I'm not even thinking about the food.
Yeah, I want to add to what you said about power. And that is, if we go to the reason we're on this journey, why are you doing this in the first place? Because part of that discussion, part of that motivation is to gain control and take ownership of your life. You cannot gain control of your life and your journey if you're giving it away to other people's opinions. Right? So worrying about what anybody else is thinking about the choices that you're making is immediately putting a wall in front of your progress.
Absolutely. And this is the thing. I think we need to look at food differently. So the follow-up remark there is 3 of us in the family, and I'm not having a go at the person, iron lady. I'm really genuinely not. I'm just trying to expand everyone's way of looking at this. 3 of us in the family are gluten-free, and this is limiting when you go to the restaurant. Well,
No, it's not.
Firstly, I'd sort of disagree with that, because gluten-free stuff is pretty much everywhere. Secondly, there are tons of alternatives that don't have gluten in. And if you go into a restaurant and it's basically all bread-based and pasta-based and everything's got gluten in, then you need to pick a different restaurant. You know,
Yeah.
I know that sounds very harsh, but that's not I mean, I had a meal out. I had a present bought for me, and the meal was disgusting. You know, I didn't want to eat any of it. And I felt obliged because it was a gift, but it was awful. It was absolutely awful. So anyway, sorry.
So
Well,
just
I-
just to jump on that.
How limiting is it when you eat gluten if you're not eating gluten, you're probably not eating gluten for a reason. I know that the way I used to feel when I was eating gluten and dairy for me limited my life more because I was in so much pain and discomfort. That's limiting. That limited what I was capable of doing and how I was capable of showing up. Not eating it is actually much more freeing.
And there's also a whole bunch of mindset. Like there's about 4 different things in this conversation I'm thinking about: mindset, limiting beliefs, and perception, right? One of them being is, if we're acknowledging that community and social engagement doesn't have to be surrounded by food, why are we focusing on doing it around food?
Where your focus goes.
We just had my family, we just had my entire family over here yesterday, and we were sitting around in our living room talking about different stuff, and we were like, you know what? We don't host that often, but when we do, compared to what used to happen in the past, we would have hors d'oeuvres and drinks on the counter and all these things ready for people to snack, and most people stand in the kitchen.
We had no
during
food
parties,
out.
right? We had no food out. We don't drink anymore, so we had no drinks. And we went out to go outside and walk, and then we went to dinner. So the majority of the time that we spent together was in the living room talking and engaging. There was no food involved, right? And that's what social engagement can be. It doesn't have to be food related.
And to your point, where your attention goes, your energy flows. So what are you paying attention to? We went to a restaurant with the family.
Yeah.
We ordered what we would normally order.
Yeah. Chicken thighs and salmon.
And salmon and steak.
My
no
salmon,
side.
my salmon, normally when we order it, it would come with, was it quinoa, couscous or something, like something there and some veggies on the side. And I just said, just give me the salmon. I don't want the other stuff.
Can I
get
have
some thighs on the side?
chicken thighs on the side? I ordered my steak with salmon on the side. That was my side dish. And they obliged. And we didn't need to be all worried about what anybody else was eating. They weren't worried about what we were eating. And then we still enjoyed the rest of the night, walked back and had game night. Didn't eat any food at the house.
Yep.
Great
It's awesome.
stuff. Richard, do you want to read this question? Because I've monopolized this a bit too much.
Let me just unmute there. Just to circle back to the last one, being gluten-free, I'm lectin-free, so I mean, it goes well beyond just being gluten. Gluten is a type of lectin, but I'm completely lectin-free, which means I do not eat plants, which contain phytohemagglutinin, tomatoes, which are high also in phytohemagglutinin, and bell peppers, and so on and so forth. I don't find it difficult or restrictive when I go to a restaurant. There's always a fish dish, a chicken dish, some sort of meat dish, a steak dish. Same as you guys, I may order 2 different dishes. It may cost me a bit more. I'm not really bothered. Quite often, I will ask for swap outs if it comes with, potatoes or fries, as it is with you guys in the States, or vegetables. I'll ask if I can swap those out for a few fried eggs or poached eggs or whatever it may be. If there are, if there are other things on the menu like king prawns or sometimes even mushrooms. I'm carnivore, but now and again I may indulge in some mushrooms cooked in butter. So don't shoot me. But there's lots of variety available when you eat out. The biggest and most difficult thing for me in a restaurant is making sure that the food that they're cooking is not cooked in vegetable oil. And to that, I will ask when I go in there, what oil do you cook in? It's always vegetable oil. So I'll just ask if they'll grill my steak and not cook my eggs in oil and just use butter. So there are always alternatives. It's not restrictive. And just to reiterate that, circling back to a point you guys made earlier, we are creatures of habit. When somebody says to me that this lifestyle is restrictive, I'll ask them what they eat on a typical Monday. So they'll go through a list of breakfast, dinner, lunch, and so on and so forth. And then I'll hit them with the next question. Well, what do you eat on a Tuesday? Well, it's the same thing. And there it is. We are creatures of habit. We eat the same foods every day. When we go to the supermarket, we go to the same aisles. We buy the same, I was going to say foods, but they're not foods. We buy the same items, the same non-foods. We may pick a different flavor cake or biscuit, but ultimately, the shopping is all the same. And that's all living a carnivore lifestyle is. As you guys reiterated earlier, when you go to the butchers, there are so many different cuts of meats. An egg you can cook 3 or 4 different ways. Beef. So I eat beef and lamb. I prioritize lamb generally because I believe that it confers even more benefit to grass-fed beef. But grass-fed beef is still incredibly good for you. I'm similar to you in respects to I like variety, but I can also eat the same thing every day. I either eat beef or lamb every day, but I will have it through different means. I may have ground beef or mince, as we call it in the UK, but it's the same thing, but it tastes, I know this sounds absolutely crazy, it tastes completely different. Ground beef tastes different to the steak that I put onto my plate.
Absolutely.
And beef is the original fast food. It takes a couple of minutes to fry a steak. You can cook a steak in less time than it takes to boil an egg. So it's super quick, it's super easy. And if you're not even that strict and you are still indulging in dairy, cheese is a good option. I don't eat cheese very often, but if you are not that strict, then cheese is another another quick thing that you can reach for in times of need. But eating out is not restrictive. I don't find it to be a social situation that I get hung up on. There's always something there that I can have. And to be honest, I like sort of making the point as well. I like, and Stephen mentioned earlier, other people seem to be more offended at the fact that I want to eat a potato because they want me to eat the potato, to take that guilt away from them because they can't not eat the potato. I don't care what you eat, but this is what I'm eating. Don't get hangover or hung up on the foods that I'm eating. But so many different variations of foods and things. But there we are. That's my quick rant anyway. That's my 2 penneth. I will now read the next question as Steve just asked me to. So, hi, I have 150 pounds to lose to be close to normal weight. What is normal weight? What approach on carnivore would you suggest? Less fat, fasting, etc. Thanks.
Yeah.
So that is the question.
We talked about this a little bit. I think, Stephen, you said stick with the basics, right? The fundamentals work. So when you look at from a nutrition perspective, make sure you're getting the nutrition that you need, that you're getting it from a source that your body can actually utilize, and that it's helping you naturally control how much you eat. So we're looking at nutrient density, bioavailability, and satiety. Those are the 3 things to focus on. So not focusing on losing the 150 pounds, focusing on giving your body what it needs. Like we talked about earlier, healthy has its own weight. So you saying what you think is a normal weight may not be the weight that you're at when you get healthy, right? So it's not a bad motivation. I want to lose this weight. That's great. The process of losing that is about getting healthy first. So eating adequate protein, priority number 1.
Protein, that's what
Protein at
protein
the top
needs to
of
be
the list.
priority. Yes.
Then whatever you need for fat, whatever you need overall to help you, if you have 150 pounds to lose, here's the thing. We just did a whole hour-long video on this before we came on here, talking about what, optimizing weight loss and eating less and stalling and all these different things. I'm trying to figure out how to get into this without taking a whole nother hour. When we talk about macros, when we talk about food intake, we have to understand that protein is not a primary source of fuel. So it is a primary driver for metabolic function. So if you want your metabolism to operate efficiently and effectively, you have to optimize your protein intake. That's why it comes first. Fuel, your body is going to function on available fuel. That means what you eat and what you have stored. So anybody that's telling you you have to be high fat, you have to get all this fat, whatever else, this is one of the things we talk about is we know a ton of people who have reduced their overall food intake and they feel like they're in a deficit, but because they are doing that high fat where they drop their protein and now their fat is skyrocketed, they're still taking in more fuel macros than their body needs. So they're not losing. So why am I eating less but I'm not losing weight? Well, it's because you're eating 7 sticks of butter every day, right? That's not going to help you lose body fat. So understanding that there's an adequate amount of protein that your body needs, and there's an adequate amount of fat that your body needs, and each knob is turned individually. So that's a mistake a lot of people talk about when we talk about ratios and how much should you have protein, fat, things like that. They're not connected.
Most of our clients, a lot of our clients come to us because they've already lost 100 pounds doing it the high fat, moderate protein, which is really low protein, y'all. When they're telling you to eat this moderate level of protein, it is not enough. Usually, any keto calculator, don't use a keto calculator online that tells you what to eat. It doesn't know what your body needs. If you're going to track what you're already doing and then track your body's results and what happens with your body when you're doing that. Then you can make decisions off of your data and not what some arbitrary calculator tells you. Also, all keto calculators out there are going to tell you to go high fat. They're going to give you a moderate protein number, which is likely not going to be high enough to help sustain your metabolism through this fat loss process. Don't be mistaken. All weight is not created equal. Losing weight in and of itself is not the goal. Go get a body composition test if you have not done that. I don't care if you're 400 pounds. Get your body composition tested now. If it's the one thing I could tell my ladies to go back and do 100 pounds ago, I would have told them to check their body composition then, because most of them come to me having lost a lot of lean mass, a lot of muscle along the process, and then they're in a worse position than they were 100 pounds ago.
Yep.
Also, another approach I would take on your carnivore journey, start training, strength training now. I know you probably feel like you don't want to do that until you get the fat off, but it will help you lose the fat easier. It will help you keep your metabolism strong, and it will make you stronger, even if you just start with body weight, because you've got plenty of extra weight on you, right? So you can just start lifting your own body weight, doing body weight squats, doing body weight wall push-ups,
walking up and down the stairs,
right? Start resistance training sooner rather than later.
The key to the body composition sooner in your journey is understanding what your lean mass is from the get-go, because the more you can maintain or improve your lean mass in your journey, the easier it's going to be to sustain fat loss, right? A lot of people get stuck and they hit that wall because they're not physically challenging themselves. They're not adding that muscle. They're not doing strength training, all the things that Nat just said. That is what enables the continuation of your body to process and utilize the fuel that has available. So to answer the first question, the best way is to stay with the basics, prioritize protein, eat whole foods, do weight resistance training, right? I would not recommend for most people that they need to fast. All of the benefits that you get from fasting, number one, we're going to go into a whole nother rant now.
I'm so glad you said that.
Okay. This is something that I just did a video on this. I talk about it in my book a little bit. I haven't heard this phrase in a long time, and I want to bring it back to the forefront of people's brains. The ketogenic diet is a fasting mimicking diet. If you are going keto, if you are going carnivore, you are by definition initiating the metabolic systems and functions that happen when you fast. You do not have to stop giving your body nutrition in order to get those benefits. Yes. So if you are going carnivore, stop fasting. It's not helping you.
It's not necessary.
It's not needed, especially if you are also introducing resistance training on a regular basis, because that adds to those same things. Autophagy, mitophagy, BDNF activation, I mean, immune system function, all of the benefits you get from going ketogenic or fasting and working out are just expounded on top of each other, and you're improving metabolic function in general by building lean mass, increasing mitochondria, all the things. So
don't fast.
just stick with the basics. The basics
Give your
take
body
care of
the nutrients.
95% of all of the things you're trying to do with all these hacks.
Brilliant. Brilliant. So we got our last question, and just a quick plug for who's coming up. Dr. Sarah Zaldivar in the next hour, and after that, Dr. Sean Baker, and plenty more guests later on. Dr. Philippa Vardia, Lisa Wiedemann. Oh, they're everywhere. Dr. Sabrina Salt, all the big hitters from America. So final question from Matthew, and does Coach Bronson, but I mean, we can also ask Natalie this as well.
He doesn't know anything.
Does Coach Bronson think low or high volume resistance training is best for building muscle? Do you recommend one over the other, depending on the person's lifestyle and availability to train? That's a good point. The availability is very interesting.
The availability, but here's the crux of the question. What do you mean by building muscle?
And what do you mean by high and low volume?
Right.
You have to
So
clarify.
the question is, are you trying to improve strength, or are you trying to get bigger muscles? And there's a balance between the two. You can do both, but there's going to be a focus and there's going to be a priority. So if you're doing lower volume, your muscles will get somewhat bigger. Or, you know, if you're doing lower sets, lower reps, heavier weight.
By height and low
Right.
volume.
So
there's a lot of
variance
volume.
here. But in general, the heavier you go with the less volume, you're going to get stronger. The lighter,
reps.
less reps. The lighter you go with the higher reps or the more sets, the more size you're going to generate.
To a point.
In general.
And then it gets
That's
to
why it's very
endurance.
general, right? So
But
what is the goal?
The thing that matters most, though, is progressive overload for you. Whether you're doing low volume or high volume, you can get great results in muscle building and or strength if you are progressively overloading, meaning you're asking your body to do more, challenge your body each time you train.
And this is what I was going to say. If you add in the component of the time available, then what you're looking for is do any of it as long as you're challenging yourself and you're progressively challenging yourself over time with whatever time you have available. So if you only have 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week, lift as hard as you can for those 30 minutes and try to lift more each week over time, and you're going to see some progress. Yeah. That's really what matters. It's about what can you do realistically with progressive overload over time. That's what we're looking for. Something that you can do consistently and sustain.
That's great. That's great. It's a fantastic hour. The reason I picked up on availability, just so you two know, is very often people ask us on our Sunday lives, when's the best time to train? And I always answer, when you can do it.
When you can, yeah.
Yeah, because if we say 6 a.m. Monday and Wednesday and Friday, and you're working at, going off for work Monday and Friday, but at 6 a.m. you can't do it. So anyway, that's brilliant. Rich, did you have anything else you wanted to ask?
Let me just unmute there. No, fantastic. I think I agree with everything that you guys have just said. As you say, I think fasting is a fantastic tool, but we don't need to, just by being ketogenic, as you rightly say, we are eliciting all of the benefits of autophagy, mitophagy, increased lipolysis, brown fat activation, and so on and so forth. When people ask me, do I fast? My answer is no. But then I do go 16 to 18 hours quite often without eating. But I'm not forcing a fast. I eat intuitively, and I think that's really important.
That's the key. Yeah.
Eat intuitively. I eat when I'm hungry. If I'm not hungry, I don't eat. When I do eat, I eat a lot. How many meals do I eat a day? Some days it's 1, some days it's 2, some days it's 3. There's no set rule for me. I eat as my body, as and when it requires. But I think you've hit some really important things on the head there. I mean, I too prioritize protein. Protein in nature comes with fat. So by default, as long as you're eating, the protein as nature intended, we get in the protein and the fat. And as we've mentioned a couple of times earlier today, if we look at the cell structure, 70% of it's water, around 18% is protein, 5% is lipid, and only 2 is polysaccharide. So the predominators there are protein and fat. So I think it just comes back to eat as nature intended. Eat when you're hungry. You don't need to force a fast. I think fasting does have benefits. I think it is a tool that you can implement. But I do find that fasting can impede some performance, and especially with women. I feel that women don't do very well with extended fasting. Men seem to cope better with fasting or eating one meal a day. I find that
why?
I'm going to bounce this back over to you now, but this is going to be an interesting question for you, Natalie, because I find that women tend to do better with 2 or 3 meals a day. How many meals per day do you tend to eat?
Usually either 2 large meals and a small snack in between, or 3.
Perfect.
Most days. And I always encourage my ladies not to do OMAD and not to do extended fasting. It is absolutely more stressful to the female body. The female body is more sensitive to stressors. Our bodies are homeostatic machines, and female bodies are very sensitive to those stressors. So more meals generally works better for us.
Spot on. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. So fantastic.
Someone wants to sneak in a question, which we'll do if you don't mind. Jay, why has my heart rate dropped since Carnivore from 53 to about 47? I'm 53 years old.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Lower inflammation, your heart's working better. I mean, assume not knowing if there's any exercise involved or anything else, but I mean, metabolic function, improved heart rate, lower resting heart rate is part of that signaling, right? Something good is happening.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So, if you want to plug anything, now is your chance. Maybe mention your book again. Natalie, mention your website, whatever you want to do.
Oh, where's she going? Oh, she's just running to get something. So that's right. We got my author copies. The book is out. No, the book is not out yet. So this book, Body Confident, is coming out in September. It is a framework, a guide to help critical thinking in your health journey. So the idea is a lot of the stuff that we talked about today, people get hung up on the process, the rules, the protocols, the specific things, recommendations everybody's saying do. And there's 18 million different ways to do carnivore. There's 18 million different ways to work out or do something with nutrition. And this is really designed to say, look, what are the basic concepts that we need to address, and how can we figure out where your context is, what my context is, who's talking to me, what do I need to actually do, and how to pick what are the things that are going to move me forward the best. So it's kind of a framework to just help people choose their next step in the journey more accurately.
And own your journey.
And own it. Yeah.
Which is something we do inside the Keto Bikini Academy. We just launched our summer challenge. It started technically last week. We had our intro week last week. But if you still want in, it is an 8-week program, and it is kicking off. The program itself kicks off tomorrow. We start the training program tomorrow. So I will still let you slide in if you want in, ladies. It's for women only. And it is about all the things we talked about here, tracking the right things, understanding what's going on with your body composition, changing the shape of your body and not just your size, focusing on the mindset, the habits to keep your results for life. So it's called the Summer Shape Up Challenge, and you can get the info at my Instagram at the Keto Bikini Pro, or here on YouTube at Keto Bikini Secrets, or you can join my Facebook group at Keto Bikini Secrets on Facebook.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us on. Nice seeing you guys.
Right. And quite an experiment to have a couple on. I think you did very well.
It worked out pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. Right. So we got Dr. Sarah Zaldivar. If you want to leave the room then, or do you want to wait?
Yeah.
Do you know Sarah?
Yeah, tell Sarah we said hi.
Okay.
Brilliant.
See ya.
You guys.
Well, here we are. Dr. Sarah Zaldivar. Hello.
I'm back. Hi, Coach.
Hello.
Ethan, Richard, how are you?
Yes, very well. You?
Fantastic. Thank you so much for this invite.
No problem at all.
Well, that's
long time no speak.
Right?
For those people that don't know you, if we could have a very brief introduction to who you are and what you do, that would be great.
Yeah. So, I guess most of this audience probably should know that I was on the first ever TV show recommending the carnivore diet. It was called Reverse TV series. I'm a nutrition professor originally, so I did my bachelor's and my master's in nutrition and dietetics, and then I did my PhD in exercise physiology and nutrition. I taught at the University of Miami, Miami-Dade College for a long time, and then I just realized that pretty much everything we were taught doesn't really help us become healthier. And with my own struggle with food addiction, I realized that carnivore is the way to go. And so I quit teaching, and now I just create content and do interviews and coach people. And I definitely recommend the carnivore diet for most people.
Okay, now somebody asked me a question, which I do know the answer to, but I'm going to pretend I don't know the answer to. And they
Okay.
said, will Sarah be singing? What's that about?
I can do it if you want. Right. So I do have songs out on Spotify. I have, so here's the thing. As a major tool in which I help people overcome addiction, it's really about helping them not hold back what their dreams really are, you know? So we're going to talk, of course, about carnivore health and all that kind of stuff, but it comes down to, are you afraid to chase your dream? Because if you keep suppressing a dream and your brain is still looking for that stimulation, that dopamine, it's going to get it. So you can either feed it that dopamine by being true and authentic to who you are. And in my case, it's singing, rapping, to be specific. Or you're going to sucked into a world of addiction. You're going to be sucked into not just like sugar addiction, any kind of addiction. It doesn't have to be just food addiction. And so a major tool that I use to help my clients and myself is helping people realign and remember what is what is the thing that you know you could be great at and that you're probably holding back from because it's not realistic, or you can't make money doing that, or and so this is this is why I sing. This is why I do music. So it's like half of my day is doing things like that, and the other half is creating music and posting it and streaming it on. You can stream everything on Spotify.
Excellent. Excellent. Are you okay to dive straight into the questions?
Let's go.
Let's go. Richard, do you want to read the first one?
Where are we? So what have we got there? Larchfield Property Investments. Me again with a smiley face. Any advice on tackling lipodema and cellulite?
Yeah. So a lot of cellulite and lipedema really comes down to your body fat percentage. Oftentimes, as you get leaner and leaner and leaner, it's very, very difficult to have any iota of cellulite left. And you might think, well, are people that are pretty, they look lean, but if you really pay attention to their body composition, it's more like they're skinny fat. They don't have muscle tone, right? And so they just look smaller, but their body fat percentage isn't really as lean as it could be. It's just because they also don't have fat, they appear to be super lean. And so I would say just drop your body fat more, put more muscle on, and that's going to tone your body. And it's very, very difficult to still suffer from cellulite if you have that low of a body fat.
Cool. All right.
Want me to jump in really quickly with that, or do you want to?
Yeah, Richard. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Only really quickly. I mean, when it comes to lipedema, I mean, carbohydrates are inflammatory to the lymphatic system. Dietary fat fuels the lymphatic system. It generates new lymphatic vessels and increases the transport capacity, which will allow for better draining. Dietary fat and ketones are preferential for the lymphatic system. So again, it comes back down to eating an evolutionary appropriate diet, if you like. Well, restricting those carbohydrates and eat as nature intended. And it is in 3 or 4 sentences. It is as simple as that.
Right. Now this one.
And I'm going to add, make sure you drop it, because a lot of people will just go carnivore, right? Or just do keto. And it's like, I'm not eating carbs. you know, but I'm still not losing weight. You still have to put a plan in place to drop your body fat percentage. And we can dive into that if you guys want.
Okay, now this question here, just to remind everybody, it's not medical advice. It's not one-to-one patient-doctor relationships here. It's just for information. If you don't want to answer it, don't have to answer it. My aunt has had chemo and has been told to have low protein because the chemo has damaged her kidneys. Can you debunk this, please?
Well, it is true if your kidney is in a very, very bad shape at the moment, right after chemo. It is true that it is a little bit still weak. This doesn't mean eat the sugars and the carbs and the pasta instead, but it might mean maybe a little bit more fat as opposed to protein. And so we're not doing like mega doses of lean protein at that moment. But it is true that chemo unfortunately does not discern between healthy cells and unhealthy cells, and just everything is demolished at the same rate, unfortunately. So I do have interviews with Dr. Thomas Seyfried. I was so happy that he gave me that interview maybe a year or two ago, so people can go and put Dr. Cyrus Aldevar, Dr. Thomas Seyfried, and check out his work using keto for cancer, and all of the fantastic things that he's showing, the rates of remission and the results he's getting, and taking a completely different approach, a metabolic approach to curing cancer. It's really really inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, if people want studies about kidney being protective actually of the kidneys, then just email me and I can send you some studies about that. And also I've got success stories where people have gone from dialysis to normal function. So the kidneys can repair. Definitely they can repair. Right. Matthew's got another question. He snuck in a couple in the last hour. Hi, Sarah. Do you believe resistance training and the carnivore diet are the ultimate life hacks for increasing dopamine? Are there other useful things you suggest to healthily increase dopamine?
Yes, and yes. Okay, so carnivore diet, strength training are the ultimate for raising your baseline dopamine. And it's really important that we differentiate between just dopamine and baseline dopamine, because a lot of things can raise dopamine. If I have a cookie right now, I'm going to increase dopamine. If I go shopping, I'm going to increase dopamine, right? I mean, there's so many quick forms of dopamine that you can get. So I don't care about that. And that's unfortunately like 99% of the content on the internet. You go to blogs, you watch interviews, you watch podcasts, you read books, how to raise dopamine. It's like, I know how to raise dopamine. That's not the problem. The problem is the baseline dopamine. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, where is your dopamine at? And so, like Matthew said, the carnivore diet is powerful because it removes the things that drag dopamine down, which is usually carbohydrates and processed foods. So you want to stop destroying your dopamine centers in the brain. And so carnivore allows the destruction to end. Now, how do you raise your baseline dopamine and you fix the destruction of the dopamine centers that you have accumulated over a lifetime of food addiction, whether you're aware it was a food addiction or not? Anything uncomfortable, so resistance training, but also sprinting and running outside your comfort zone. That's also going to raise baseline dopamine. But I have also added one mega tool into the toolbox, which is visualization, manifesting, whatever you want to call it. It's a form of meditation that's actually not very comfortable for people to practice. And if you're very comfortable practicing it, you're probably not really tackling the scenarios or the visualized scenarios you should be working on. But if you get good at visualization, that is going to help you also raise your baseline dopamine. And as you become a better visualizer and you can draw up scenarios of what you want in your life with more specificity and they become more vivid, that raises your baseline dopamine higher and higher and higher. So I would say training hard and visualization. And I have found probably that visualization is far more powerful even than the training hard part, because it allows any scenario that you want in your life that you're struggling with. It allows you to get those reps in your head, to practice them. And so okay, let me not confuse everybody. Why is visualization so important? the main part of visualization is that, yeah, it's going to raise baseline dopamine. So we talked about that, right? You can strength train, you can work out beyond your comfort zone, and that raises baseline dopamine. And visualization can raise your baseline dopamine. But even more powerful than raising your baseline dopamine is that visualization also allows your brain to get the reps in to become better adapted or more ready to tackle something you're struggling with. For example, every time you have an argument with a partner, right away you turn to sugar. Every time, let's say, the alarm goes off, you don't have the discipline to wake up and start your day and do what you need to do. Okay, so those are two things that you're struggling with. You can use visualization not only to raise your baseline dopamine as you get better with the visualization, it's constantly raising your baseline dopamine, but on top of that, you are rehearsing scenarios that are very specific to you that you are struggling with a lot. And you're rehearsing them successfully in your brain. And so your brain, here's the thing, your brain doesn't know the difference between a visualized scenario and a real life event. So when you're rehearsing in your brain, not reaching for the sugar despite a very stressful argument with your partner, and you've rehearsed that in your brain hundreds of times, your brain believes that you are a person that every time you are stressed out and you fought an argument, your brain believes that it doesn't matter to you. You don't care about the sugar. Your brain believes that to be a true event. They've done multiple studies where they'll get, athletes, or let's say piano play. This is a famous study, right? The piano playing. They get, some of the people are taught how to play the piano piece. Another group of people are taught to rehearse the piano piece in their minds without touching a piano. And another is a control group where they don't do anything. And they look at the progress, or like when they test them on how they played that piano piece, and they all play it exactly the same way. So the people who didn't touch a piano but only rehearsed it in their brain ended up playing the piece just as well as the people who actually practice on a piano. They've done that with basketball players. They've done that with bicep curls. People just imagining training their biceps without touching a dumbbell versus people who actually touched a dumbbell. And they both get the same results. Now, there are some studies here and there that show it's only 50% improvement. But even if you look at the worst case scenario, only 50% improvement in the physical strength, that's still wild, because you can get as many reps as you want in your brain. You don't have to wait for this once a month or once a year argument with a spouse to get your reps in. You can compress the time it takes you to get better, because you can get all those reps in this morning. You can get 100 reps in. So it opens up a whole new avenue for, you can literally get anything you want if you put in enough reps under your belt. So yeah, that would be the answer, Matthew. Carnivore is great because it removes what is weakening you and what is destroying your dopamine receptors and the dopamine centers in your brain. That's great. And then you add in the resistance training and or some cardiovascular training beyond your comfort zone. It has to be beyond your comfort zone because dopamine is an anesthetic. It means that only when you feel uncomfortable does it trigger your brain to create more dopamine machinery, so that you have more of this anesthetic that would numb out the pain of the exercise. And then you add in the visualization, which also, it can be uncomfortable when you're visualizing correctly. So it also requires more dopamine or a anesthetic. And on top of that, it gives you very specific training for whatever it is that you're working towards. There is not one single champion in the universe that doesn't train their mind as much as they train their brain. Every single one of them. Just go online, put every single athlete you can think of or successful person, the vast majority of them at least, especially athletes, and then put visualization or manifesting or vision. And they're all going to talk about how critical that is, because it's almost impossible to win against people who are not only training their brain, their bodies, but on top of that, their brain. So if you're only training the body but not the brain, you just stand no chance.
That's mind-blowing. And I'm going to ask a question which sounds asinine, and it really isn't. It's just because this is new information for me. So is it possible to overtrain in the visualization state? Because you can overtrain in the actual physical world. So can you overtrain?
I think so. I've done it where it's like by the end of an hour or 2 hour, your brain is fried, and then you just relax a little bit and you go do something else. It's similar to a muscle. So yeah, in my personal experience, and if hypothetically, of course, you can get central nervous system fatigue. That would make total sense, right? But then you can. This is why, like, don't start with a 2 hour visualization session. Start with 5 minutes, right, to build up the machinery. Just like you don't go and you lift an insane amount on the squat rack, you build up to that, same thing with the mindset. Anyway, you're going to be so mentally drained after your first few visualization sessions that it's very impossible to last hours of that. You don't need hours of that. As you get better, you start drawing up those vivid visualizations instantly, as opposed to having to work your way up. And so as you get better at it, you don't need as much time visualizing. But in the beginning, your brain might wander a little bit. People who have meditated in the past are going to have a much easier time because they know how to bring back their focus back to the breath. So what we're doing here, if you've meditated in the past, instead of focusing on the breath, what's the use of focusing on the breath? Just replace that with focusing on what you need to work on right now. What is the sticking point that you're really struggling with? Focus on that instead.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of what I did years ago when I was an advanced personal trainer, talking about visualization. And I did get somebody to the Olympics, but even with football coaching, if you change your mind, if you're taking a penalty, this is sort of in vogue at the moment in soccer, and you change your mind as you're running up to hit the ball, then more often than not, you actually miss, and you make a right mess of it because your mind isn't on it properly. And whereas you visualized, I'm going to run up, I'm going to hit it there, I'm going to run up, I'm going to hit it there, I'm going to run up, hit it there, and then you actually run up and you go, no, you completely ruin that rehearsal. So,
you can even know that it's worked in your brain before it translates into your life. So for example, what most people are struggling with food addiction, let's say, or reaching out for carbs. So visualize yourself not having something you've been having. Oh, coffee. A lot of people will have coffee. Visualize yourself right now not having that morning cup of coffee. You will, if you're doing it right, you will actually feel tension in your brain and body right now as you are even just imagining yourself not having a cup of coffee tomorrow morning. And so you keep repeating that over and over and over again in your head, to the point where at some point you've rehearsed it enough where now you don't feel this tension even in your visualization. That's when you know you got it. You succeeded. So the next day you wake up and you don't have that. You're just naturally are not going to have that cup of coffee. It's mind-blowing stuff.
Excellent. Now we got the wonderful Ayana has asked a question, and I'm going to tag a little bit. She's brilliant, isn't she? If you don't mind, I'm going to tag a little bit onto it as well. So she's asking, what is the number one way to speed up the metabolism? But I will also ask, why is that a good thing to do?
Fantastic.
Or really a good thing to do?
Yes, speeding up the metabolism. This is probably the single most important topic that we need to be talking about, because a lot of people mistake their terrible food addiction for actually a slow metabolism that has been shot from prior years of dieting and never correcting the slow metabolism. So every time you create a caloric deficit, every time you drop body fat, your body freaks out because it doesn't know that you're intentionally trying to lose weight. What it thinks is that you're in a famine, or it thinks, just like what happened to the prisoners of war that were taken in Japan, and they were given 300 to 600 calories a day plus gruesome, like just terrible physical labor all day long. 50% of them survived after years. How do 50% of those prisoners of war remain alive after years of these conditions? That's because the body is very smart, and it starts to slow down the amount of calories that it burns per day. So things like your mood, you don't need to have a great mood for survival. We need to keep your heart ticking and beating. So that goes away. Your just everything that is not absolutely necessary, like fidgeting, unnecessary movements, all those things slow down. Your movements slow down. And those things happen because your thyroid levels drop, testosterone levels drop, cortisol levels go up, because cortisol is your stress hormone, and it leads to the breakdown of muscle tissue, and the body needs to break down your muscle to get rid of this expensive tissue that it's keeping. There's no need to keep all this muscle on your frame. If you're in a state of famine, it's just, why are we maintaining this very expensive tissue? So all those things happen to save your life. This is great. So every time you diet and your metabolism slows down, rejoice. Your body is working perfectly the way it's supposed to work to save your life. So while we now know your metabolism is great and it's functioning exactly the way it's supposed to, what we need to also do is, by the end of any diet that you do, we need to fix that. So a lot of people go and they do the diet and then they crash their metabolism, and then they think, oh, I just need to heal. And I just I need to do all those things to heal. It's like, you're not broken. Your metabolism did exactly what it's supposed to do. It just slowed down, it adapted to the lower calories. And so now you can just train it to adapt to higher calories. So you do that via a process called reverse dieting, which is what Ayana is asking about. Was the number one thing we need to do to reverse diet. So how do you speed back up your metabolism? There are three very important things. Number one is a gradual increase in calories. You can't, end a diet at low calories, which is what, a lot of people who diet at the end, they have to keep dropping calories to keep seeing the weight go down. You can't go from those very low calories to just go back to maintenance, because we don't know what your maintenance calories are. Your maintenance calories are probably just 200 or 300 calories higher than what the end of your diet calories were. So if you ended your diet on, let's say, I don't know, 1,200 calories, your new maintenance calories, the amount of calories that you would need to eat to not gain body fat, is probably 1,400, maybe 1,500 calories. Okay, so what people do is they think, oh, I damaged my metabolism, I'm gonna go and eat and not track anymore, just eat all the meat. And what happens? Everybody's blowing up, they're gaining weight, and then they come to me and they're like, I tried to do all the meat that you can eat, and I added 40 pounds in 2 months. I literally had a client like that. She was tall, but still 40 pounds in 2 months. It took us a whole year to peel that back off again. I literally just got off a call right now, right before I jumped on the live, with a client of mine. She has gained 75 pounds because she worked with this very famous, I'm not going to say his name, very famous doctor, put her on keto, and the idea was, oh, let's just fix the hormones, let's do this, let's do that, but never any mention of calories or tracking or anything like that. She gained 70 or 75 pounds in a year and a half. And she followed everything to a T. Never, she didn't deviate, she didn't cheat or anything. And so it is really important that we understand, as much as I love keto, as much as I love carnivore, as easy as it makes our lives and our health, there are still some basics that we need to talk about. So how do you speed up your metabolism? Number one is a gradual increase in calories. We don't know what your maintenance calories are, which is why we go very slowly. We usually have to go up by 50 to 100 calories per week. In my personal experience, because most of my clients tend to be carnivores, I can go up sometimes 100, sometimes 200 calories a week. So I can speed up their metabolism a lot faster because they're keto adapted, because they're carnivore. And also, if you're training really well, that can speed up our progress. So it's really not that difficult, and it shouldn't take that much time, as much as most people think it's going to take. So we go up with the calories so that we hit a point where, let's say now I've sped up your metabolism by an extra 1,000. So now you can eat 2,000 calories every day, and you're not going to gain body fat. So over a period of weeks, we kept raising calories to the point where now you can eat 2,000 calories per day. Now you can eat 2,000 calories per day. And I get those emails where it's like, you know what? I think this is a great time to stop the reverse, because I can physically not eat more than 2,000 calories a day, especially if you're carnivore. Your appetite is suppressed, It's very difficult to eat beyond that unless you're going to start eating carbs. So that's step number one. Step number two is you need to send the correct hormonal signal to the body to shuttle the excess calories towards muscle as opposed to fat. What's happening in the carnivore community is people are just eating whatever they want, and they're like, they're just gonna eat all the meat, all the animal foods, because there's no insulin, right? So there's no way I can gain weight. Well, I can literally just show you so many examples of clients I've worked with where they did exactly that, and they gained an insane amount of body fat so fast, so fast. You can't be eating sticks of butter and think just because there's no insulin, you're not going to gain body fat. And I know tons of people are watching this and they're nodding their heads. I mean, you can just go to my YouTube videos and see the comments. And I was like, yes, this happened to me. This was the worst thing I ever did. Like, there's some basic amount of tracking, especially initially, you know, just to speed up your metabolism to the point where you might no longer need to track later on after we fix your appetite and your satiety signals. So step number one, gradual increase in calories. Step number two, send the correct hormonal signal to the body to shuttle those extra calories we're giving you gradually to go towards muscle building as opposed to fat building. What is this hormonal signal? How do you send it? With strength training, progressive overload. So consistently get stronger and stronger at the gym. And another thing that sends the right hormonal signal is also the protein intake. So you need at least 1.1 grams of protein per pound of ideal body weight. And they've done studies where if you have even more than that protein, you get an even stronger hormonal signal. So enough. So don't skimp on the protein. Make sure you at least hit 1.1 grams of protein per pound of ideal body weight. So if you're 400 pounds, you're not using your 400 pounds as a way to measure the 1.1 grams. So just let's say your ideal body weight might be like 180 or 170, then you use that as the weight and you multiply that times 1.1. So that's going to send a very strong hormonal signal to be an anabolic, build muscle, and the strength training and the gradual increase in calories. And you do that and you speed up your metabolism. Another thing that is very, very helpful for a lot of people, if you can test your ketones and you make sure you're in ketosis, that can automatically reverse a lot of the metabolic slowdown, because once the body realizes how much fat stores it has on its body, on the frame, it doesn't freak out as much. Once you're in ketosis and your body realizes, wait a second, I can now access all these fat stores in those fat cells. I just read a paper yesterday about this woman, just because they put her on a ketogenic diet, she was so metabolically adapted. She had crashed her metabolism because of bulimia and a lot of yo-yo dieting all her life. She was 36. So they measured her, how many calories she's burned. She was burning 800 calories at rest, just in the indirect calorimetry. So this is kind of like a really good measurement to know exactly how many calories a person burns. This is much better than the online calculators, because online calculators, they don't know your dieting history. They don't know how much metabolic adaptation you've had, how much your metabolism has slowed. So they actually tested her, the amount of oxygen and CO2 she breathes in and out, and they can determine exactly how many calories she's burning at rest. She was only burning 800 calories, a 36-year-old woman who was obese, only burning 800 calories. Automatically, just shifting her to a ketogenic diet, they raised her basal metabolism by 79%. They literally just doubled the amount that she was burning at rest just by allowing her to enter ketosis. So that is a big jump in fixing the metabolism. But that's not enough for some people. We still have to reverse diet them a little bit more. So that is how you speed up the metabolism. Thank you. You're very welcome.
We're going to go on to a completely different subject, but it is, I think this is one that is more on the female side, and you know, that's not being sexist, and that's iodine. So hi Sarah, what are your views on iodine? Should all, basically the question, should all women be taking this? Is there a protocol they should follow? Thank you.
Ooh, I used to be a big proponent of iodine. You know, there's no parasite, there's no virus, there's no bacteria that is resistant to the powerful effects of iodine. But that also means the probiotics, the good stuff, the good bacteria in our gut might also be harmed by too much iodine. It's a very powerful antiseptic. And so I think it depends. If you're like seriously deficient in iodine, there might be a reason to correct that and make sure that your thyroid is functioning correctly. and you're not deficient in iodine, you would have to do urine test over a period of hours, collect urine and do that. Just make sure you get a good accurate test for that. But to just take mega doses of iodine indefinitely, I think we should kind of pause there and make sure it's not influencing our microbiome negatively.
Yeah, I think the iodine clearance test is under mentioned as well, because I mean, just for people that don't know what that is, it's really simple, and I'll use just a fictional unit. So if you've got you have a drink, you have 100 units of iodine in it, and you drink it, and then they do urine analysis over 24 hours. Now, if your urine then has 100 units of iodine in it, you're not iodine deficient. You're basically clearing it. That's why it's called the iodine clearance test. You're basically drinking it and getting rid of it. So you can actually work out whether you're deficient. But yes, there's plenty of anecdotal support for the iodine drop or two. So I think the jury's out of that. But if it makes you feel better, you can't also take that away from somebody. That's the thing I would say. But anyway, thanks for that. Richard, you're very quiet. Do you want to read the next one? Because I'd like you to be part of this at the moment.
I am very quiet. I'm listening to all of this fantastic information. So Laser Unfocused says, please simplify for over 50 male with 30 BMI, focus on fat or protein for weight loss and body composition.
Okay, so if you have a BMI, body mass index, of above 30, that means you are, and if we're looking at the different classifications of the BMI, that would mean obesity class 1. Here's a good thing. When we are dealing with excess body fat, the more body fat you have on you, the less metabolic slowdown happens when we diet. So when we lose we cut and we start losing weight, your body doesn't freak out as much, as opposed to somebody who only has 10 pounds and they're cutting those last 10 pounds. Their bodies are going to resist them a lot more. So we can be more aggressive the more body fat somebody has on. So do you focus on fat or protein? I would obviously focus more on protein because it's almost impossible to overeat protein. Whereas if I tell you focus on fat, you can literally have thousands of calories in fat, and you can very easily just not be in a caloric deficit and you're just maintaining. And it's happened. Like, I've worked with clients like, I don't understand. I'm doing carnivore. I'm eating, and they're eating perfectly. Just steaks and a little bit of butter here and there, but they're just not in a caloric deficit. And all we have to do, either reverse them out first, if they have their metabolism had slowed down from prior dieting histories, you reverse them out. Sometimes as little as 2 weeks is enough, and then they go back to the same exact diet they were on, and then they lose weight now easily. Or at the end of the day, whatever you're eating right now, and I know, talking about calories, not everybody likes that, but it's a very easy way to communicate with a client, to tell them what I want them to do. So if you just track, then I know exactly, okay, if we're averaging 2,000 calories a day for 2 weeks and your fasted scale weight remains the same, then that tells me I need to create a stronger stimulus. Either reverse diet you so that you can burn more calories than 2,000, and then you go back to the 2,000 calories and you can now lose weight, or we just need to increase caloric output and so add in more exercise. It really depends. It's really up to the client what they want to do. But if we want to simplify the message, if you're an over 50 male with a 30 BMI, I would focus a lot more on protein. But just saying that, and you're still not losing weight, then track the calories and just know, okay, well, on average, this is the amount of calories that I'm eating. I'm not losing weight on that. Okay, let's create a more intense caloric deficit. If you can't create a caloric deficit because you don't have time to work out, then reverse diet yourself out of that and allow your metabolism to speed up a little bit more, so that then you can just do a slight reduction in the amount of food that you're eating, and now you can respond much better to that.
Thank you. And your last question, actually, because we've got the 45 minutes coming up, and it's from Caroline. Is there really a known studied amount of protein people should be eating? I'm going to just go back to the last question and come back to this one, if you don't mind, Sarah. You see, the thing is, these questions, you could have a 30 BMI and be very muscled. and you have a 30 BMI and be under
Right.
muscled. I mean,
Well,
there is
that's
a
the
lot of
thing, right?
variation.
We can't use
Yes.
BMI with athletes. It's
Yes.
you never. So
Okay.
like when they do those studies and they're looking for obesity prevalence, there are certain limitations. Like they're supposed to ask the person, are you pregnant? Are you an athlete? Are you a senior? Those things you can't use the BMI. They're completely outliers. So you can never really use that. And I think that's important that people know that, because if you're an athlete, you're a bodybuilder, you have no business calculating your BMI. It doesn't apply to you.
Yeah. So, and this is why I say this, because yes, there's going to be loads of studies with an amount of protein people should be eating. It's the people that are eating it in the study it's appropriate for. Normally they're athletes or they're a cohort of a particular type, because they're trying to see if there's any commonalities. So, but I will let Sarah answer. But I just, if you want to email me, Caroline, I have studies that show different amounts. That's why I'm saying that, where the conclusion actually matches the data, but they're all different amounts. All right, so that's just my little sort of caveat.
Yeah. I if I just want to be very like general, I would just go with the 1.1 grams of protein per pound of ideal body weight. Again, that seems to work for, and it's not easy for people to hit that. You really have to be kind of carnivore to be able to hit that, or as close to carnivore as possible. People think it's like, oh, it's not a lot, 1.1, but it's actually, the moment you start deviating, start adding plant foods into your diet, it becomes a little bit trickier to hit that minimum amount.
Brilliant. So, Richard, have you got anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'll jump in on a few things. Yeah, coming back to the previous question, I think protein should always be prioritized. Protein always comes in nature with fat. I think if we prioritize protein, we get the fat that we need naturally anyway. But prioritizing protein is what allowed me to achieve this from being clinically obese. As Sarah knows from being on your podcast, I was once clinically obese and type 2 diabetic. 107-pound fat loss later and 2% body fat. I was able to win a British and European championship at a professional level. I didn't alter the protein. My protein remained fairly consistent throughout. The lever that I did pull was my fat, and as Sarah says, that this moves in stages. It's a lot more difficult to lose that body fat when you're already single-figure body fat. So this isn't natural. This isn't healthy. And I would never tell someone that this is natural or healthy, but it was fit for purpose. But in order to heal and repair your body, we need the protein. Fat is the lever that we can pull there. But this isn't to say that fat is unhealthy also. And I need to be careful when I tell people this, because when I say to prioritize protein, they gravitate towards the leaner cuts, which is also not always the best thing to do. We need the fat with protein. As Dr. Kiltz mentioned earlier, eat as nature intended, but fat is the lever to pull. Come into the metrics, 1.1 per ideal. I like that analogy. That plays in a similar context to the ones that we tend to use quite often, Steve. It's pretty close. So, I mean, the metrics I would use from a scientific standpoint is we need a minimum of 0.5 per grams per pound in order to maintain. 0.82 we can grow, heal, and repair. And this is by lean body mass, which is very difficult to gauge because we never know. So as a round figure, we call it 1 gram per pound. And if we aim that at the current weight, which isn't the ideal, but then if we look at the ideal weight being this much, the difference between the 0.1, between the 0.1 is going to be incredibly close to the numbers that you have just given there, Sarah, isn't it? I think it is very difficult to overeat on protein, and that is the one that we can consume more of. So, I mean, always prioritize the protein. If we aim for that metric as a rough figure, we're never going to be far wrong, because protein is so important. It makes every cell in the body. Bone is mineralized protein. 40% of the dry weight of bone is mineralized protein. Every cell in the body is made of protein and lipid. So protein is the key there. So have I missed anything else? There was so much information that Sarah was throwing out that I've tried to make mental notes to jump on at the end, and I feel that I'm missing a few things, but I'm sure that they'll come back.
Well, we've got an excuse. We've been sitting here for a fair few hours doing
How many
this.
are we? Like nearly 10 hours.
Yeah, nearly 10 hours,
Wow.
yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, not even halfway. Not even halfway.
Kudos.
Right, so
That's
Sarah,
amazing. Yes.
do you want to finish with just information where people can get you?
Yes, of course. So it's very easy to find me, drsarahzaldivar.com. If you do /shop, you have the guides there. So the visualization, I talk more in depth in that in my guide, Monster Mindset. Page 13 is where I start talking about the visualization and how to do it effectively. The different types, I devised 3 different types of visualizations: energy visualization and training visualization, relocation visualization. I talk about the differences between them and how, when to use each one. And then also the dopamine brain guide that I have talks about the brain rehab protocol that I created, which was based off of my 7-year doctorate dissertation at the University of Miami, where I used exercise to heal the damage to the dopamine center, so the dopamine secreting cells, the D2 receptors, all that dopamine machinery in the brain. So you can see how to train, because just hopping on a cardio machine or just going to the gym does not necessarily mean you're sending the right signal to your brain to fix that dopamine center in the brain. So Dopamine Brain Guide, Monster Mindset Guide, those are the 2 kind of flagship big ones that we talked about. Oh, and Super Breed Metabolism. That's the reverse dieting guide that we talked about. Super Breed Metabolism teaches you how to implement a reverse diet to speed up your metabolism. For some people, it can be up by thousands of calories a day if they were that depressed with their caloric, if they had shot their metabolism that much, which, by the way, is far more common than you would think. So yeah, and other than that, Instagram at dr.sarah with an h.zaldivar, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere. It's easy to find me.
Excellent. Now, the reason I've asked you a little bit early, because what I've noticed is when people wrap up, there's always somebody gets in with another question. So you have got a little bit of time, like a couple of minutes.
Great.
If you don't mind, this final question, which I think is actually a really common one. Losing weight, but having some saggy skin on arms and belly, what's the best way to get rid of that for mainly women?
Unfortunately, while some of that might self-correct, it's very little of it that does correct. Like unfortunately, depending on how much you've stretched your skin, at some point, for some people, the solution would either have to be surgery, or now we're delving into the anti-aging stuff. I don't know how passionate you are about the anti-aging world. I'm obsessed with it, so I'm always reading up about all the new stuff that's coming out, and like the gene therapies and things like that can stimulate collagen synthesis. There's this company, I was just reading up on it, and all the stuff that because I'm going to publish an anti-aging guide soon. So everything that I find goes into that guide, but it's a rough draft at the moment. But there's this company that I discovered that they've created gene therapy as a cream. And it's FDA approved now for people who have a rare genetic diseases where they cannot make collagen. So they have a wound that's open for months on end. And so they were all enrolled in the study for that company, and the results are incredible. Literally, you put the cream that has that gene therapy on it, and it stimulates the collagen to be produced, and the wound literally heals in record time, something that has been open for months on end. So it's quite exciting. And now they have a spin-off company called Jeune. I think Jeune, because Jeune in French means young. Jeune. Jeune means young in French. And so that's the name of the company. That's a spinoff, which is going to be focused more on the aesthetic side. So people, instead of doing Botox and things like that, they can just get those creams and rub them in, and it stimulates collagen. And yeah, so those are exciting things. You just stay tuned for all that kind of stuff to happen. But yeah, until now, I wish I had better news for you. But we can work on everything else, make money, so that we can afford all of these treatments in the future.
Excellent. Sarah, thank you so much. I'll let you go off, and thanks for going over time a little bit. That's great. Really appreciate it.
Thank you guys for throwing this. This is so exciting, and I'm just so proud of you, both of you, for doing this, every year. And our community is growing, and I my heart is full. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Sarah. Absolute pleasure,
you.
as always.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
I don't know if we'd do this next year. What do you reckon? Do you reckon we'd do this next year? What do you think?
Who knows? Who knows?
Right. There's a question for you, actually, before we get on to Sean Baker, who's here in 9 minutes' time. Where has it gone?
While you're
If
looking
not,
for that, just to circle back to the saggy skin, I've got a slightly different in opinion when it comes to surgery to cut the saggy skin off. I think it's very important not to remove fat cells. So, and when we do that, we may remove an awful lot of fat cells from the skin, like liposuction. The thing with fat cells, they grow and become smaller, and that's how we lose the fat. The fat cell releases the fat. Now, if we have less fat cells within the body, when we start, if we were to go back to eating maybe the wrong way, we have less vesicles, if you like, less containers to store the fat, and they grow to the point where they can't grow any longer, and then the fat begins to seep out of that vessel, and it can cause lots of issues, lots of oxidative stress. I'm not a fan of surgery when it comes to the skin thing. Just my opinion. Collagen, I think, is really important. We can get this through supplementation or diet, or as Sarah said, topical skin creams. And this goes sort of against what I've said all day in regards to women and fasting. But fasting does help reduce stretched skin. During fasting, the amyloid proteins and plaques are used and recycled, and this allows even things like cellulite and stretched skin to become tighter over time. It's not to say that you're ever going to be vacuum packed, but it can work to a degree. But again, this is sort of counterintuitive to the advice that I've been given all day in regards to not over fasting, and especially for women doing prolonged fasting. But it is a tool. I would opt for that option over surgery initially. But and Steve's done a runner again, left me on my own. I'm sure he's there in the background.
Yeah, no, I was moving the camera, and I didn't want people to see my thumbs and loads of movement and stuff like that.
I'm sure people don't mind seeing your thumbs.
Yeah,
but what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, really quickly, on surgery, or fasting over surgery? I just don't think that removing fat.
I'm not a fan of surgery. Surgery, right? So someone like Laura Spaff, who was a brilliant influencer, lost a ton of weight. She could not get rid of her sort of overhanging belly, and she did, to her absolute credit, a complete sort of transparency. I'm going in for surgery. I can't get rid of this. And don't forget, that was her role, was to be talking about health, and she's fantastic, and I'm not saying anything bad about it. So, if you've got an informed consent, if you go in thinking, well, there could be complications, this might not be the answer, but it still works for you, or it makes you feel happy. I'm not anti it. I'm not. To be honest, one of the things I want to say to everybody is, we have guests on that people want to see. We're not here to have an argument with any of the guests about anything. If they've got experience and an opinion and a qualification and they can back it up, then we will listen. Doesn't mean that everything we agree with. So someone might come on and say, I drink 4 gallons of water and it makes me feel great. I'm not going to argue that that's too much water. People know that. I will think that. But if that person has turn their life around, then I'm not just going to argue about it, because it's what happened. It's a fact. They changed their way of life by drinking gallons of water, and it made a difference. So I think it's difficult when a guest is on to sort of say, well, hang on a minute, because that's not what this is about. It's 24 hours. It's loads of guests. There'll be some people coming on who love, well, look at Richard. I wouldn't do what Richard's doing exercise-wise. I don't want to do endurance training, but I did it. So we change. We all change, and we all think of something else is better for us at that moment and what's appropriate. And also, when we talk about language, when someone says, a few people have said this mimics fasting, right? Well, actually, it doesn't. but it mimics fasting from carbohydrates. Absolutely. But I'm not going to have that little semantic argument about that, because fasting actually is not eating. Yeah. So you're not mimicking fasting because you are eating. You're just taking out, and again, look at language. We're taking out a macronutrient. Well, actually, it isn't a macronutrient. It's only a macronutrient if you eat a large amount of it. So carbohydrates are not a macro. And in my life, they're not even a micronutrient. So I think we need to stop getting hung up on language and look at the message. So if someone's saying calories, just take that out of your head and think they're talking about volume or mass.
Exactly.
But some people don't talk like that, you see, and that's a thing. If I have coached someone and they don't understand anything but calories, I would not spend my first 30 minutes telling them, can you stop talking about calories? I would come to that eventually and say, I think we should talk about mass, or the when you talk about calories, the calories from protein are different to those to fat, different to those to carbohydrates. But, you know, even in 24 hours, we haven't got enough time to cover everything. So I just want, going forward, when Sean Baker comes on and he says something controversial, we're not going to argue with him, but that's mainly because he's 6'3".
But look, I think you are 100% right. There's so many different terms and terminologies that people, and you need to use the terms that people understand. Insulin resistance is thrown around everywhere. You and I know that doesn't really exist, you know, but it's a term that people understand. So that's what we need to use. Calorie is a term that people understand. So this is what we know we need to use. So it is playing the game and using terminology that people understand, whether we agree with that terminology or not. It's about getting that message out there, I think. And you're right. You know, it's pointless having guests on if, you know, you're not willing to listen to another point of view. I think we should always take a step back and look at all of the information provided. You know, whether you agree with someone else's opinion or not, as you say, you know, they're on the show for a reason, because they've achieved many great things within their life, and they have done much of this with clients and patients and so on and so forth. I think all of the information is relative, and I think it's just picking the best bits of these that you know work for you, because we are all individual. But there is a base to all of this, isn't it? Regardless who we've had on, everybody would agree that protein and fat is important. Eating an ancestral-based lifestyle is important, which is protein and fat. Eating as nature intended. And I think so far that's been the biggest takeaway, regardless of what your thoughts are on different macro ratios and whether a calorie exists and so on. It's just eating as nature intended. And that is predominantly animal proteins that come with natural fats.
And you see, this is one of the things that Rich and I know, right? So when we answer a question, Rich does the science bit and I do the layman's bit, and that hopefully helps everybody, because some people like the geeky science and some people like but what do I actually physically need to do? You know, so and I want it in real simple language. But the thing is, we can switch that anytime we like. You know, we could do that if we wanted to, but that's not how it works. So every single guest will come in and they will speak the way they want to speak, and they'll use the terms that they want to say, unless it's absolutely ludicrous what they're saying. You know, we're going to just listen and let the questions be asked, and we'll answer them. So here we are, and it's now 6 o'clock in the evening, so we've done 12 hours.
Wow.
I am worried about Sean Baker. So last year, this was a bit where I was concerned and not present in the moment, because I thought, is he going to turn up? Not just Sean, but everybody. And Sean's first question to me, I completely blanked because I was so, he's here at last. But anyway.
Sean's always late. Sean's always late.
Yeah, Sean's always late. So, right. Okay. So, yes. So what was we going to talk about? We're going to talk about the school community. Thank you very much for the people that have joined. Actually, we've had a few people join today because we've talked about it. It's only $4 a month, and you'll get us every single Monday night, 8 p.m. UK time, where you can ask questions. You can be on Zoom. You can keep your camera off. You can just type of question, and we do it every single hour. Well, I also then do a podcast, audio podcast, so you can listen at your leisure. So it's not like YouTube where you have to have the screen live. We also have a transcript of every single live we do on a Monday night at 8 p.m. So, you know, there's lots of information. We normally do one at 7 p.m. here in the UK on YouTube, like we're doing now. So in an hour's time, we'd be doing our own little self-contained hour, and then we do half an hour on another platform that rhymes with Apple Crumble. So we're always here offering lots of free advice, listening to all your questions and getting feedback. And that's the other thing. You know, if someone says it worked, and it's working for hundreds of people, then you have to listen if it's working. But does it work long term? Is it good for health? We don't know, do we? You know, so anyway, that's my 2 penneth. Right. We do have some questions. Should we go on to different questions and just answer ourselves?
Yes, let's jump on to some questions. Let's nail some
Yeah,
questions.
let's have a look. Okay, I like this because this is Gaza, right? Gaza is a member of the school community. I'm an emotional guy. If I'm really mad about something, can the cortisol increase be enough to compromise fat loss? What a great question.
Yeah, is the answer.
Yeah.
You know, this is why, and it will also, it can lead to muscle loss. As Sarah mentioned, your cortisol is a stress hormone. It's there for a reason. We look at these hormones as being a negative thing. We look at insulin as being the enemy. All of these things are not the enemy. They are processes within the body that allow us to survive and thrive. It's the overexpression of said signal. We don't want it to be chronically elevated with cortisol or insulin for that matter. And being stressed will elicit a cortisol response, and this can slow down fat loss. Guys, I know this sounds absolutely crazy, but one of the things I'm self-employed, as I'm sure many of the listeners are. I work 7 days a week. I'm constantly stressed. And one of the ways that I manage my cortisol is through listening to meditation music, high frequency meditation music before bed. Sometimes I find that helps. Getting out in the sunlight makes a massive difference. Walking barefoot on the sand or outside grounding. All of these things sound woohoo, but they really do work. Trying to get up earlier in the day when the sun is lower in the sky so the UVA can hit the skin, and that will stimulate nitric oxide, which is a potent vasodilator, which increases longevity and makes you feel good. Vitamin D synthesizes from the cholesterol from the UVB in the skin, and that is, as we know, correlated with health and well-being. The sun is incredibly important. We need to make these conscious efforts to make other decisions in regards to things that we change. This isn't just about diet, although diet is the biggest lever. Stress is it's an incredibly difficult one to manage. Working out and training is a stress to the body, but it's a stress within a low amount of time, and typically we want that to be less than an hour. But sometimes putting your body into that stress will alleviate the stress that you are feeling. And as Sarah mentioned in regards to running or endurance work, the harder you push yourself on a run, for example, the more dopamine that you get after the run, and it's called runner's euphoria. So when I'm running, I'm telling myself, I hate running. Why am I running? I'm never doing this again. The second I stop, I'm thinking, when am I booking the next race? And it is a real thing. And you don't have to do an awful lot because all of these things are relative. What I find hard in regards to running is going to be different to somebody else, and so on and so forth. It's just about testing yourself and pushing your body, to these limits, to your limits. And it is important not to do too much of this too soon either. Somebody recently asked us which was better, sprinting or rowing. There's lots of science behind sprinting. If you're not new to sprinting, if you haven't done any sprinting or running for the last 15 or 20 years, if you hit the track and start sprinting, you're going to injure. Therefore, rowing may be a better tool to gravitate into that. If I just began sprinting every day, I would injure, and I run regularly now. So it's all relative, depending on where you are and how much of these activities that you have done. But cortisol, certainly, we need to keep that down.
Yeah, brilliant. There is a question actually, which just alludes to what you're talking about, which is, do you carry water during your half marathon? Thoughts on just sodium tablets instead? Live in Southwest Florida and hate carrying water, although heat is a killer now. How much is too much sodium?
Yeah, so great question. I don't. I ran the Swansea half in the UK last year when we had like record heat that day. There are water stations on the run, but I don't drink it. I don't drink the water. I use the water in the water station just to pour over the back of my neck, just to lower my core temperature. But I don't drink anything during a half marathon. I've run further. I've been on long cycle rides where I've consumed very little water. Now, water is important. Hydration is very important, but I tend to load up, and we have lots of water within the body stored within cells, which is there to be used, which is how dry fasting works. And you know, that's probably a talk for I was going to say another day, but maybe later on. I stock up on electrolytes. You know, I feed them into my body leading up to race day. And I find that I don't need to take anything during the race. If I'm doing a long bike ride, you know, and I'm talking 60, 80, 100 miles, then, you know, water and electrolytes are essential. But I don't think you'd need them. I don't need them. Water or electrolytes during a half marathon. I've never run a full marathon, but I didn't feel dehydrated after the half. You know, I was exerted. I ran the half in 1 hour 26. I began running in 2023, so I've only been running a short period of time. I could have run it faster if it wasn't for coffee causing issues with my legs. I think I could have come in around 122, which is giving it some for someone who was fairly new to running. And yet my requirement for that water and said minerals, you know, was not required. And I did do this in heat also, but stock up. Get the fluid and the electrolytes in a couple of days leading up. Just enter the race hydrated. But I'm not a fan of carrying anything with me. Marathon may be a different story, you know, but a half, I think you'd be okay.
Yeah, and I think interesting in the chat, by the way, people talking about whether guests resonate or not, and whether we should disagree or not. Like I say, we do debate, but this isn't that's not this forum. You know, if Rich and I were invited to go and open a fete because people liked our 24-hour live stream, and we signed up to open a fete, and we cut a ribbon, and then we got harassed by all the crowd about some of the things we've said, we would say this is not what we agreed to do. We came to open your fate because you like us as influencers. We didn't come for you know, to be argued with. So this is a 24-hour live stream, all different sorts of influencers with all different opinions. That's it. That's all we're doing. Right. Could you guys please elaborate why it takes so long to start burning fat? That's a good question.
I was reading on the screen then, and there was a different question.
Yeah, I've put it on. So can I just really just take this to a sort of silly example, right? I'm 60 and I've been eating low carb for 10 years, keto for 7, and 5 of those is carnivore. So that means 50 years I didn't. Right. So if you do something for 50 years, that's a big habit, and your body gets used to all this stuff, and it works out how to make the best out of the food that you're sticking into your mouth and the drink that you're drinking. And it works out that this isn't optimal, but we will make it optimal for this human being. And that's a lot of work. It's a lot of structure, and it's a lot of exercise, and it's a lot of everything. And then all of a sudden you go, right, we're changing all that. Well, it's got 50 years of experience of you not doing that. So it does take a long time. And that's because all the mechanisms change, all the gut microbiome changes, everything. And it can take a long time. It can take about a year. It can be 26 weeks. It can be 7 weeks. And people can be off their meds and reverse diabetes in 7 weeks. And that's great. But sadly, that isn't the case for everybody. There's also, when you change, did you change in a slow transition way? Did you jump in? Or very often people say, well, I did carnivore, I did it for 4 weeks and I fell off the wagon for 2 weeks and then I did another 4 weeks and stuff like that. So you're constantly putting yourself back. So there's many different factors. You could be doing it wrong for you, for instance. I mean, you could be going down the route of it being high fat, and in fact, because you've been low fat for so many years, your bile production hasn't caught up, and or basically you might not have a gallbladder at all. So there's lots of reasons why the way you approach it can make a difference as well. So you could say, right, well, I start off low fat and I'll slowly over the weeks introduce fat. So many different variables and environmental reasons, what your current state of health is, any medications. There's so many things that can make it difficult for you to adapt to this way of eating. But the last thing I will say is we're not adapting to this way of eating. We adapted to that way of eating, and we're now resetting to the way we should eat. And I know I'm big on what we say in the language, but that is one of the things that we let go because we're constantly talking about adaptation, fat adaptation, but that isn't what we're doing. We're actually reverting to what we should be eating, but we don't talk in that way because that's not what people accept. So that's my 2 pence.
Yeah, fantastic. And look, just to get into, and this is really pedantic, but it's we're always burning fat. Beta oxidation takes place constantly. So this isn't something new. And the way that this works, without getting too technical, is that the fatty acids convert into fatty acetyl-CoA. They enter the carnitine palmitoyl transferase 1, where they become acetyl-carnitine. They come out the other side in the inner membrane, and they become acetyl-CoA, and they enter beta oxidation, where they go through a process of dehydrogenation, hydration, and another dehydrogenation, thiolytic cleavage, and then they become acetyl-CoA. And then at this point, they enter the citric acid cycle, where it enters ATP, and we create energy through oxidative phosphorylation. A little bit technical, but this happens all the time. We're constantly in a state of burning fat. But just to get back to the point that Stephen just made in regards to terminology, I think what the question is asking there is how long does it take maybe to become keto adapted. We did have a similar question earlier in regards to what was it? How long has it become fat adapted, wasn't it? And as you just said, we are already fat adapted. It's just teaching the body to come away from burning glucose through glycolysis and teaching it to be able to utilize that fuel correctly. There is a transition period in which we need to create ketones, which is the next part of beta oxidation, in which the acetyl-CoA will build up because we need to create glucose through a process called gluconeogenesis. Oxaloacetate is used in gluconeogenesis. So the acetyl-CoA will build up, and then that will enter HMG-CoA, and then we'll create ketones. But again, when we are in this situation of ketone production, which where everybody wants to get for this fat burning, we do it inefficiently. Initially, we waste ketones as urine and during through breathing, through the breath. So we can lose that fat quickly, but the adaptation process takes many, many months in regards to upregulating the MCTs, the monocarboxylate transporters, and those enzymes that we've mentioned a couple of times today, BDHA, CAT, and SCOT. And that can take as much as 12 months. And Stephen and I have seen people who have done it, as he says, in 4 weeks, 12 weeks, 6 months. But, for me, it did take, because my body was heavily damaged, it took that amount of time for all of these systems and pathways to be upregulated. So when I was properly keto adapted, it took me 12 months. But we're constantly in this fat burning stage. But when we consume foods that do not elicit an insulin response, insulin upregulates lipoprotein lipase, which breaks the bonds on the glycerol backbone and sends fatty acids into the fat. So this is how we store fat. And as a double kick in the teeth, when insulin is elevated, it blocks hormone-sensitive lipase, which is the enzyme that we need to break these bonds again in order to allow fatty acids to diffuse into the bloodstream. So keeping insulin low is job number one. And we do this through eating natural fats and animal proteins. Just by doing this, insulin will quite literally drop overnight. We can see from tests that insulin will start to drop quite literally overnight. And Stephen and I have both worked with clients who have technically on blood glucose testing reversed their diabetes in as little as 2 weeks. So that's how quick, these changes can take place. But there's variances on, what people regard as fat burning and adaptation. And as Sarah said in the last interview, people can begin carnivore and gain weight. So there's loads of other things to take into account in regards to this. But keeping insulin low is key to fat loss, health, and well-being.
Yeah. And Matthew's saying, come on, Dr. Baker, let's be having you, which is also quite a funny reference if you know anything about soccer, because many, many years ago, a sweet, lovely chef called Delia Smith, who's a real sort of mother's favourite for cooking, got very drunk when she was director of Norwich City, and Norwich City Soccer Club got promoted. And she went out to celebrate on the pitch, and someone gave her a microphone, and she was unhappy with how the crowd were not celebrating to her satisfaction. And she's this lovely sort of butter wouldn't melt in your mouth sort of housewife, cooking expert, going, come on, fans, let's be having you. So, yeah, it was quite embarrassing for her, actually, but I liked it because it showed a side of her that we wouldn't have expected. But yeah, let's be having you is where she, what was her catchphrase. Well, I don't know if Matthew's alluding to that or whether he's just saying it. But anyway, Dr. Baker, I don't think is going to turn up. I don't think there's anything bad about that other than I just think he's busy, or maybe something's happened at Riviero where he can't make it. At 7 o'clock, we got Dr. Abs, who is new to me. I've never met Dr. Abs, but I was on a live with Bart Kay, and Dr. Abs made an appearance. Oh, sorry, you're not. You're 3 a.m. So who's on at 7 then? If it's not you, who's taking over? Just bear with me, Dr. Abs. Richard, do you want to talk about what you're up to next week? Let me just have a look at who's on
next week. Last time you said that to me, it was alluding to this. And I was thinking, are we doing anything next? Have we got anything on next week? I tell you what I will do. While you're looking at that, to anybody who is unfamiliar with my story, they can see this picture in the background, and it looks incredibly overwhelming and scary. I was once clinically obese and type 2 diabetic. I suffered with chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pains, daily debilitating migraines that would make me blind, for which I was on 3 different medications for. I suffered with these arthritic pains and skin conditions. I used to have awful skin on my face and all over my back. And in my mid to late 20s, I could barely walk up the stairs without having to stop or being severely out of breath by the time I got to the top. And I was told by my doctor that this was a fact of life. Just take your medication and shut up, sort of thing. Now, not knowing anything about nutrition at the time, I was a purchasing manager for an electrical engineering company. I wasn't happy with that. I wanted to make a change. And the first change, we're talking about carnivore, which to many who may not be familiar with it, it seems super extreme. But this one step is what has allowed me to gravitate into a carnivore lifestyle. I removed bread. I took bread out of my diet, not knowing that it was a carbohydrate, not knowing that all carbs break down into sugar, not knowing the effects of wheat germ agglutinin, the effects that they have on insulin cells. They bind to insulin receptors and increase fat storage by 5 times. They also cause intestinal permeability, which leads to autoimmune issues. Now, so I removed this one compound, and I lost an awful lot of weight incredibly quickly without dieting. And that was the catalyst that began me on my journey in regards to optimal health and well-being. And that led me on to vegetable oils. Vegetable oils do not come from vegetables. They come from seeds. And to extract that oil, they're treated with toxic chemicals, known carcinogens like hexane, and then they're bleached with peroxide, hair dye. you know, and we cook and eat these compounds. These compounds are not natural. They are man-made. Every item in the supermarket that is in a shiny packet that is not a single ingredient food contains these compounds. And for anybody new to this, there is a mission for you. Next time you are in the supermarket, pick up some random item of non-food, because they're not foods. Look at these items, and you will find some form of vegetable oil or sunflower oil, or safflower oil, canola oil, so on and so forth. One of these compounds will be in there at a high percentage. Now, these compounds are toxic. Again, they're not natural. They're man-made. They were invented during World War II, I believe, to lubricate ships. So it was invented as machine lubricant. And when the war finished, there was no route to market for this oil that they created an industry for. So they created an industry by putting it into our food. And now we consume this food. You can fuel your diesel car on vegetable oil. Would you cook your food in diesel is the question. And the answer to that, I'm sure, is no. So why are we cooking in these vegetable oils? But again, whether you cook in vegetable oils or natural fats, these oils are everywhere. They're in almost every compound in the supermarket, and they're detrimental to your health because they're high in an oxidized omega-6 called linoleic acid. Linoleic acid causes more insulin resistance than carbohydrate do. So this leads to more insulin resistance than carbohydrates. So they're more damaging. When we consume carbohydrate breaks down into glucose. Glucose is used within the body, and it's used pretty quickly, in the right circumstance. Once it's out of the body, that damage has been done. But these oxidized omega-6s will stay in the body for 2, 3, 4, even up to 5 years, causing oxidative stress, which can lead to all sorts of downstream deleterious effects like tumors and cancers and so on and so forth. It is one of the main contributing factors to cardiovascular disease, yet we are told that it reduces cardiovascular disease. And again, I mentioned this early when we began the 24-hour live, probably close to 12 hours ago, that these oxidized omega-6s, phytosterols, they are a foreign body. The body tries to excrete these, and it tries to keep a level to around 2% within the body because it's a toxin. And you can search this through any search engine. If you search for cytosterolemia, beginning with an S, you will see that this is an inherited condition in which the sufferer loses its ability to detox this phytosterol. And by doing so, has a massive increased risk in cardiovascular disease. So these oxidized omega-6s, these vegetable oils, they are one of the main causes of cardiovascular disease. The saturated fats are not the cause. And I've gone off on a tangent now where we've waited. Dr. Abs is with us, so I've just filled a slot for 5 minutes.
That was great time filling there, Rich. Great time filling.
I'm sure we'll carry on with that. But welcome on board.
Thank you very much. It's amazing to be here. I feel like an imposter. I'm not going to lie. First I was replacing the great Bart K, and now I'm replacing Sean Baker. I'm not sure I'm up to those names, but I'll try my best.
Well, if Sean Baker comes, we'll just kick straight back out. If that makes you feel better.
No problem.
So yeah, Dr. Abs, great name by the way.
Should have been a PT.
If you'd like to tell people a bit about yourself, that would be very handy.
Of course. So I'm here, I guess, because I think, Steve, obviously you did that live stream with Bart K recently. And I was very, very humbled to have Bart K compliment me and say that everything I said was correct in what I talk about. But essentially, in terms of my background, way back when, I actually started off as a dentist. But now obviously I'm here and I started there. Now I work in cosmetic medicine and longevity medicine as well. And it started because as a dentist, I was taught certain things in dental school, like this is what a patient should eat. This is how they should brush. This is what the teeth should look like, et cetera, et cetera. And even during dental school, things just didn't quite look right. I remember one day I saw this young guy, just plaque everywhere, like obviously did not brush his teeth, but he had no tooth decay. And then I saw other people who would always follow the advice, and I can tell they're trying because I can see the sort of wearing away their gum because of how hard they're trying to brush their teeth, and yet they had decay everywhere. And I thought, what something is not right here. I didn't know it at the time, but it was a question mark that I always had. And then I started to try and understand what was causing that. I stumbled across the work of people like Weston Price, who I think people in the carnivore community hopefully will have heard of. And then I realized that there's things in diet which aren't quite right, don't quite link to what we're being told. And then over time, I got more into cosmetic side of things and anti-aging, and I do a lot of that now. And things kind of just stemmed more and more towards longevity and looking at nutrition. And then I'd looked more into, the stories of people like Jordan Peterson, whose gum disease just completely disappeared on going carnivore. And, someone who originally trained as a dentist, even though I don't do it anymore now, it made entirely 100% sense to me. So linking things like that was just a bit of a light bulb. Even looking at the fact that people that have, or animals that have less teeth, frankly, they're going to die quicker because they can't get the proper nutrition in. And all of those things went into diet, went into the biochemistry of things, looking at, the bacterial metabolism and then therefore our metabolism. So now I kind of put everything together, and I see patients here in London. Quite a lot of my patients are professional athletes, like in professional football teams and things like that. So for me, longevity medicine is a combination of using the nutrition, the exercise, putting everything together for that entire lifestyle management. And that's where I am now. A bit of a long-winded answer, but I think it kind of answers where I came from.
Well, it did, absolutely. And I noticed, you've been following the live stream today, which I take my hat off to
at the
you.
exact same time you guys have, yeah.
It's been really impressive.
Yeah.
Right, so Polish Mike has asked, do you have a nice pair of abs? So let's get that one out.
Well, I kind of. I mean, I used to be a power lifter, so this is why I do a lot of exercise physiology as well. So I trained with some of the biggest lifters in the world. So for instance, if you're into lifting, you probably heard of Andy Bolton, first person to lift 1,000 pounds. Andy and I were training partners for many years. I trained with other, world record lifters. So exercise physiology is something I look into a lot, as well as nutrition, because I've got that background. I've lifted to divisional records, British records, blah, blah, blah. So the abs were there much better than they are now, but they're coming back because I found time for the gym again.
All right. Okay. Then there is a question here. Sally K. Norton postulates that plaque can be oxalate dumping. I've gone from very high oxalate to none on carnivore and have no plaque now. Do you concur, or are other things responsible?
So it's interesting. I think there's no direct cause and effect that has been proved between oxalate dumping and plaque that has come through. However, what we do know is when we look at the oral bacteria, in a traditional Western diet, it's going to be different to what we have on a carnivore diet. But what they will run on essentially is carbohydrates. They will process that, they will release these acids as part of their life cycle, and that's what is one of the key factors that leads to things like tooth decay and even gum disease as well. So the oxalate dumping, whether it's happening or not, if the bacteria are the traditional microbiota is there and they are being fed their substrate, it's still going to give you the same problem anyway. And I suspect what's happening during a carnivore diet, and I say suspect because I don't think anyone's properly studied in our community yet, those bacteria just cannot survive because there's nothing there. And also when we eat less frequently because we listen to our hunger signals, again, even if they are being given the right substrates, there's not enough there to sustain them actually. So I think the plaque is reducing mainly because the substrate that they require is not there. So if we look at the case of someone like Jordan Peterson as an example, he specifically was talking about gum disease. And one of the main bacterial species responsible for gum disease is Porphyromonas gingivalis, or P. gingivalis. And this absolutely requires carbohydrates. So when he said, my gum disease just disappeared, and my dentist couldn't believe it because it doesn't happen. I mean, first of all, it does happen. It's not impossible. So I have seen it even when I was a dental student, but it's rare. It's not happening every single day. But again, it's not surprising just because you're not feeding them what they need. The reason the plaque is not able to cause so much destruction or be there as much, I suspect, is the same reason that when you switch to carnivore too quickly, you get gut problems because the bacteria there are not being given their substrate either. And so there's not been enough time for things to switch over to the new microbiota in the gut as well.
Cool. And I think that's one of the things that ties into an answer earlier. We were talking about adaptation. There's so many other things that need to adapt. It's not like, oh, get rid of everything. Here's the new set of everything. It just doesn't work
Absolutely.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my patients, I
One of-
generally try and take them about 2 to 3 months to completely switch their diet over.
Yeah, and you definitely need that time. I mean, one of the reasons I have the mic covering my mouth is because my teeth are atrocious. I sadly was brought up in a house that believed in, low fat, no red meat, skim milk and all that, and sadly lost both my parents very young, colon cancer and stuff. But my teeth were absolutely terrible. What you just said there, I clean them religiously. Every single tooth is filled. I've got, what's the word? Overcrowding. I had 4 taken out. I've still got a wonky tooth. So it's too late for me at 60 to do too much about it unless it's
Oh,
cosmetic.
no, it's not. Trust me.
Really? Go on then. What could
Absolutely
I do?
not too late.
What could I do to get rid of this wonky tooth?
So first of all, you have to understand that whatever you do decide to do, you're probably going to have a better opportunity at making it last a longer time because of the lifestyle that you lead. So you're not eating rubbish, you are eating less frequently, etc., etc. And so if you were to do something like moving the teeth to create the space first, then you could put something in that gap, which is really not that big of an issue nowadays. I've seen patients in their 80s do exactly the same thing, and they've had no issue. The biggest problem that people face in things like that is making sure things are very clean all the way throughout. And in our case, in the carnivore community, yes, it's clean, but it's also not giving the opportunity for the opportunistic bacteria to thrive and ruin the treatment plan partway through. So don't ever feel like it's too late. You're absolutely nowhere near too late whatsoever, and it absolutely can be done.
Okay, right. Well, where are you in the country?
I don't do dentistry anymore. I'm based in London, but I still know lots and lots of dentists, and I know who takes shortcuts and who doesn't. So we'll get in touch, and I'll sort it out for you.
Right, brilliant. There's a question that's for Rich and I. I'll just quickly get this out of the way. Hey, how is your coffee-free 24 hours going?
How are you feeling, Steve?
Well, I'm not on it as I was last year, which I think is really interesting. I full transparency. I stood for 22 hours before I needed to sit down. I'm sitting down this one. I don't know why that is the case. I still feel pretty on it. It might be because I've been stupid and ruined my voice shouting at the football, but I'm loving having no coffee. Right, absolutely loving it. Less joint pains. There is a kicker to this. It will make you laugh out loud because we tell people not to do what I'm just about to do. So yeah, my knees are better, my feet are better, my soccer's better. Oh boy, if I could have a coffee now, I'd love it. So this is what we're dealing with. Emotions, human.
Yeah.
It's not a checklist, guys. We're not perfect. So that's me being full transparency. When Jane's just walking the dog, when she gets back, I might message and say, can you do me a decaf coffee to get me through to 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow? That's the truth. So I'm not going to lie to the guys out there. But in saying that, it also proves what I tell my coach clients. It's not a tick box, and it is more about emotional than intellect. No one's ever said to me, I've taken up smoking because it's for my health. No one's ever said that, right? Nobody who is smoking says, I'm going to carry on because it's great for my health. They all want to stop, but it's really difficult when you're addicted. So you have to understand all these things, and it's situational. I've only ever done one 24-hour live stream. That was last year, and the coffee helped me. So my brain is going, that helped last year. That helped last year. So, I could fight it. Of course I could, but I might just make the easy route so I can get to 8 o'clock. I don't know. Anyway, Rich, how is it going for you?
Do you know, I respect that. You could make a cup of coffee and drink it and pretend it's something else, but you've openly just said that, you may in fact have a cup. I'm 4 weeks coffee free. So far, so good. I've always been a big advocate. I don't know what your views are on coffee, Dr. Abs, but I've always been a big advocate of the benefits of coffee because I was so addicted. Caffeine is a fat mobilizer. It's a known ergogenic aid. It blocks the adenosine receptors. It doesn't actually give us energy, but it blocks our body's ability to tell us that we're fatigued and tired. And it's been a tool for me. Unfortunately, I've abused that tool. I've gone to drinking 4 to 5 cups a day of 2 double shots in each cup, which is the equivalent of 20 cups per day. Unfortunately for me, that acrylamide has taken a negative turn. The acrylamide found within the coffee, and you can get similar effects through the mycotoxins. But Stephen had these effects also, but he uses mycotoxin free. Acrylamide is a potent neurotoxin. It's a known carcinogen. In 2018, I think it was California that put a label on, a Prop 65 warning label, which deems it to be extremely hazardous. Acrylamide isn't only created during the roasting process of coffee, it's created during many other things as well, but it's a known contributor to things like motor neurons disease. And those were the symptoms that I was suffering with. I had pain in my legs, both front and back. My nerves in my legs were twitching, painfully twitching constantly, not just, periodically, they were constant. It affected my gait, so I couldn't walk or run properly. I was tripping upstairs. I had to physically lift my left leg in order to change the clutch in my car, which I'm sure is illegal, so don't tell anybody. But it scared me. And coffee was the only compound that I could think of, that because my lifestyle is incredibly clean. So off the back of that, I dropped coffee, something that I'm highly addicted to. And I'll be honest, I have not given it a second thought since, because the way that it made me feel scared me so much. I never want to feel that again. But having said that, during this, what are we, 13 hours in, close to, caffeine would alleviate a lot of issues. I'm not feeling fatigued. It's just being on the screen, trying to be completely focused 100% in the guests. There's other things going on the screens with comments and things that we're replying to and so on and so forth. It is mentally taxing. I feel like my brain has been firing on all cylinders 100% since 7 a.m. this morning, because Stephen and I started this before. We didn't just come on and, we were up earlier, prepping and getting ready. Am I noticing a difference? So far, I'm feeling wired. I'm feeling excited because the guests that we've had on have just fueled that intellectual side, I think, and fueled, my need for more information.
Well, the bar's set high now.
The bar is set high, and it's but you've already delivered. So I mean, it's all of the guests have brought something unique, and I feel stimulated. I will, for full transparency, I've got ketones in my cup, and it isn't coffee. I'll tip that as you guys can see. This is ketones. As you guys know, I'm a manufacturer of exogenous ketones. Whether you're for them or not, I think they're a fantastic tool. Instant clean energy to the brain, the body, and the heart. And so far, that is what is keeping me firing on all cylinders. Whether I will feel like that at midnight is another matter. But so far, so good. So I'm not craving the coffee yet. I have no intention of drinking coffee. I remember, several times through the 24-hour period last year, I started to flail a number of times in and out, and I could feel myself doing this, and my eyes were getting heavy. And it's not because, the speakers were boring. It's because it's so difficult to stay hyper-focused. But look, so far, so good. The ketones that I produce naturally and the ketones that I put in are allowing me to persevere so far. But I'll keep you updated.
Well, Dr. Abs, you have absolutely lit up the questions. So people want to see you, obviously, and I want to hear from you. So we're going to shut up now, and we'll rifle some questions at you.
I'll echo what Richard said in terms of acrylamide, just for 30 seconds.
Carry on. Yep.
So I think it also has reproductive harm to people. Some animal studies have shown that high doses of it can have negative effects on reproduction and development. We do need more research on it, but from what we can see so far, it's entirely detrimental to that as well, and even genotoxicity. So certain findings have shown that acrylamide can cause mutations and damage to DNA. Now, they're lab studies; they're not in vivo for obvious reasons, but there's enough there to suggest that it's more than just a neurotoxin, and it's horrendous. Interestingly, I've never had coffee in my life or tea.
Well done.
Cool.
Fantastic.
Right. Okay.
Yes, fantastic.
Now let's have a look at this.
Avoid the acrylamide.
My gum disease has disappeared since going keto or carnivore and switching to a hydroxyapatite toothpaste, which is just a mineral toothpaste.
Yeah.
I use salt, by the way. So a salt toothpaste. That was just a statement, but here we go. What is the best way to prevent plaque teeth stains in addition to eating a carnivore keto diet?
Sure. So it's really not that complicated, and it's like a lot of things in the carnivore community, not that expensive either. It is literally just making sure it's an electric toothbrush and you've got good technique. That is it. That is literally all it is. And to clean in between with something, either water flosser or traditional floss. Water floss just fires big bursts of water with the arm. You can get it probably for like 15, 20 pounds on Amazon. You can do the whole mouth in 30 seconds, something like that. But I do want to stress, I'm not actively practicing dentistry. I left it because I do so much more now in the realms of longevity. I just advise on dentistry now. Just for the record, so people know.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that earlier because someone actually said, did I hear that right? You're not practicing,
Yes.
but that's okay. That's okay. We had Dr. Kevin Stock last year, so it's nice actually. We've now got another dentist that we can bring in, or an ex-dentist.
Yeah.
Your proper title. So Ribeye Rob, who is a brilliant supporter, thank you, Rob. I'm waiting for a package from Stone and Spear to arrive with its tooth powder that Dr. Chafee recommends. Don't know what that is, but
it's like an alternative to toothpaste, and the key is it's not necessarily what you're brushing your teeth with in terms of the substance, whether it's a hydroxyapatite toothpaste or this, or even some kind of traditional toothpaste. If you were to brush your teeth with nothing, but the physical brushing action removed all the plaque bacteria, you're going to get no issues. So it's actually more about how good you are with the brush rather than what's in the brush. Which, it's, as far as the brands are concerned, is a useful thing to not tell you, so they can charge you ridiculous amounts for ridiculous toothpaste. But as long as you focus more on the actual brushing technique rather than what's on it, you'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah. Now you're going to laugh. It's my confession time. Dr. Abs is bringing it all out of me. I actually read up about this, the African teeth cleaning with just the finger, really, and the fingernail. And I did try that for a long time, and I was pretty happy with it. And then I just thought, I can't keep doing this. Everyone's going to think I'm a nutter. But anyhow, it's great to hear that, what you just said.
I mean, everyone in the dental world, the medical world, thinks I'm a nutter as well. I mean, to give you an idea, I think it was around April, I was speaking at the Royal College of Physicians, on the topic of longevity, and specifically the aspect of nutrition in longevity, which I think is what we're all here for. And when I was talking about the benefits of basically getting rid of exogenous carbohydrates and doing all these things that we all talk about in the carnivore community, people looked at me like I was mad and mental and stupid and something wrong with me. But it's going to take time for people to see the light in this, I think.
Yeah, that's right. And there's nothing wrong with being a bit different. Andy says, I assume brushing can be harsh on the gums. Is it even necessary to brush our teeth, or is it better to just use a softer brush generally?
So you can be harsh on the gums if you put too much force in the wrong place. Now, you're not going to be too harsh on the teeth because that's a mineral. The mineral is much harder than your toothbrush bristles, so you're not going to cause any damage there. If you really push into the gum very hard, then yeah, you can cause a sort of wear and tear on the gum, a kind of recession, if you like. The technical term is abrasion, where you're wearing the gum away using an external object, such as a toothbrush, a pen lid, chewing on fingernails, things like that. Is it necessary to brush our teeth? Well, our ancestors obviously didn't, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't, because it's not nutrition. It's not a drug. It's not something going in our body. It is just a tool to keep ourselves clean. Our ancestors didn't have showers. Obviously, we're going to shower. We don't want to walk around smelling all day. So it falls into that category where it's not natural in the sense that it's what our ancestors would have done, but there is zero harm. It doesn't change our physiology at all. And it can only offer us benefit to keep our teeth clean by minimizing the risk of certain conditions like gum disease and tooth decay. So it's definitely necessary, I would say. In terms of softer brush, again, it's whatever clears the plaque best in your individual circumstance. People with sensitive teeth, they will probably be better off seeing their dentist first to try and identify the cause of the sensitivity. And then the answer to that question will come based on that type of consultation.
That's fabulous. And I've just had a message saying, Richard, is that a picture of you behind you? Just so you know, you look better now than the picture behind you. Well,
Thank
there
you.
you go.
I don't think so, but yes, it is. That was 2 years ago, just after winning the European Championship as a professional men's physique bodybuilder. I've gravitated into Ironman training, so a complete 180. And interestingly, Dr. Abs, you mentioned about powerlifting. I was going to go into powerlifting. When I came away, I decided to gravitate into running and cycling because I tore my pec. I'd never trained for power before. It was all aesthetics, but it was on bench. But just to give you, and you may have a much better idea on this, but when I checked against all federations in age and weight, so at 75k at the time, being 40 years of age, my bench was 165k. My squat was 190 and my deadlift was 230, which put me in a very competitive position. And I'm sure that it put me in like the top 3 in that category in the UK between tested and non-tested. And I don't delve into anabolics. I'm completely natural in regards to competing and healing and repairing my body, which I thought was astonishing. But maybe that's something I'll go back to. But I tore my pec. Yeah. I was unable to lift. So one of the guys from the local clubs that I work with, one of the athletes, laid down the gauntlet and said, well, if being ketogenic and carnivore, etc., was so good, come and show us what you can do running and cycling. So I've gone into that. So I'm half the size. I'm 20k lighter than I was at this time of. So at my normal body weight would have been around 90k. And I'd compete sub 70 so this was 2% body fat. But yeah, I'm incredibly smaller now. I prefer the way that I look there, but I know that I'm much healthier and fitter now. And coming back to what you mentioned about abs, I mean, I had veins running through the abs here, but I know that I'm fitter and healthier now, but my abs are a little bit washed out.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. And this is it. We look at these physiques aesthetically as being healthy, but for me, I know that, if I'm around 9 to 10% body fat. If I gravitate any lower, then that's not a good place for me to be. I can push lower and compete to be lighter, but I always bounce back to this. I always bounce back to 9, 10%. Abs, but washed out. So they're not the type of abs that I ever show anybody, because I don't think that they're worth showing compared to this. But it's funny how, our perception of how we see ourselves changes. But I appreciate the comment, appreciate the comment that I think I look better there, but thank you.
Well, there's a lot to be said about what that can do for your life. Because if you train appropriately in the right way for your particular age, capability, training status, et cetera, we can't prove it, but I think it's pretty obvious you're going to have longevity benefits. And once you are able, so one of the things I do now is I'm a consultant in biotech research. So we look into basically mitochondrial function and really, really heavily into amino acids. So from that, we understand nutrition, obesity, cancer, et cetera, from the metabolic viewpoint. Now, when we look at what happens when people put on muscle mass, we find immediately that their immunity increases. We find immediately their ability to cope with all the metabolic requirements increases. So when you have more muscle mass, this is preaching to the choir here, but for the viewers at least, one of the studies that we looked at, we looked at this particular supplement, okay, and it's just this certain stoichiometric ratios of amino acids, because we know that when you have amino acids in specific ratios between them, in specific combinations, of which there is an infinite combination, obviously, then you create certain effects in certain parts of certain cells. So when we looked at this particular supplement that we use, this is why you have BCAAs in a particular ratio, by the way. But this supplement, when we gave it to a hospital first of all, they're in hospital, so they're already sick. Second of all, they're elderly. Third of all, they were quite frail. Just by giving them these particular stoichiometric ratios of amino acids, which was designed to prevent sarcopenia, the entire hospital's infection rate slashed by a third. no adjunctive clinical intervention whatsoever. But that was just because we maintained the muscle mass. So people that are on carnivore, I find that they have this excitability to go and train, which they may not have had before. Of that, go through cycles in their life where they build the mass in a hypertrophy cycle, which I help them design, but then also now and again go into a strength style like you did with powerlifting as well. Now, I would say there's a difference between strength and powerlifting, because powerlifting technically isn't power. Power is the speed at which you can move a mass, not the size of the mass. So it's really strength lifting. And then we cycle between those. And that is going to have a huge, huge benefit going forward, especially if you combine it with carnivore as well.
Absolutely. Every so often, by the way, Dr. Abs, your Wi-Fi drops out very momentarily. Yeah.
This is the problem with living next to Chelsea Football Club, where they haven't put fiber optic in yet.
All right. Okay. Now, there's a few people complaining that, not from you, from me, that we're not covering longevity enough. But I have got questions, and I'm doing them in the order that they've come. So, if we talk about teeth, we will talk about teeth, and then we'll get on to longevity a little bit more. Right. So, yes, Matthew, Dr. Abs,
What a big question here.
It is, isn't it? So, what are your thoughts on dentists? Keep saying that fluoride is crucial for healthy teeth and gums. How did our ancestors survive without brushing their teeth and without toothpaste?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Chelsea Football Club. We've just found out that Chelsea Football Club,
they don't have good internet. In fact, Todd Bowley, the owner of Chelsea, is my landlord. That's how close I am to the stadium. So it's a great question. And it's the exact question I asked when I was a dental student. And I basically got the door slammed in my face and told to shut up. Now that I'm not a student and I have the ability to be heard, I would say, first of all, yes, fluoride is something to question. Now, do we absolutely need fluoride? Our ancestors wouldn't have. Now, is there a need in modern times relative to our ancestral times? That's debatable. People can show an increased resilience to acid attack, shall we say, if there is some fluorapatite in the enamel as opposed to hydroxyapatite. Now, does that mean it's entirely justified? Well, what are the negative effects of ingesting things like that into our bodies? I don't think there's many positive effects, frankly, when that is in the water, because fluoridated water is different to fluoridated toothpaste. In toothpaste, I would say it's a little bit easier for the body to deal with because you're going to spit that out. You're not going to swallow it, whereas fluoridated water is something else entirely. Now, fluoridated toothpaste in a traditional Western diet, which obviously not for our community, I think can possibly provide some benefit because it's just under unnatural attack from what we eat all the time. If you're carnivore, however, and there's basically zero external carbohydrates hitting the teeth, do you need that extra level of shielding from acid attack, from mineral dissolution? I would suggest from personal experience and from my patients, probably not. And I think we've heard stories from people in the chat already today saying when they went carnivore, their plaque disappeared, their gum disease disappeared. So if just the diet alone is getting rid of these conditions that we spend so much of our time in the career trying to get rid of, I would probably say fluoride is, for the carnivore community at least, not that essential. I mean, I've been experimenting now probably for the past 6 months with a fluoride-free toothpaste. Let me tell you, it's made no difference. I still have no plaque. I still have no gum disease. I still have no decay. And you may say, well, how do you know? Well, because I'm trying to recognize those things. I give myself a checkup every morning when I brush my teeth. So as long as your brushing technique is good on a carnivore diet, that's really all you have to worry about, in my opinion. I have no evidence. But it is just an opinion.
Cool. Yeah, it's a shame about that dropping out a tiny bit. But anyway, right. So Polish Mike now is saying no sign of periodontitis. Periodontitis, yes. But my dentist, I need to get my teeth fixed. But my dentist said my gums are shifting up. and that may be irreversible. Am I brushing too hard, or perhaps my gums are lacking some minerals?
Another great question. You've got some great questions coming here. So
That's good.
traditionally, it was thought it was irreversible if your gums recede. I am privy to certain research which is not out to the public yet. Let me start that bit again. I'm privy to certain research where we are not using drugs. We are again using certain combinations of things like amino acids, where we can actually make the gum grow back. So no, nothing oral that you swallow. We are treating the gum directly and improving essentially the functioning of the cell, the functioning of the mitochondria, which then allows it to regain what it was doing before, and actually the gum grows back. And if I could share my screen, I would show you some before and after cases. But it's getting to the point where it's not irreversible. But to get to the point where it's taught that it's not irreversible at university, that's going to take many more years. But in the private sector, probably in another year or so, because it's only that far away, we'll probably be able to start to grow the gum back. Now, in terms of what's causing it, typically it will be things like brushing too hard. Because if you're in the carnivore community, it's not exactly going to be carbs feeding the bacteria, the P. gingivalis bacteria, because we're not putting that in there. So I would say double check your brushing technique with your dentist. And that's probably the best you can do right now. And hopefully within a year or so, I've already tried it on people, you should be able to grow the gum back.
Just can I jump in that really quickly? I think this seems to be a common side effect of beginning a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle. And I've always had the theory that it was a reduction in inflammation from the gums that has caused this perceived effect of maybe receding gums. So there we are, perfect. So I'm happy with that.
So sometimes what happens is when people have gum disease and their gums are inflamed, obviously you need to treat that. Goes without saying. But when you treat it and you reduce inflammation, the patients will complain to the dentist, look, my gums have shrunk because of what you did. No. That was their original size. They looked bigger when you came because the inflammation swells them. And so when you reduce inflammation locally, you reduce the size of that gum. And so it looks like it's receded. It's not. It's just that's the way it was before. That's all it is.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, just relating this to my terrible teeth. If you need a subject who's carnivore for 5 years, seriously, I'd be interested. But
yeah, definitely.
I went to have a checkup, and the dentist, who doesn't know how I eat, he said, "Oh, your teeth are amazing. Your cleaning is phenomenal. This is great," and did the pocket size and all that sort of stuff. But actually, aesthetically, they look atrocious. I look like I've got receding gum. Well, I've got receding gums, and this is fascinating to me. So anyway,
what you just described there, Stephen, is almost identical to what Rich described earlier. Rich was saying that it doesn't matter whether you can see abs or not to be healthy. That's a modern thing. Our ancestors wouldn't have cared really the way they looked. They just wanted the function to be able to chew their food. So we've ticked the ancestral boxes, if you like, by making sure your teeth are clean and functional. Then we go to the modern era of making everything look nice. That's all it is.
Cool. Okay. Is bicarbonate of soda a good thing to clean your teeth with?
It goes back to, it doesn't really matter what you use. It's the brushing technique. If you was to use nothing, just the bristles alone is fine. I mean, bicarbonate, just to add, because people have asked the question, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking bicarbonate is alkali. And so they think that they will neutralize the acidity. This is some things I've heard from patients in the past year. They say, well, if I brush with bicarbonate, it'll neutralize the acidity. Yes, it can neutralize the acidity, but not because it's alkali. Bicarbonate is a type of substance that's called amphoteric. Amphotericity refers to the fact that it can behave as an acid or an alkali. Now, there are different definitions of acids and alkali. We have Lewis, Bronsted-Lowry, Arrhenius. For the context of this, it will just say an acid is something that can donate a hydrogen ion or a proton. An alkali is something that can accept. Bicarbonate can do both. So people that are trying to look up bicarbonate and its benefits, if you see somewhere that says it's alkaline, it's not a full source. It can be both. It can donate a hydrogen and go to CO3 2-, and then releasing the hydrogen, or it can go to H2CO3 to neutralize its charge as well. Just a bit of side info in case, just because we were asked about bicarbonate.
Yeah, we all like side info, especially Richard. He's a real geek for this. Mojo Curios, 1 year strict carnivore, but still having bleeding gums. Why would that be, and what can I do? Worried about the link with heart disease, etc.
Good question. So, first of all, that would need to give a proper individualized answer. You do need someone to actually physically have a look and see what's causing that. But a lot of times, bleeding gums can be something simple, like you're just putting too much effort when you're brushing, and that's all it is. And there's actually nothing to worry about. Just relax a bit when you're brushing. Other times, it could be because there are bacteria inside the gum, so between the gum and the tooth, what we call the pocket, if you like, the little cuff around the tooth. And part of their life cycle is to basically kind of cause a little bit of destruction until you get more blood flow to the area, hence why things swell. And then upon minimal stimulation, like when your gum dentist just sort of walks that metal stick around your teeth, that shouldn't cause any bleeding. I know people sit there in a dental chair and go, well, yeah, of course it's bleeding because he just poked it with a metal stick. No, if you poke it with that metal stick lightly, it shouldn't bleed. The fact that it has means that there's some kind of bacterial life cycle there. So it's potentially one of the two. Either you're brushing too hard, or there's gum disease there that you need to get checked out in some way, which obviously I can't do here, but it's something to go and double check before it gets worse. If you leave bleeding gums, it gets worse and worse, and then it can go into, eventually, if it's completely untreated, into things like full-blown gum disease. And then if you leave gum disease, that ultimately leads to wobbly teeth and then teeth that fall out, which, in the sense of longevity, one of the things I noticed was older patients with less teeth, they had bigger medical histories. And it took me a while to realize it, but it makes sense entirely. Like, if they can't eat properly, what are they going to be doing in their bodies for any good?
Yeah, it's good. Sorry to be so quick fire, but
that's all right.
You've lit up the comments.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Right. So, how many times have you been told carnivore affects a placebo?
It's interesting. So I've not been told that explicitly in those words, but I have had it alluded to me. But you can say that about any diet. You can say that about any drug. You can say that about any effect from anything. There's always a possibility for a placebo. For me, it doesn't really matter whether it's someone says it's placebo or not. It's what you can prove from direct cause and effect versus association. And so whether there is a placebo effect or not, it's not that important to me, because even in a positive direct cause and effect relationship, some people may report a placebo even if they don't notice that positive effect. So it's a bit of a non-question for me personally.
Yeah, and I always counter this with, well, it works because when you have a placebo group in a medication, a pharmaceutical trial, people get better. So all we're actually proving is there's something to belief.
The mind is a powerful organ.
Yeah, and so I never really get that myself, actually, because I think I used to have this in rehab many years ago. I did a rehab clinic, and people come in, say, my back's hurt for 6 years, say, and I would give them some manipulation and tell them what was wrong and what I was doing and how the cavitation worked and all that, and then they get off and I've got videos of this on YouTube because it's great clickbait, and they're like, "Wow, I can't believe it," or moving their arm, and then they'd say, "You just telling me, was it placebo?" And I went, "Do you care? Do you actually care?
Exactly.
You go out and do your shoes up and go up and down your ladders and stuff. It doesn't matter, does it? As 100%. Long as you're better, really." I mean, it's interesting to know why, but anyway.
Yeah.
Right. This is a great question as well. For a non-smoker, does nicotine gum offer any advantages or risks?
Interesting question. I think we should split that up into the nicotine portion and the gum portion. Nicotine, I think we would all agree, is obviously not something required for human physiology. It is vestigial to human physiology. So in terms of any advantages, if you're a non-smoker because you're coming away from being a smoker, I suppose, it can smoothen that curve for you. That's about it. In terms of the gum, it's an interesting one. I mean, one of the problems, or one of the effects that gum does, chewing gum does in a traditional Western diet, is it reintroduces remineralization of the teeth because it stimulates the salivary glands. You've got a parotid glands here, sublingual, all these things here, and they will release saliva. And when your teeth have had an acid attack and some of that, those minerals have come out of the teeth because of what you've eaten, when the saliva comes back into the environment, the oral environment, and it coats those teeth, the minerals can then go back from the saliva into the teeth. That's why when I don't do it now, but I'm sure we've all had a can of Coke at some point in our lives. When you feel your teeth with your tongue, it feels a little bit chalky after the Coke. That's literally the dissolving of your teeth. You're feeling with your tongue the minerals coming out. So if you chew gum after that and you let the remineralization process occur, there's an advantage there because you're minimizing the damage that the Coke did. But in the carnivore community, do we need that? Probably not, because we're not having things like Coca-Cola all the time. But there is another physiological effect, is that it primes the stomach, right? So when you start to chew, you start to release hydrochloric acid in the stomach. And if you're chewing but eating nothing, I don't think anyone's done a study on this specifically, but I would guess it's not the most natural thing in the world for acid to just be released and do nothing. So if you're chewing gum all the time and you're constantly releasing acid into the stomach, you've got to question, what good is that going to do, if any? I would suggest that's not going to do any good for you at all.
Yeah, great answer. We're going to do the last one now about
Sure.
teeth, and then we'll move on to longevity, if you're okay with that.
Of course.
Yeah, great. How to restore receding gums? I know we've touched on this earlier, but
Sure.
I'm just trying to give everyone.
I can add some things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously before I touched on what is coming in the future, but this person said how to restore them after having braces before going carnivore and etc. So now, what can you do now versus what's coming in the future that I'm working on now? So there are certain procedures. So sometimes what you can do is just add a little bit of filling material to the teeth to fill out the gaps in between where the gums were. Might make the teeth look a bit too square. That's an individual thing. You've got to have a consultation to check whether it's for you. Another thing you can do is potentially kind of pull the trousers up on the teeth. You can just take a scalpel, kind of loosen up the gum, pull it down a bit, and then stitch it back in place. You're only really going to get a millimeter or two from that. You need to see a periodontal surgeon or a periodontist specialist for that. Another thing you can do, you can actually cut out a window of gum from the roof of the mouth and drape that over the teeth where the gum line should be, and that will then integrate to become the new gum line. So there's a few options that you can do now. Generally, they're not, the surgical ones aren't an easy thing to do. It's not, you just go in, 2 minutes later, you're done. So you do need a consultation. You do need to see a specialist gum surgeon or a periodontist. Cost-wise in the UK, you're probably looking at something like 1,000 to 2,000. And if you look after it, that could last decades. But then in the future, obviously, you've got technology to regrow the gum as well. And I wish I could show you the pictures, but it's extraordinary what we can do in the future.
Oh, well, that is incredible. When you say you wish you could show me the pictures, are they confidential then?
No one's explicitly told me on the team that it is confidential, but I could, when I come back later, if maybe I could email you the pictures. Maybe if you can bring them up on the screen, you can get a rough idea of what's possible.
Okay, that's cool. So there's few people moaning about me not talking about longevity. Yeah, I'm here now. I'm talking about longevity. All right. So
one question, Steve, before we get on to longevity. What are your thoughts, Dr. Abs, on the electric toothbrushes with red and blue lights?
Oh, complete waste of time. So another thing that, as part of being a consultant in biotech research, I've actually invented some of the protocols used in LED phototherapy around the world now. And I've consulted for the engineering of those devices. I have taught quantum electrodynamics to the context of LED phototherapy and laser medicine. Now, what you need to look for when you're looking at those devices, and this, I guess, touches on longevity as well, because you can use things like this for the face and healing. You have to look at what is the light. I know it sounds obvious, but what is the light? What is the wavelength of that light? When you're looking at red, ideally, you want it to be around 633 nanometers. When you're looking at blue, ideally, probably around 415 nanometers. If you're looking at near infrared, it's around 830 nanometers. Then you need to ask, what is the range? Because nothing will be exactly 633, really, unless you're talking laser. So the range around that, how much this way and how much that way, is called the peak tolerance. Now, the peak tolerance needs to be as narrow as possible so that you don't waste energy producing wavelengths which are useless. The tightest we've got in the world right now is 2 nanometers. So if you're aiming for 633 in red, the worst you'll get is 631 or 635. Now, the next thing is power. The more power, the more biological change. And I'll explain that very, very simply. These devices are producing radiation, okay? In terms of the particle, they are producing photons. Some kind of say it's particle or a wave, whichever makes it easier for you to think. It's called wave-particle duality. But a photon will be released. It will interact with a photoreceptor, which is the technical term. And the photoreceptor for, let's say, red is cytochrome C oxidase within the mitochondrial inner membrane of the oxidative phosphorylation process. And so 1 photon equals 1 unit of change, shall we say. Therefore, it stands to reason more photons equals more units of change. More photons equals more energy, more power. So a higher power device can produce more change. So the big devices that I use, for healing injuries and things in even Premiership football teams, the ones that I get them, they're sort of £20,000. And the energy level you're talking is 240 joules of energy per square centimeter in 20 minutes, 1200 seconds. Now, some of these masks that you find are sort of 0.0 something, which is just a complete waste of time. So if you think about the device that I get for like professional sports teams and big clinics, that's huge. That's probably the size of 2 or 3 office-sized printers stacked on top of each other. And that's how much machinery is needed to get that size of energy. So if you think of how small a toothbrush head is, how much energy are you getting from that? And how long is it actually staying hovering over one position to create enough biological change of cytochrome C oxidase to have a knock-on effect? You're going to be moving it pretty quickly. So its ability to actually create change, biological change, because it's barely there, and when it is there, there's barely any energy, is very, very gimmicky, really. So I would not waste your time at all. It's probably a very verbose answer. I apologize.
Fantastic.
No, it's great.
Fantastic.
I think that's fantastic. We do verbose here, don't you worry.
Okay.
Right. So, Dr. Abs, what do you think about GLP-1 in terms of longevity? So many doctors recommend this in lower doses. It is so confusing.
It is confusing. For those of you that don't know, GLP-1, so we're venturing into the realms of weight loss drugs. Okay. This is where people look at things like Wegovy, Mounjaro. You may have heard of drugs like Ozempic, things like that. So there's GLP-1s, there's GIPs. So GLP is glucagon-like peptide 1. And these drugs work by essentially slowing the rate of gastric emptying. Now, in terms of longevity, the direct link to longevity, one could make the argument with some reasonable amount of logic that if it controls your appetite and it stops you overeating, then yes, there will be a health benefit and therefore a potential longevity benefit. But the problem with these drugs is it works by essentially turning your digestive system to stone. There is gastroparesis here. And that is essentially a paralysis of your digestive tract. Then you've got the risk of things like pancreatitis. So who in the carnivore community or any longevity community has done intermittent fasting and had things like gastroparesis or pancreatitis risk? Basically no one. And there's a big difference between fasting and starvation. These drugs are essentially giving you starvation. It's not fasting, which is a big, big difference. When you lose muscle mass and lean mass, even from bone, from fat and muscle all together, where do you see that? You see that in starvation, not in health, not in intermittent fasting. And so when you look at these studies that quote 15% weight loss, 22% weight loss, whatever the figure is in different studies for different drugs in this world, half of that is going to be lean mass. When has it ever been healthy to lose lean mass at all? And my opinion of these drugs is they are extremely risky. They are not needed in the vast majority of cases. And the risks just are not worth it for the vast majority of people. I say vast majority because I have used them in very, very few cases. And I'll hold my hand up and I will tell you exactly why. I have had a few patients who are so large, who have such a problem, I think you're going to die if I don't do something. And I would rather you have this risk of this drug than seeing you leave this world. And in those cases, I have made the call as a qualified medic that, which I'm capable and allowed to make. I'm okay. This drug is fine for you, because even though there are all these risks, I would rather you take it and stop eating and eating yourself to death than the alternative, basically. So I do not recommend them for the majority of cases. I think they are only okay for very, very small numbers of people.
Cool. So, I mean, obviously, these people know you and know that you're in longevity. So, is that your
I'm
main
very
thing?
surprised. That is my main thing. Yeah. So essentially, what happens is, let's say I'm seeing a professional athlete. So I work with teams. I mean, I was at one of the Arsenal players' houses recently, for instance. So it's just a complete life management. So their diet, their nutrition, their sleep, their performance, the devices, all these kind of things. And we put them all together. I'm kind of like a personal physician, personal doctor, whatever the phrases would be, and something like that. And then I get other people that come in with, let's say, diabetes, just as one example, and they just want to get rid of that and live a healthy life. So I put a video up, I think it was last week, where I showed a before and after of someone's fasting insulin. It was only 4 weeks apart, but in 4 weeks, we managed to just completely reverse the diabetes, not using any drugs, not using anything fancy, things which I think in the carnivore community, people are well aware of. And so we did that. And then now we're working actually on just making them a healthy person, not just reversing the diabetes.
Okay. One more question from me, and then I'm going to hand over to Richard to interrogate you a bit more.
Sure.
Do you recommend any longevity supplements if someone is eating a carnivore, ketogenic, or low carb diet?
First of all, supplements. My opinion is, if your diet is good, you shouldn't really need any supplements. And your supplements should be subject to what is going on in your diet. And I think people have to differentiate the difference between a supplement and a nutraceutical as well. A nutraceutical is something which improves the way your body works in some way. A supplement is something that replaces part of your diet. And that's a big distinction. And I think a lot of companies prey on the lack of distinction between the two. So when it comes to supplements, true supplements, I would say, for me, I do have a protein powder. That's because I work all around the world. I was working as far as like New Zealand not that long ago, and I'm awake when the whole country's asleep. And the only thing I've got there is McDonald's, and I'm not having McDonald's. So I would rather take a protein powder with me and have that than a McDonald's. So for me, that's probably the only sort of traditional supplement that I have. Some people do use a lot of things like omega-3s. The concept is fine. The actual ability for the eicosahexaenoic acid to be bioavailable by the time it gets to you, that's a different subject entirely. I think we have to look at the bioavailability and the rancidity of some of these things. But in terms of nutraceuticals, I think the stem enhancer, which I know Bart goes on about quite a lot, that's probably the only thing that I properly take in terms of nutraceuticals. Occasionally, I will also have things like iodine. Just that's for me individually, because again, when I'm traveling, I don't necessarily trust the salt that I've got around me. So I would rather, if I can't trust the salt where I am, I don't know, I can't trust whether I'm getting enough iodine. So I'll just take things like that with me, simply based on travel. But if you're eating a good carnivore diet, frankly, you shouldn't really need to worry about anything like that. I don't know if you guys would agree or have a different opinion.
I have a great opinion on this, and I thought Rich would dive in, as he is a person that deals with supplements, but is not a snake oil salesman, because he says exactly what you say. If you get it from food, that's preferable. He says that exactly. And that's one of the things. I've been around this now a long time, 5 years carnivore, 2 years before that in keto and low carb. And I've met two people in the supplement arena who have really risen above everybody else, and they both said the same thing, that you should be able to get this from food.
Yeah.
And then there were places. So I'm going to use the facilities. So Richard's going to take over for a bit, if that's okay.
No worries. You go and use the little boys' room. I'm surprised you've lasted that long.
It's run off. It's actually run because it was that desperate.
We'll have to edit that out on the record. But it's Keto Pro, or it's that side is my brand. I got into this after reversing my diabetes and chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pains many years ago after a weight loss of around 107 pounds. And, you know, I didn't know what a carbohydrate was at the time, but I quit my job as a purchasing manager. I retrained as a nutritionist. And this is a rabbit hole. And I think within this community, we can know that A gets us to C, but I want to understand the B. And for that reason, I've continued down the rabbit hole. And I'm a big believer in this lifestyle being able to supply us with everything that we need if we live it correctly. Now, the question there is, you know, are most people willing to live it correctly? And what I noticed in the early stages when I began coaching was that you would tell people just to go and eat some steak.
Yeah.
But they couldn't do that because it seemed too much of a big change. We're told that vegetables contain all of the vitamins and minerals that we need. You know, you and I know that that's a complete fallacy. Everything we need is found in animal proteins, but it's so prevalent within the media and mainstream that it's difficult to explain that to people. So I began a different approach, and I looked at how I came into this lifestyle. I didn't wake up being carnivore. I started by restricting bread, and then, you know, the vegetable oils. And so I gravitated into low carb. Then I became what you'd call dirty keto. Then I gravitated into a standard keto, then clean keto. And I only knew these terminologies after. This was all done intuitively. You know, you learn the carbohydrates break down into sugar, and sugar causes all of these problems. Similar effects on insulin when it comes to vegetable oil. In fact, it's probably more damaging than sugar. But you learn these things as you go. And what I found was the best approach was these incremental changes. If you can wake up and live a carnivore lifestyle, fantastic, then you're on to a winner. But many people, I think, need to make these incremental changes. And for most people, that begins with going down the low carb route. And that's what I do. I offer low carb alternatives in regards to, you know, wraps and breads. I don't eat them myself because they contain compounds that I don't want to consume, but I'm no longer in that position. But it all began for me with MCT oils. And I'd love to get your thoughts on MCT. So I produce C8. C8. I produce C8. Mine's the world's highest purity, 99.9%. Yeah, 99.9.
I'm going to have to check that out. I'm going to have to buy some.
Perfect. I'll send you some. Gladly send you some. So I also do it in a powder version. So there's the powder. Amazing. That's what I'm drinking with the ketones that I have now. But I wanted to... What I found at the time was a lot of these products were available in the States. Very few were available in the UK. And what was available was substandard, you know, coconut oil, you know, because of the oleosins that they can still cause intestinal permeability. And this is why C8, you know, is far better for you, I believe, than standard coconut oil. And that's what I started to do. And then I started to produce electrolyte formulas. Electrolyte formulas that I believe to be, you know, number one on the planet, devoid of all the crap that was in other electrolytes, and with the ratio that I believe is more beneficial. A lot of these others, I believe the ratios have been put in correctly with low bioavailable ingredients. And I've added things like molybdenum, selenium, and astaxanthin. And the astaxanthin, I'd love to get your thoughts on astaxanthin also. Yeah. But it's, you know, when we look at antioxidants, most, if not all of the other antioxidants on the planet are pro-oxidants. Yeah. And they overexpress the NRF2 pathway, whereas astaxanthin doesn't. It doesn't begin its journey as a pro-oxidant. And I believe the benefits there to be unparalleled. And this is a version, and I gladly send you this as well. This is the unflavored version, but this is for the elite. This is the unflavored version. The taste's disgusting because even though there's no nasty, so there's no stevia in this, but as you can see, it's got like an orange or red tint, and that's the astaxanthin. But it tastes incredibly strong. It tastes very fishy. It tastes like the seaside. It isn't just salt, and many can't handle it. But the other version then, which does contain a little bit of stevia, is this one. Now, regardless of your thoughts on stevia, most people would use that, you know, and again, if we live an ancestral based lifestyle. If we crush the bones and eat the cartilage off, the end of the bones and the connective tissue, and eat organ meats, then it's quite possible that we will obtain all of the electrolytes we need from our nutrition. But many of us don't do those things. And it also depends on how hard we're training and working out. Anthony Chaffee doesn't train and that much and doesn't use electrolytes. Sean Breaker does, and so on and so forth. But that's, in a nutshell, is what I try to do with the products. I try to bring the best to the market that I believe, while offering the less strict carnivore or someone who's new to the lifestyle an alternative. And the same with the exogenous ketones. But anyway, that's a long-winded way to get to get round to the exogenous ketones. There's a lot of opinion on ketones within the community. I believe that they're incredible. I produce them, I use them. But I'd love to get your thoughts, because I think there's a lot of misconception, within the community, and I think they could be both positive and negative depending on the situation.
Agree.
But yeah,
I think some people seem to have this unhealthy fascination or obsession with ketosis. Your body has been designed to do the best thing it needs to for that situation. If it needs to go into ketosis, it will do it. And when you're fully a carnivore and you're doing everything properly, I don't think it's something you have to consciously think about or force in any way. However, when you're going into certain goals like weight loss or things like that, I think they can be very beneficial in certain situations for certain people. And C8, I agree. That's probably one of the best ones. It's quickly metabolized by the liver. It's converted into ketones. It gives you an immediate and also an efficient source of energy for both the brain and the body. You get enhanced cognitive function. You can help with weight management, lots of the gut health, anti-inflammatory properties, better physical performance, blood sugar regulation, all these things. I think when someone is in the journey and they're trying to get to where they need to be, it can be useful. But I don't think this is just a personal opinion. I think when you're fully carnivore, and let's say you're eating once a day, roughly speaking, you're probably going to go into a mild ketosis before your next meal because of the time it's taken to get there anyway. And I think your body slowly drifting in and out is what our ancestors would have had. And so for me, that's the most natural, if we're defining natural as what our ancestors had. So for me personally, that's generally what I try and get my patients towards. But on the way there, supplements like that, I would absolutely have a look at and say that can help you achieve your goals for you. What I am actually experimenting with now, because when I used to train to record level, I used to do also, I don't know any of the things I know now, but I used to look at pre-workouts and all this stuff. I'm experimenting now with just taking a little bit of C8 and some electrolytes before a workout, and that's it. And I tried it the other day for the first time, and it was brilliant. Absolutely. I mean, it might have been placebo, of course, but there was no negative side effect of not having the traditional big pre-workout and this drink and that drink all mixed together. So I think absolutely C8 should have a place in people's lives when they're getting towards where they need to be. And astaxanthin, you mentioned that as well. Yeah, I think as far as I'm aware, that probably has the highest ORAC value, ORAC, which is a way of kind of measuring the antioxidant stress of a particular ingredient, shall we say. So it stands for oxygen radical absorbance capacity. And I think it comes out roughly kind of 5,000 times higher than vitamin C in terms of that capacity. You basically just use a kind of fluorescent probe to measure the oxidation that's going on. Now, astaxanthin, there was a really famous experiment where they fed some chickens astaxanthin and another group of chickens just the normal food. The normal food was the same, but one had added astaxanthin, and that was the only difference. They got the eggs and cracked them, and I think this may be on YouTube somewhere. They picked up the yolk of the non-astaxanthin chicken group, and it just, as you would expect, it just kind of burst and the yellow went everywhere. They were able to pick up the yolk by the membrane in the astaxanthin group, and they shook it, and it just wasn't breaking. And that's kind of what it's doing to you on the inside. The issue for me with astaxanthin is just a dose. I think there's a lot of debate on what is the minimum clinically effective dose, what is the point of diminishing returns, and what is the best source? Is it algae? Is it something else? I don't know the answer to those questions, but I don't doubt that there's absolutely positive benefits from taking it.
Yeah,
great stuff. I've got a super chat question for you.
Yeah.
And it's a name I'm sure you've come up against when you talk at longevity. Hello, Dr. Abs. What do you think of Brian Johnson's longevity anti-aging regime of eating tons of contraindicated plants?
So I think we would all agree on the plant aspect. I don't think it takes a genius to work that one out. However, in terms of the other aspects of what he's doing, if we look at the actual cosmetic aspects, it's really not that special. You know, some of the treatments that he's doing is just it's pretty old school. There's nothing going on. I'll give you an example, right? A lot of people talk about collagen in the supplement form, in inducing it in the skin, whatever. People don't realize there's actually 28 different types of collagen. Some of them are useless in the skin. Some of them are, you know, helpful in preventing metastasis across basement membranes. Some of them, if you increase them everywhere, it probably creates a more carcinogenic environment. And if you look at what Brian's doing in a lot of his treatments, I actually did a video on this on my channel, looking at his sort of cosmetic aspects of his longevity routine. He's not doing anything worthwhile. There's really only one product in the world that is something you can use for your skin to induce multiple types of collagen and elastin and fibronectin maximally, and it's nowhere to be seen in his routine. So I think his diet aspects, would all agree, is terrible, and his cosmetic aspect, some of it is great, some of it is terrible as well.
Yes. So there's a question that I want to post. Actually, I was going to be cheeky and post it as a pseudonym, but I can't. Oh, hang on, there we go. Yeah. This is a good time to ask you about
sure.
cellulite.
Yes. We had a question earlier
in the chat. Yeah.
So the first thing to realize is, from a patient perspective, cellulite is a visual problem. If you are a clinician, and I guess some of the viewers will be, and you guys will be in this context as well, a clinician should recognize it not as a visual problem, but as a biochemical pathophysiology. And cellulite, it starts from the storage of fat. Okay, so you have to start all the way back from insulin, from Randall 1963, etc., etc. Once that fat is being stored, what happens is you have to look at the rate of storage. That's the key. It's the speed, because the adipocytes, just like every other cell in the body, need a blood supply. If you then create adipocytes very, very quickly, and the speed of that is quicker than the rate of creating blood flow to the area with angiogenesis, the creation of new blood vessels, then those new cells have been made without any oxygen supply. It's like trying to build new houses without any electricity or plumbing. What the hell is that house going to be capable of, and who can live there? And so these new adipocytes, they enter a state of hypoxia. And so they struggle. They're gasping for air. They're drowning. And so what happens is they become inflamed. And when they become inflamed, they cannot produce the correct extracellular matrix. So for those who don't know, the extracellular matrix is the bit around the cell. The bit inside the cell is the intracellular matrix. And in the skin, between fibroblasts, the bit just in between the cell is the intercellular matrix. So there's 3 different types. So when these adipocytes get hypoxic, they get inflamed, and then the ECM is dysregulated, dysfunctional. That then makes them even more hypoxic, because they still can't get any blood because of all the dysregulation. And so you get this downward spiral that just goes round and round and round and round. And so cellulite has to break that cycle. You have to stop the inflammation. And the problem is, when you exercise a lot, how do you know that there is no negative effect from the lactic acid that is being built up there? The lactic acid won't last forever, I know, but when it gets produced at some point, it will not be exactly the same pH as before. And what happens is, when you have inflammation in a tissue, from a biochemical standpoint, one of the things that you can define that as is the level of hydrogen ions. When things are very inflamed, you'll get more hydrogen there. So if you don't stop that, you can't change the physiology of that area, because even if you're trying to treat the area by bringing angiogenesis, by bringing new blood vessels to give oxygen and help the cells then normalize, that is reliant on the inflammation not being there. So the inflammation is what you have to stop. So when I treat cellulite, I treat it with the first product that was ever designed to actually treat it, not hide it. And the reason it treats it, again, we're using amino acids to normalize the mitochondrial function, and we are using bicarbonates. And I said earlier, bicarbonate is amphoteric, so it will neutralize it. It's not an alkali, it's not an acid, it can be either. but it's a dependent variable based on the environment. So those bicarbonates will take up the excess hydrogen. Suddenly inflammation is stopped. And then the amino acids that we use in those specific stoichiometric ratios then go into this, or the extracellular matrix, and then normalize the cell function. Then you start to get a normalization of the area. Now, the reason cellulite has that appearance is because, to put it in layman's terms, fat is stored in like sections. Let's call each section a bag. Now, that bag is made of a particular protein called fibrillin 3. What happens during this pathophysiology is that we have an enzyme called MMP14, matrix metalloproteinase 14, which actually comes down and breaks down that fibrillin 3 bag. And so the integrity of that bag reduces. So the pockets of fat inside start to poke through. And so on the surface, you get this orange peel texture because some are poking through. And I'll put that into an analogy. Imagine you've got a carrier bag of food, of whatever food you want, and the bag is really, really thick. It's like a centimeter thick. When you squeeze that bag, it's just going to be round. Now imagine you've got a bag that's a thin piece of plastic, like a traditional carrier bag at a supermarket. When you squeeze that bag, all the food outlines show through. That's what happens when you lose the integrity of this fat bag. Things start to poke through, and that's why you see that appearance on the surface. So you will never treat cellulite unless you treat the pathophysiology and you reverse that pathophysiology, because it's a downward spiral. So the best you can do without treating it is hiding it. And hiding it is dangerous, because in the process of hiding it, you might make it worse by inducing something like fibrosis, depending on what treatment you go for. So it's important to break that inflammatory cycle, and then you can restore cell function at the same time. And the good news is it's very non-invasive. It's quick. I mean, usually it takes me one session to halve someone's, and I mean literally halve someone's cellulite. If people are interested, there's actually a video on my channel of me doing it, and you can see some before and after in the same video as well. So it's not difficult, but exercise alone is not going to treat it, because the inflammation is still there. The excess hydrogen, the lack of ECM, the hypoxia is still there. And that's a pathophysiology, not just a visual problem.
Yeah, fantastic answers. And I think you're impressing a lot of people who've not even seen you before, which is good. You're getting a lot of questions, if that's okay.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay. Can I get my 83-year-old husband with Alzheimer's to increase muscle mass by eating carnivore, especially beef? I think then I could get him to walk more.
Okay, good question. So first of all, it's good that people understand the importance of increasing muscle mass. When you increase muscle mass, you also increase mitochondrial numbers. And this is going to help you in many, many things. When you increase the mitochondrial numbers, you increase the number of, say, Krebs cycle happenings that go on in the body, because the Krebs cycle feeds into oxidative phosphorylation in the mitochondria. And what a lot of people don't realize is just the presence of, this is crucial, just the presence of the Krebs cycle happening, actually, so without even feeding oxidative phosphorylation, just it being there, and the intermediates within it, just those intermediates physically being present is actually a trigger for the immune system increase. So Krebs cycle intermediates correlate to immune system quality or strength, if you like. And so that's why it's so important. Now, it's good that you recognize that. In terms of increasing the muscle mass, there is really only one thing you can do to increase muscle mass, and that is hypertrophy. It's not something you can go into straight away, depending on the training status that you have. You may have to start with just something simple like walking, and there's nothing wrong with that, and work your way up. But in order to increase the muscle mass, you must break the muscle fiber. That is the only way. To increase strength, it's different. You're trying to train the nervous system to generate a larger electrical impulse. In muscle mass, you must be doing failure. You must be going to failure in what you're doing. So I think my view is very similar to Bart K's on this. I would say roughly 2 sets, plus or minus half a set, would cover the entire population. And in terms of number of reps, I would say between 7 and 9, roughly speaking, that would cover the entire population. And once you do that to failure, that's the stimulus that will then increase the muscle mass. Now, in terms of just eating correctly, that won't increase muscle mass technically, because you're not breaking anything. Eating correctly gives you the opportunity to train and gain well from that training. So eat right, but then use the walking as a pathway to then get him to do more, because walking alone is not going to build muscle mass. There's nothing wrong with walking. That's absolutely fine. We're designed to walk long distances. but then you have to keep scaling up and scaling up and scaling up. If you can get him to do simple exercises to failure, then the muscle mass will start to crumb. And that is really the only way to get the muscle mass increase. It's not necessarily what you eat. You eat the same. It's the training that you do. It's the type of stimulation and the damage that you do that determines how you grow. Is it going to get bigger? Is it going to get stronger? That's all it is.
Fabulous, fabulous. Two very interesting questions coming up.
Yep.
I also like the name, Lotto Retirement Strategies. Right. How do you remove lipedema with Carnivore? Yeah, because lipedema is a hard fatty deposit.
So lipedema is sometimes confused with cellulite. So cellulite, you have different grades. If you have grade 0 cellulite, it's basically no cellulite. Then you get to 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you have grade 4 cellulite, you're not really reversing that, because one of the key characteristics of grade 4 cellulite is sclerosis. So the blood vessels have actually just kind of collapsed. You can't reverse that. It's done. Like you've got no chance of trying to treat that. When you get grade 4 cellulite, visually, it looks like lipedema to people who are not trained in the subject. Lipedema, no one knows the exact cause. There is no definitive treatment. There is debate as to whether surgical treatments are good in either the short term and or long term, but the whole thing is still a rough question mark. Now, you can differentiate lipedema from stage 4 cellulite or grade 4 cellulite, because lipedema generally is going to be, it's going to show a little bit of asymmetry, actually. And some people get it very heavily asymmetrically. One arm might look absolutely fine. One arm like look really, really big, or same for the glutes or the legs or something along those lines. But typically it's lower body. You're looking at areas like, let's say, hips, thighs, buttocks, legs, occasionally upper arms as well. You can get it symmetrical, but I think clinical experience, this is just my clinical experience, quite a lot of the time, if you look carefully, there is actually some higher level of asymmetry than there is in cellulite. The areas are sometimes a little bit painful to touch, a little bit tender. They may feel heavy, they may ache. And one of the key features is that, potential key features is that it happens because the lymphatic system is unable to then drain the fat. And so things start to build up. So in the early stages, physical therapy in the form of things like massage could help, because that's kind of stimulating the lymphatic drainage. But then if you leave that and there's so much there that you're not physically draining that, unfortunately, it's possibly, unless something comes about in the future, it's possibly a bit too late. There's also potentially a hormonal component. It's progressive. It can easily bruise. Certain things you can't get rid of in terms of risk factors like genetics. Sometimes it runs in families. But at the same time, if you're eating carnivore, I suspect that is the best prevention that you can do. Just like this, the best prevention for cellulite, because cellulite, again, is storage. Storage is only going to occur depending on how your insulin landscape plays out.
Absolutely amazing. So Penny's got a question, and then I'll shut up and eat my little snack that I'm sneaking in, and we'll get Richard to host for a bit, because I'm sure he's got a million questions. I've got one that's off the top of my head, and this is absolutely from my heart. Okay.
Sure.
Where have you been hiding, Dr. Abs? Because you're incredible. You got some great knowledge. Nice guy. Where have you been?
I'm very flattered. I wasn't expecting to even be here. So to get so many questions and things, I'm really, really, really humbled. Thank you. I was in the medical world, just being told to shut up for a long time. Really, that's where I was. And then I started YouTube really not that long ago. I'm going to be honest. It must have been probably only about a year. And I think I'm touching or closing in on 50,000 subs now. So it's grown better than I'd ever hoped. And hopefully there'll be more coming, but that's where I'm going to put most of my content. And then I teach at universities. I teach doctors professionally in courses and things. I consult for companies and hospitals. YouTube is still quite new, so I think that's why I'm basically a nobody still.
Well, I wouldn't say you're a nobody, but I'm sure Rich is thinking, we'd have you on our live on a Sunday night.
I'd be honoured. I'd be honoured.
Okay, that's very kind of you.
I've
So,
already
Penny,
DM'd Dr. Labs
Oh,
while
amazing.
we've been talking. Yeah, so you
cutting
yeah.
me out of the equation. Right, Penny, any tips for face psoriasis? 7 months on clean carnivore, but horrible face psoriasis on vitamin D3 and K2, selenium, magnesium, riboflavin, and folic acid.
Interesting. So I think there's a few components to that question. Let's break them down. So in terms of psoriasis, for those that don't know, it's a chronic condition. It's autoimmune. It's a skin disease, and it kind of accelerates the growth of skin cells that gives you this kind of thickened, almost kind of like a scaly patch on the skin surface. And those patches we call plaques. They can be red, they can be itchy, they can be inflamed. It can be minor, it can be very severe. It can even look like dandruff in some cases, or it can be covering the entire limb in even worse cases. And I've seen both of those and everything in between. So you've got plaque psoriasis, guttate psoriasis, inverse psoriasis, pustular psoriasis, erythrodermic psoriasis, variety of symptoms. In terms of going on carnivore, nutritionally, that's the best you can do. I think we would all agree. Otherwise, that's what we're all here for. In terms of treating it, it's really not a big deal nowadays. I think carnivore diet will be the first step for anyone anyway, if possible. That will reduce the inflammatory load, and it is an inflammatory condition, and it is autoimmune. However, if you want to treat it directly, if you want to target it, there is probably the most non-invasive and easiest way, which is actually using LED phototherapy. Now, there is only one brand in the world, I believe, that actually has unless someone has come out recently that I don't know, I'll hold my hands up. But as far as I'm aware, there's only one brand in the world that has a medical license to use LED phototherapy specifically to treat psoriasis. Don't know if I'm allowed to say the brand because I don't want to look like I'm sponsored or yeah. So if people want to look it up, if people have this condition, look up something called Dermalux, DERMALUX. Just type in Dermalux psoriasis before and after into Google Images. You'll be amazed. And I've seen this in person. I've used this. Sometimes even after one session, there is huge, significant changes in the patient. So what that will do is utilize things like near infrared, which is 830 nanometers, which kind of photo displaces nitric oxide out of the oxidative phosphorylation chain in the mitochondrial inner membrane. Once you do that, you allow phosphorylation, the entire oxidative phosphorylation process to occur unhindered. And so you reduce the inflammatory process. And so the cells can function as normal, and things start to normalize visually as well. And so that's going to be one of the easiest ways. Now, if you're doing LED phototherapy for it, if it's really severe, I would avoid red in the first place. The reason being, red light in a phototherapy context, when it hits cytochrome C oxidase, it can accelerate the activity of that. And it can therefore accelerate the activity of the cell or increase the activity of the cell. But if the majority of the activity is inflammatory in nature, it could actually increase the inflammation as well. So if you have severe psoriasis or severe acne, you actually avoid red until it becomes moderate or mild, and then you put it back in. So LED phototherapy is going to be incredibly easy. You just lie there, you fall asleep. There's no injections, there's no drugs, there's no side effects. You just got to check your medical history, and that's it. You just lie there, and things start to disappear. So that's going to be a targeted treatment that will hit it directly. Now, in terms of the person saying they're on vitamin D3 and K2, well, first of all, D3, I do have D3. I don't take it every day. Again, it's really a travel thing for me. If I'm going to the other side of the world and I'm up when everyone's asleep, I'm never going to get any sunshine. So I will take it in that case. Second of all, you have to look at the dose of D3. There was a study in Norway. I can't remember the reference off the top of my head, but they were sunbathing outside for half an hour, and I think their body produced around 20,000 units of D3. So take that as it's a rough guide. The measurement obviously needs to be called into question, standard error, human error, etc. So the dose needs to be looked at. And in terms of the K2 is, it's a group of molecules called menaquinones, and they are differentiated by the size of those menaquinones. And they're basically used to control the movement of calcium in the blood. And there are cis and trans, which Richard is an expert on this. I'm sure he knows far more about it than I do, but essentially it's to do with the orientation of hydrogens around a double bond between carbon atoms. So if the hydrogen is on the same side, that is what you call a cis. And if they're on opposite sides, that's what you call a trans. So if you're taking vitamin K2, I did do a video on this a couple of weeks ago explaining the nucleation process with calcium phosphate that it does. But you ideally want MK7, menaquinone 7, in a trans form. There's not many in the world that actually state all trans on the back, which is interesting. One of them that I showed in the video was life extension. From comments on the video, I've seen that there are other ones available as well. I've got no obligation to any particular company, but try and get the MK7 as all trans, and try and get MK4 as well. So these are used in different places. MK7, I think, is more systemic. MK4 is more for things like the brain and the pancreas as well. So they work together very, very well. And this is something which Weston Price looked at in 1914 as well. In terms of the other things you said there, selenium, magnesium, riboflavin, folic acid, really those things, if you eat a good diet, a good carnivore diet, you're going to get those things from the diet anyway. Those things aren't things that you should take by default. You know, if there's some reason you're deficient, fine, go for it. If you're maybe having trouble sleeping, magnesium in the form of a bisglycinate or something can help with something along those lines. But those are specific issues. They're not a thing to take by default, if that makes sense. I've given quite long answers here. I feel bad for taking people's time.
Now, these are great answers. And the thing is, we're known for long answers.
Okay.
We like long answers.
I constantly put out that if you've asked a question, when we do our lives on Sunday, if you ask a question at 7, you're lucky if we've answered it by 20 past. but we try to give full answers. And I mean, I love the fact, I mean, I stopped myself talking about MK7 earlier because I felt, you know, sometimes you can get really into the weeds and, you know, 24, even with 24 hours, there's not enough time. The questions are just buzzing through. And I just want to live little bit of light relief just to give you, you know, time to take a breath. It's great.
We can carry on. I'm good.
Well, Dr. Robert Kiltz, I wanted to tell you, he thinks you know, it's an amazing chat. So it's really nice there.
That is high praise indeed.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he is an amazing guy. And I got told off because I gave you a list of things about you. But apparently, Jill says, I forgot to mention that you're gorgeous. So that's not really what this is all about.
What it does to you.
But yes, right. So, Rich, you've been really good sitting on your hands there. I'm sure you've been wanting to ask a question. Did you want to say anything in particular, or are you quite happy with going with questions from the people?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go with questions from the people. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. Hence the private DM while we were on a little while ago to get you on a podcast. Yeah, I'd love to get you on a podcast and with Stephen on the live. So
yeah, sure.
Oh, you were doing a separate thing. No worries.
Hey, I don't get invited on all your podcasts, you know, and you've got a much bigger following than me. So,
so Dr. Abs, you're booked in for 3 o'clock in the morning as well. You're still coming back, even though you've done this super
Absolutely. I'd love to. I feel bad that I can't answer everyone's questions. So yeah, I'd love to come back.
Well, let's see if we can get some more up. But you must have one, Richard. Go on.
Yeah. So look, I was, you know, when we look at these NAC supplements, for example, coming back to the longevity, I'm not a lover, and you know, I can explain why, but I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are.
Yeah, so NAC, N-acetylcysteine is what you're referring to. I think again, it's I guess you would class it as a nutraceutical more than a supplement because it's not replacing something from the diet. It's got a lot of benefits. We can use it for health and lots of different things. It's essentially a derivative. It's an amino acid derivative for those that don't know. So it's a derivative of cysteine, which is a precursor to glutathione, which is the antioxidant. Now, it has the antioxidant properties. It can help in things like respiratory health and in protecting the liver, in mental health and immune support, in chronic disease, detox, skin health. List goes on, all these sorts of things. But then what is the appropriate dosage? You know, how do we know? Dosages can range from something like, let's say, 600 to 1800 milligrams per day. That's a big range. Like the top end is literally 3 times the size of the bottom end. That tells me we actually don't know what the minimum clinically effective dose is and what the point of diminishing returns is. So dosage is an issue. Now, you may use higher dosages for specific conditions, like, for example, acetaminophen overdose, but that's very, very specific in certain cases. And yes, it can be considered safe, but what about the gastrointestinal discomfort? What about the nausea? I think rarely there have been allergic reactions as well. Now, if something is causing you gastrointestinal discomfort and potentially nausea, then for me, it's like what you said earlier, Rich. you can go from A to C, but what's the B?
Mm.
And I don't know what the B is that's causing that gastrointestinal comfort. And gastrointestinal discomfort is really important. You know, that's when you look into why GLP-1 drugs, GIP drugs are something which I personally don't recommend for the vast majority of people. You understand that it's a gastrointestinal problem, and that affects the whole body. So if NAC is potentially doing that as well, I don't know how it's doing that. So it's not something I would personally recommend to my patients. I don't know if you share a similar view or a different perspective on it at all.
Yeah, you know, I'm inclined to agree. And when we look at other longevity supplements, I try to look at the pathway, and I keep coming back to this activation of the NRF2 pathway, which is a pro-oxidant pathway. You know, if we look at vegetables in particular, this is why I'm not a fan of most vegetables, because they don't begin their journey as antioxidants; they begin as pro-oxidants. And I'm always skeptical of the activation of, or at least the overactivation of the NRF2 pathway. I don't think it's a good thing. I think if we look at pro-oxidant effects, these are the antioxidant effects from some of these, you know, some of these drugs, I believe, doesn't confer a benefit in most people. And again, if you were a sick person and you were to take said supplement, it may help in the short term. But does that mean it's fixed? Does it mean it's addressed the root cause? What's the root cause? And I believe that, you know, coming back to the elevation in glutathione, just being ketogenic and carnivore will do this naturally. The production of beta-hydroxybutyrate will do that naturally. NAD plus supplements also activate the NRF2 pathway. You know, we come back to it having this this, oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? My mind's gone blank. How far are we in now, Stephen? Nearly 14 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah. You know, yeah, my mind's gone blank a sec. But I mean, it's some of these effects, we're told that we begin with a pro-oxidant effect and it leads to an antioxidant effect. But I'm not always convinced that that's the right way to go about things.
And also, I think, first of all, I agree with everything you said. You're absolutely spot on. The other thing is the NRF2 pathway is a dependent variable. You know, human beings are not designed to mess with dependent variables. We're designed to mess with independent variables. For those that don't know, in case we're speaking different language, NRF2 is nuclear factor erythroid 2 related factor 2. It's to do with the cellular defense mechanism against oxidative stress and inflammation, hence why it's, you know, cysteine is used in the production of things like glutathione. Now, when you eat correctly, what is the requirement for a large amount of oxidative stress protection? Not that high. And so that is why our body is not creating excessive levels of glutathione. It's only making the amount that it absolutely needs. And so my viewpoint is pretty much identical to yours. It's when our cell requires regulation in a repair mechanism, whether it's NRF2, whether it's mTOR complex 1, whether it's GCN2K ATF4, it will engage those pathways whenever needed at the right time. It's the principle of that is the same as, let's say, ketosis. Your body will engage ketosis when needed. You don't have to fiddle with these dependent variables. And so that's where I come from, the perspective of dependent and independent variables. And I think we just shouldn't really be messing with dependent variables. We should just eat right, live right. Everything will take care of itself.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, you know, one of the arguments is that, you know, there is benefit to the NRF2 pathway, because when you begin a ketogenic journey, this pathway is activated. But I'd bring it back to environmental. So hormesis was the word I was looking for. And that's what people think that, you know, these positives are from plants, is that the hormetic response. But molecular hormesis is very different to environmental hormesis. And I would categorize a keto lifestyle as environmental, even though it's classed as a diet. It's environmental because we are in the state of, technically, to break it down to bare bones, not eating. This will allow us to become ketogenic and produce ketones. So I would put that under environmental over molecular or diet related, but it's short lived. This is a shock to the system for most people gravitating into a ketogenic lifestyle because they've had a lifetime of not living this way. But it's short lived, 2 to 3 weeks, and that expression is no longer there. at least in my knowledge, to the severity that it is initially. But these are two very different things: environmental hormesis compared to molecular. I do believe that there is a benefit to environmental hormesis in regards to cold water dipping, red light
same.
therapy, maybe.
I agree.
But these are two different things. I don't believe that the pro-oxidant effect leads to any benefit if we are in a healthy state, which we look at things like turmeric, for example. Turmeric is touted as being one of the top supplements. I'm not a fan of turmeric at all. Turmeric, in my opinion, is not your friend. Again, it activates this NRF2 pathway. It blocks phase 2 detoxification in the liver. We add piperine, which also affects the CYP P450 enzyme in phase 1 detoxification, and it blocks UDP, glucuronosyl transferase, in phase 2, and not to allow us to absorb more, but to prevent the body from excreting it as a toxin. And this is what we're up against. We're in a world of all of these supplements that are meant to elicit these magical responses, but whether they confer a benefit in the short term, I don't believe that it's the key to longevity.
Even the wastage of energy. One of the things that NAC will do is, when NRF2 is activated, it induces the expression of antioxidant genes, like those that code for glutathione transferase, NADPH quinone, oxidoreductase 1, hemoxygenase 1. That's an energy-intensive process. Like your energy is a finite resource in our bodies. If your body says, after millions of years of learning, the best thing to do with this ATP here is to use it for this instead of that, I'm sorry, but that your body knows better than you ever will, or a marketing department in some supplement company's brand.
Yeah, I agree. So you're also not a fan of turmeric, then?
No, I'm a fan of food.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Now it's come to that time. We're at the top of the hour.
Sure.
I'm a little bit. Jake Thomas is the next guest in the room, but I had him down for an hour's time, and Colt Milton to be on now. So it's all gone a bit.
This is live.
A bit Pete Tong. I don't know Jake, and I've messaged Jake to say I think you should be on in an hour. He's in the waiting room there, Richard. But anyway, Dr. Abs, that was amazing.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. And it'll be great to see you at 3 a.m. UK time.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed you've agreed that. Are you sure you don't want to duck
You're very welcome.
That puts
I'm
you
good. I'm good.
At the same level as Anthony Chafee, who came on for us at 4 a.m. this morning.
Exactly.
So kudos to him for that, and kudos for you. I'm
Robert
looking forward to
Kiltz,
chatting again.
Thank you.
And Robert Kiltz came on super early, so credit to all of you guys. But super looking forward to chatting again at 3. Whether Stephen and I will be as
I might take over if you fall asleep.
That's fine. Well, perfect. You come on and crack on, and we can take half an hour. But fantastic chatting. I really enjoyed it.
Rest, Dr. Abs, and we'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Take care, man.
Great stuff. So I don't know Jake, and he's not put his camera on. He's on mute there as well. So I don't know if he's listening. If he is, he could put his camera on and unmute. If not, I've also messaged Colt, who hasn't turned up. So maybe something's gone wrong with the system. But last year we didn't have any no-shows, and this year we've only had Sean, obviously, as a no-show. So
when you say the system's messed up, you mean you've sent people the wrong times with the wrong links?
No. I mean, basically, the link that goes out, they pick the time that they want to do.
I'm playing.
I know you were teasing me, but I just wanted people to know that's how it works. I have a 24-hour calendar and all the time slots, and then people just react on the link and book a date and a time straight in. So Colt, who is normally, very quick to reply, he's backstage. Well, I'm going to have to send him a different link because I think he's got the wrong link. So, Rich, talk about the school for a second for me.
Fantastic. So Jake is backstage, but not on camera. Is that right?
No, Colt is backstage.
Colt,
so.
no Jake. Okay, fantastic. So just to circle back to our school group. School is a private group that Stephen and I have set up. It is a paid platform, but it's $4 a month, which works out less than $1 a week over a 365-day or 12 month. incredible value for money. We're trying to build a community that like-minded people can connect and share thoughts and ideas, recipes. Stephen and I have built some incredible courses that are available in there. I mean, I say that they're free. There is a cost to join the school group, but once you're in there, these are all free to use. One of the courses that Stephen and I have worked on is an introduction to this way of eating. So maybe a fantastic gift for somebody who doesn't want to wake up tomorrow and become carnivore. We've done this through incremental changes, one video every day with one change per week. That course was £50 to utilize. And now it's free within there. But the best thing of all is Stephen and I go live in there, bar today, because we're live now, every Monday at 8 p.m. for 1 hour live Q&A. It's a fantastic means to get your questions answered. YouTube is brilliant, but when the question is asked, there's quite often missing information that Stephen and I need to go back and get from the person who's asking the question. But you can do this on our call. It's a Zoom call. There are usually between 10 to 20 people roughly on there. Some people have their cameras on, some people have their cameras off. Some people like to come on and talk, others like to write a message. So you can remain anonymous on there should you wish to do so. But it's a fantastic way just to get your questions answered, bounce back and forth, really get into the weeds and understand things a little bit more, or even just to use us as a soundboard. Because sometimes you just need that reassurance that what you're doing is correct. A lot of people within the community already know that they're doing, is right. We just need that reassurance because many of us are not surrounded by such like-minded people who are willing to accept. We seem to be outsiders within our communities. But Colt is in the house. Colt, how are we doing, my man?
We're doing amazing. How are you guys doing?
Awesome
Doing
for 12
really good.
hours.
It's all downhill from now because we've got over the hump and we've done 12 hours and 4 minutes. So that's great. So Colt, for people that don't know you, could you just give us a little introduction, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a full-time carnivore bodybuilding coach. Most of my clients are competitive athletes, and Carnivore Coaches Corner is probably the best place to find me. It's my podcast. We're available on all platforms. I'm also a bass player that just got done playing for our church down the road. Other than that, it's pretty much me in a nutshell. I have a beautiful wife and 2 beautiful kids.
Excellent. That's really good. Really, really good. And thank you again for supporting this. You were on here last year and you were brilliant and everybody loved you. So here you are back again. And one of the things I'd like to ask you about is something you've really got into this year. It's not something I do very much and I'm still too shy to do it. And that's on Instagram. You do some remixes. So if you could just tell us a little bit about that and the keto sucks thing that you talk about.
Okay. Yeah. So I figured out that I've gotten creative at starting an argument and then watching and then just watching everybody kind of throw in their 2 cents worth and then just watch the comments unfold. And so it's been a great way to get exposure. It's been a lot of fun, actually. I feel kind of like a jerk doing it because it's not really who I am. Like if somebody's saying something negative about the carnivore diet or the keto diet, the way that I would handle that situation in public is much different than I would handle it like on a reel that I'm creating for Instagram, for example. Much in the way that I learned this from Bart K, right? He is a very, very nice man, very, very nice gentleman when you talk to him one-on-one, like one of the nicest people on planet Earth. But when you watch him rip apart Lame Norton or somebody else, you're going to see a side of him that is like, whoa, I wouldn't want to, it grabs your attention, right? So having learned that, yeah, I don't know, I would say that probably like less than 5% of my content is actually the stuff that like 90% of people see at first. But I'm hoping that people see that at first and then, see like what I'm doing with my clients or what I'm learning lately. I'm always learning something from you and from Richard, usually every time especially that conversation that Richard, you and I had last week on our other show, like I've listened to it 5 times and I'm still going back and taking notes on it again. So.
I appreciate that, and likewise. I mean, it's this is a community of learning. I don't think anybody knows all the answers, you know. And it's the saying, isn't it? If you're the smartest person in the room, then you're in the wrong room. I think it's
Yeah.
always important to learn new things, and
Great
that's
quote.
what we all endeavor to do. You know, this is a learning process.
Right.
Yeah.
And Stephen, sorry, you asked you asked a question at the start of that, and I just wanted to make sure that I answered it. But about like the purpose of the content of the reels and everything. So, yeah. The hashtag keto sucks. So, I figured out that if you type in the hashtag keto sucks, that'll show you other coaches that are specifically saying something negative. But like this is, if you type in that hashtag, whoever made a reel using that hashtag took time out of their day to go talk garbage about something that I believe in and that you believe in and that is really important to all of us. And I kind of have a problem with that. And so those people are kind of the coaches that, let me put it this way, I would never say something negative or say something mean to another coach that I really genuinely believe is just spreading misinformation unintentionally, just like out of the bottom of their heart, but they really mean good. Because I think there's a lot of coaches that preach calories in, calories out, and they mean it, but they're nice people, you know. And there's people that preach plant-based diets and they're wrong, but they're very, very nice people. And so I'm not gonna I guess I'm not my battle isn't with those people. My battle is with the other coaches that are seriously on a mission to say something negative about the carnivore diet. And so those are the ones that I'm not very nice when I call them out.
Yeah, and they know what they're doing. That's the thing. They will
Right.
misinterpret studies, and they will also give you, if you're lucky, half the story. Some of them don't even give you half the story. I mean, my favourite one is the one I saw with the guy waving a bit of bread. I think I bored people with this before, and he said, "There's only 8 grams of carbs in this," or whatever it was. I can't remember exactly what he said about the bread, but it was just a small amount of carbs. But the context was wrong, because it's more than the blood glucose you need in 5 liters of blood. But so there was no context, and nobody eats 1 slice of bread. They eat 2 slices of bread, and they have jam, and they have this, and it's just like, well, that's obviously trying to belittle or minimize the carbohydrates in bread, but doing it in such a way where it's obvious that there's a smoke and mirrors technique, because nobody eats bread on its own 1 single slice. It's a ridiculous thing to say. Now, if he'd have said, "Here I have a typical sandwich that a vegan eats. This is how much carbohydrate is in there." Yeah, fair enough. I would take my hat off to that. But they don't do that. Anyway, Colt,
Right.
the problem you've got is you're too nice, you see, and it goes against your grain, because that's why I can't do it. Because there are some people I mean, I scream at the football, by the way, because my voice has gone today. But and I think, I can't believe they're putting out this absolute garbage information. And I want to shout at them, but I'm too nice about things. So anyway, I like what you do, because part of me wishes I could do it, but I can't do it.
You're too nice.
Okay, right, now we got some questions if you want to go for it. And like I just said to Dr. Abs, if you don't fancy it, you don't have to answer it, and you can say, well, let's hear Richard first, or me first, whatever. So, carnivore for 8 months, blood markers good, except cholesterol LDL-C has gone up from 125 to 425. Any reason for concern? Could it be positive to add some carbs if I'm a lean mass Harper responder?
So blood markers are good except for cholesterol. LDL has gone up from 125. How long has Tobias? How long have you been on the carnivore diet, man? If
8
you're
months. 8 months.
8 months, okay. Oh, there it
Yeah.
is. Yeah. I would. Okay, so this is just my context. I'm not a doctor, and so this is just what I tell everybody. I have high LDL, and these are all my clients, and every single one of them has. I have to write them down, or I forget. make sure everybody's taking count of it, that we're talking every day. But every single one of them has high LDL. Every single one of them looks better than their doctor, because most of them are competitive bodybuilders. And so I say, send them a picture of yourself to your doctor that's trying to sell you statins, and ask them if they still think that you are at risk for heart disease. Also ask them where your triglycerides are at. And I haven't had one person come back saying that, yeah, I'm still at risk for heart disease. So
Okay, cool.
I'm not sure if you guys would agree with that, but
Richard?
Yeah,
you'd handle it
spot on.
differently.
It's so
Yeah.
my overall cholesterol last time I tested, it was double figures. My and these are UK numbers. My LDL was 8.26, I think, which is higher than most people's total. And to be honest, if anything, I wish it were higher. You know, LDL heals and repairs the body. LDL isn't inherently damaging to the body. The damage comes from glycation and oxidative stress caused by excess carbohydrate consumption and vegetable oil consumption. If we are eating natural fats, then the cholesterol isn't a problem. Every cell in your body is made of cholesterol. It's essential for cell formation, cell communication, nutrient absorption, nutrient transportation, the production of hormones, and it's essential for healing. And if you don't consume it, as Stephen mentioned on the last live I think we did, your body will make it. It's essential for life. We can't live without cholesterol. We shouldn't be fearing something that is created naturally within the body. We can get into detail in regards to what I believe causes the damage, but maybe we can circle back to that once we've heard a little bit more from Colt. But seed oils are not the way forward. Let's put it at that. And we have spoken and touched base a number of times on this in regards to its effects within the body. But yeah, I wouldn't be concerned. Triglycerides, that's a more important marker, and more importantly, the triglyceride to HDL ratio is probably one of the biggest indicators, and we can see from that, from those figures, then whether your cholesterol is pattern A or pattern B. Pattern A is where we want to be. The pattern B is glycated and oxidized. That's where we don't want to be. But we can work that out from the numbers. So let's see if those figures come back, and we can go from there.
Yeah. So you're getting some love. Colt, you're getting some love from Polish Mike here. Colt is a great carnivore athlete.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll cut you off. Carry on.
I was just going to say a key word probably to your point, Richard, what you were saying. We don't know if triglycerides or if HDL are reliable markers, but there's definitely you need to be you can be more relaxed about your LDL than HDL and triglycerides. But yeah, we don't know for sure on those. But I guess just one more thing that I wanted to say on heart disease and LDL too is that I think that last question, the last person asked about reintroducing carbs and whether that would be a good idea or not. Was that part of the question?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if so, I was just I just did a couple weeks ago, I did basically 20 or 30 hours of research on fiber, and we did an entire podcast on it because that's just one of the biggest things that I've noticed lately is that removing fiber from my diet, even more so than carbs, I think is my favorite aspect of the carnivore diet. But one of the studies that I found, I don't have a way to drop this in the chat right now, but if anybody wants to write this down or Google it, it's just called "Are Statin Drugs Destroying Your Muscles? Bottom Line Inc." And then, yeah, I think that was the only one. But that study, and then here's one called "The Rate of Cardiovascular Disease Mortality Was Reported to Be Inversely Associated with Fiber Intake Across 20 Industrialized Nations." I think that's the title of this one. So a Google search of that could find it too. Oh, no, here it is. A statement for healthcare professionals from the Nutrition Committee, American Heart Association. Anyway, these two studies that I have right here in front of me, they show how fiber and carbohydrates not only don't reduce the risk, but they can contribute to it. And we still have no evidence of whether LDL has anything to do with it or not. And I think
Excellent.
that yeah, so two episodes before the one that you and I just recorded on our show, Carnivore Coach's Corner, we went into depth for fiber on about for like an hour or two.
Yeah, fantastic. And another important thing to mention about fiber is that we can get, the reason we think that it's good for us is, and I'm sure you've mentioned this in there, that fiber breaks down into a short chain fatty acid called butyrate, which attaches itself to the colonocyte and feeds the colonocyte. But that butyrate further breaks down into beta hydroxybutyrate, whether you're ketogenic or not. The beauty of living a ketogenic and carnivore-based lifestyle is we have beta hydroxybutyrate flowing through our veins constantly. So we feed every colonocyte in the gut, whether we are consuming butyrate from plants or not. But that said, animal proteins also contain other short-chain fatty acids in the form of isobutyrate, valerate, and propionate, which arguably feed the colonocyte at a higher rate. And we know this from the talk we had with Anthony Chafee earlier today. And as we mentioned, the podcast
That was a good one. I caught part of that one.
Yeah, fantastic as always. And the chat that we did with Ben Azadi in regards to the alpha diversity in his gut when he removed, basically he was tested. Yeah, they paid an absolute fortune for tests. Ben Azadi has been ketogenic for a long time, so in a good state of health. But his alpha diversity was okay, but not brilliant. And he was advised to increase grains and greens and things, to which he was obviously taken out because it was a 90-day carnivore challenge, and only eat meat. At the end of the 90 days, the alpha diversity in his gut had improved. His triglycerides, I think, had come down. His LDL had increased also. So all proof positive that living this lifestyle does everything that we need it to. I don't see any benefit to eating fiber unless you're consuming a poor diet, and that may offset the bioavailability on some of the nutrients going in there. It might reduce, the insulin spike, but I mean, there's all sorts of books coming out now in regards to how fiber is beneficial. It's not beneficial, and it's only beneficial if you eat shit. If you don't eat shit, then
don't read any of those books. Read this book. This book will change your life.
Yeah.
It's called Fiber Menace, and yeah, I mean I've read it twice. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around a lot of the concepts that this guy talks about. But if you read this book cover to cover, you will never want to eat 1 gram of fiber again the rest of your life. That's how how bad it is for you. It causes bloat. It's the only reason that like I can see any use for it is it's basically like a laxative, right? Like if there's something that's stuck, like if you're constipated, like fiber is gonna get it out, but it's forceful though, and then it damages and it damages the small intestine that's made to it basically looks like a giant garden hose. And just looking at the way that the small intestine looks, like big objects aren't supposed to go through it, and that's basically what's happening when you eat fiber.
Yeah. And why would you want to speed up transit time? I mean, food is there to be absorbed at different points through the digestive process. Speeding up digestion is never a good idea. This is what leads to lack of bioavailability in nutrients. But fiber is not your friend. If you eat a rubbish diet, then that may help negate some of it. But the answer to this is don't eat crap. Eat real food, i.e. animal proteins.
I think the biggest place where I see fiber abused in bodybuilding is people use it for volume. There's volume addiction is very, very real, right? Like everybody wants their portion sizes to be big when they're cutting, especially if they're cutting for a bodybuilding show. And if you're doing a bodybuilding show in the first place, Rich, you and I just talked about this last week. You got a little bit of body dysmorphia or like something going on that's just kind of makes us a little unique in the way that we actually really want to see veins in our abs, right? Like even though it's not the healthiest thing to do. But when you're on a bodybuilding contest prep, you're trying to, generally speaking, reduce the amount of mass that you're taking in and increase your expenditure, and so that you're burning body fat, and so you're getting really, really lean. And one of the easiest apparently ways to do that is to incorporate lots of fiber, which is what most coaches generally recommend, right? And it it causes damage in your gut. It steals nutrients from your meat. It steals nutrients from other foods that you should be getting nutrients from. It bloats you. It doesn't satiate you. There's a big difference between being full and being bloated, and people confuse the two. So just because you're eating something that's large doesn't mean that you're going to be full. Now you're bloated, but you're still going to be hungry after you just ate that meal that had fiber in it. So on this prep, I'm currently 8 weeks out now from my next competition. I put that in quotation marks because I'm actually not competing. I'm guest posing. I'm going to be playing guitar, singing, and co-hosting a bodybuilding competition in Seattle, Washington. So I'm wearing and I'm coaching 3 athletes there too. So I'm wearing like 5 different hats at this show. But between now and then, I'm going to be pretty close to bodybuilding conditioning, but not quite. Basically, classic physique conditioning. So my entire goal between now and then is not to be bloated, is to be full. And I haven't been hungry one time on this entire prep. Learn this from you guys. Minimizing my cardio. That's been helping a lot. But yeah, sorry. All that to say that that's kind of the biggest area where I see fiber to be a problem in the bodybuilding space.
That's great. I'm just going to deal with one of the things in the chat, or 2 of the things actually. Any credence to the blood type diet? No. Tammy Lee, I have done a decade of private blood tests for high carb athletes when I was a personal trainer, and I actually got somebody to the Olympics doing lots of bloods for performance, but also in my obesity and diabetes clinic. So I've done the full gambit of high performance right to very sick people, and there's absolutely nothing to the blood type diet, nothing at all. So if you've got blood type A, all it is your antigens are on the blood cell and the B antibodies are in your plasma. And if it's blood group B, then it's the other way around. Simple as that. And to be honest, there's nothing to it at all. Right, that's that. Second thing is, just very quickly, I do the Sorul products. Now, we've been online over 12 hours. We don't hawk our stuff. We don't sell our stuff. I'm only mentioning this because it is in the chat. So if somebody's interested in Stem Enhance or any of the Sorul product, I don't know what Colt is doing, but he's making lots of noise. I do take that.
I'm grabbing
So
my stem cell. I'm a fan. I was just gonna say, since you guys are talking about it, I just wanted you to know that I'm cool like you guys. Yeah, it's good stuff.
So it is very good. So there's a few people talking in the chat. Right. Okay. Now let's get back to the start questions. Oh, and on the LDL, if people want studies to prove what we're talking about, I've got the studies. You can email me, zerocarbcoach@gmail.com. We've also got Dr. Philip Avadia coming on later, who's a heart surgeon. He can talk about that if you want. And we may even get Dr. Abs talking about it because everyone seemed to love him. And
I was going to say that guy was brilliant. I was like, man, I got to follow him. Wow. Okay.
he was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I'd never heard of him before. I was like, what the heck? Cool.
No. So there you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Very good job.
What do you think the skin benefits of eating? What are the skin benefits of eating a carnivorous diet?
Ooh, good one. Yeah, I'd never get sunburn ever. That's been the biggest thing. That and wearing sunglasses too. I don't know if that's like a thing where you guys are at, but here, wearing sunglasses. I've noticed that since I stopped doing that, and since I cut out all plant products, I can spend as much time in the sun as I want, and I get brown, but I don't get sunburn, so that's kind of cool. Oh, that and when I go from just normal carnivore to lion, that's when I have like a handful of zits. So I did the lion diet twice this last year. I did it once for 49 days and once for 60 days. I just did it for 30 days, and then I was like, well, I don't know. It was like the one diet that I didn't want to stop when I got done with it. I was like, this is great. Let's just go for another few weeks. But whenever I go to the lion diet, my skin my skin around my forehead is great. I wear hats a lot. I work out a lot, so I sweat a lot. And so that's kind of where they start to like gather. So whenever I reintroduce dairy, they kind of flare up. I don't know. It's worth it. I like dairy. And whenever they get too bad, just go back to the lion diet again.
Yeah. I mean, now I was thinking, Rich, you might pop in with this as well, because you had some skin issues. I had skin issues. I'll get mine out of the way. Used to look like somebody had got a strawberry and smashed it against my forehead, especially if I was stressed. And I used to have athlete's foot. Both of those are gone. So completely gone on a carnivorous way of eating. They went pretty much on keto, but Carnivore absolutely put the tin lid on it. Running this 24-hour live stream is pretty stressy, getting everybody together. I know we've only had one no-show. I'm not going to moan at him because he's 6'3", but you know, it is stressy. So 15 years ago, if I'd done this, I would have had a big stress spot here, definitely, and I would have had terrible athlete's foot, and I don't get any of that. So yeah, Rich, what about you? Because you had skin problems as well, I believe.
Yeah, I had severe skin conditions to the point where you'll be hard pressed to find a picture of me that my face wasn't covered in. I mean, I used to refer to it as acne, but they were boils all over my face. And, you know, I'm not embarrassed to say that I used to put makeup on. I used to hide them with concealer because they were that bad, you know. And laugh, why don't you? Thanks, Steve. But, you know, they were all over my back, my face. And since even just becoming keto, they've cleared up no end, and I barely get any at all now that I'm carnivore. And it's because I believe these are autoimmune issues. The compounds that we consume on a standard diet, in particularly wheat germ agglutinin and phytohemagglutinins and other compounds like alcohol and casein in some cases, they can cause intestinal permeability. In wheat germ agglutinins case, it binds to the enterocytes line in the gut, causes the release of a molecule called zonulin. When zonulin is released, it causes a gap to appear in the tight junction, which allows undigested protein molecules to travel into the bloodstream where they shouldn't be. So the body creates antibodies to fight them. And then through a process called molecular mimicry, the body starts attacking other proteins that look the same. And this is autoimmune disease. Autoimmune disease comes from intestinal permeability. And at least in most cases, it's bread or grains in the form of wheat germ agglutinin that's causing this. And again, you know, just to reiterate, there are other compounds in plants in the form of phytohemagglutinin, which can also do the same. But I believe that these are primarily or predominantly autoimmune issues. And when we heal the gut, which I believe is job number one in improving health and well-being, all of these other things clear up. I know we spoke to Dr. Abs about psoriasis. Again, that's an autoimmune issue. And this is why I believe that living a carnivore lifestyle sees you know, a massive improvement, if not complete resolution in those sorts of conditions also. You know, healing the gut, that's got to be the first protocol. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I'm no oil painting, but you know, I don't look too shabby for 40, I think, and I'm not suffering with any skin conditions. And I also live, you know, an incredibly stressful life, being self-employed, doing this, you know, it's super stressful, and that too would lead to flare-ups with myself. But again, you know, so far, I think, what are we, 12 and a half hours in? So far, so good.
Yeah, it does feel like we've done something. You know, we've got to this bit. So let's have a look at this question. If type 1 diabetes is characterized by polyuria and low blood glucose, while type 2 is high insulin, is type 2 ever characterized by polyuria? I don't really understand the point of the question, but let's just go through this. Why do people that have diabetes, why do they have thirst, and why do they urinate a lot? And that's because the body is trying to be smart. And if there's too much blood glucose, it will dilute it with fluid and it will excrete it out. So, you know, you can have these symptoms on both these types of diabetes. Sorry. So type 1 is a lack of insulin. So what happens is your blood glucose is going to go high because you haven't got enough insulin. So obviously the treatment is more insulin. Yeah. Type 2 diabetics have high blood glucose. They also have high insulin. It's just not coming out of the bloodstream. So one of their things is thirst and urination. So yeah, I don't really get the point of the question unless you two guys are spotting something I'm not spotting. No, right. Okay. We'll move on then. Yeah, just clarify that, Mary, why you're asking that, and we'll do that. Right. Okay. This is really for Rich, but maybe Colt will have a say as well. But anyway, does actually say, Richard, do the pork and beef drippings I collect oxidize? I'm thinking about your comments re fish oil.
Yeah, so when it comes to fish oil, and we did mention this with Dr. Abs also, oil is prone to oxidation. This is why I wouldn't supplement with fish oil. If you want to obtain fish oil, then eat fish. If you want cod liver, eat cod liver. Can you collect the beef dripping? I guess it will oxidize over time. I don't believe it's a problem in the short term. I always reuse the dripping, I recook. It doesn't last that long because I like to eat it.
Yeah, that's the
but,
problem.
yeah, it's
You
yeah,
eat it because it's nice.
yeah. So look, I don't think it's an issue. Not in the amount of time that's going to take for you to, to consume it. Pork. Pork, the argument with pork is that it has a higher linoleic content, and I think it's around 20% from memory, which is like 10 times higher than beef. But the argument would be if the pork is fresh in the first place, then it's there's no problem, it's not oxidized. The spanner in the works there for me is if we are buying bacon, then bacon has a long shelf life, so possibly prone to oxidation that way. But my pork I buy from a local farmer. It's not grain fed. It's fed, from all the scraps from the farm. So it's one of the better qualities of pork. I don't believe it causes any harm to me. That said, I only eat it, say, once a week. And the same with chicken. Chicken, I also believe the chicken, grain fed. I don't believe that it's suitable for optimal health. I believe grass-fed lamb to be superior to beef. Only marginally. I believe grass-fed beef to be super nutrient dense and incredibly healthy, but lamb, in my opinion, may just beat that. The reason that we don't see this is the states are predominantly grass-fed beef, and you can correct me if I'm wrong with this, Cope, but lamb isn't so prevalent in the states. But it
is. It's just like twice as expensive, but man, but it's worth it, man. It's so damn good.
Yeah, I agree. And also, lamb is a lot higher in omega-3s, which is going to offset any oxidation within the body. It's around 10 times higher, I think, than beef in omega-3s. But look, in answer to your question, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Yes, collect it, reuse it, eat it, enjoy it. There's far bigger fish, pardon the pun, to fry.
Hey, nice.
I wanted to. Oh, sorry. I was going to add something, but if you were going to say something first, Stephen, sorry, go ahead.
What's the question for you, Cole? Any animal fat preference? They're suggesting tallow, lard, bacon grease, and butter. Do you have a preference for animal fat?
Yeah, that is so funny because what I wanted to say answers that question too. So, pork. I wanted to ask your guys' opinion on this too, actually. But what I wanted to add on to what Richard was saying is, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but or if you've ever seen this, but I do great on just bacon, or better yet, just the fat of bacon, but like nothing else from the pig. So like pork chops, those will digest. Those will seriously take twice as long to digest, and I know that because I pretty much always eat 1 or 2 meals a day, and if I get all my protein from beef, I'll poop once the next morning, easy, no problem. If I have pork, that delays that process. Not to be TMI. Using bacon fat, that always increases my my ketone ratings, and I'm pretty sure that it's like way higher in omega-3s than beef fat is. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. So maybe that's why. But I just do particularly well on bacon and on pig fat, but not from the protein so much. So animal fat preference, yeah. Lard, big one for me. Like that's always like the first one that I try to get. Like anybody that comes to me for a consultation or like first time meal plan, butter, beef, and bacon. That should be like most of your fat sources.
Yeah, I mean,
also asking about tallow. Yeah, and tallow, we render our own at home. I kind of feel like tallow is a no-brainer. I don't know if you guys buy your own tallow over there, but I render all of mine. It's just a byproduct of any beef that we cook, right? So
good answer. Yeah, I mean, here what I do with tallow, we get beef dripping. You can get it from the cooking, or you can buy a little tub of beef dripping, and then I whisk it. So you have that whipped tallow effect, which is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Pigs, of course, when you talk about pig fat, which is an interesting way of putting it, rather than bacon grease, but yes, pig fat.
Yeah, sorry, what came to mind.
Yeah, let's go. Pigs used to actually be more fatty, and they're naturally more of a fat animal. And then there was a shift in consumer spending, and they wanted more muscle on the pigs. So the pigs that you see today actually have more, although they're still quite fatty, actually have more muscle than the natural pig. So if you're having great results from it, it's not a surprise for me. I don't think. I think I do well with bacon very much, and pork I absolutely love. But I do think it's down to the supplier, because we were having pork chops from 2 different farms and really wasn't that nice. And then we found another supplier who is a butcher that's got a great farmer attached, and the difference is like unbelievable, like chalk and cheese, really. So when people are saying, like, Colt has just said, I really do well with this, and you might buy it from a different area in a different part of the world or whatever, and think, well, it doesn't do it for me. It might just be the supplier. Don't immediately give up. Try a different distribution network, or a different farm or whatever. Try and find out how the pig is fed, if it's pasture raised, if it's caged, whatever. All of these things will make a big difference. But in general, that list you've put there, have I got a preference? Tallow, lard, bacon grease, butter. Depends what you're doing. So cooking in lard. I can't have a preference. It's all great.
And then Stephen, even like pork belly versus bacon too. Like if pork belly doesn't work for you, try bacon, because there's people that I've because like Lucky Krim, she's one of my clients. Like she has issues with pork belly. She gets histamine flare-ups with it, but she does just fine on bacon. It's like more processed or something, I guess.
Okay. So let's have a look at the next one.
Before we get into that, Steve, I'm just going to nip quickly to the little boys' room. Not too bad, considering we are, 12 hours and 40 minutes in, but only the second time for a quick trip. I will be back as quickly as I can.
Right. Okay. So let's just have a look.
I was gonna tell him if it's clear he's overhydrated. If it's yellow, he's dehydrated. But I think he knows that.
Okay. Right. Hang on a minute. Really, you're having great guests. Right. Right. I can't find a really pertinent question just for you, because I was hoping there'd be a few more sort of training related questions, Colt. But I think what's happened is people have got really into just the whole carnivore thing. And,
great. I would rather talk about that, because like anybody can teach you how to. Because anybody can teach you how to work out. But everybody's biggest problem with their weight loss journey is not their working out. It's their diet.
Let's do this.
If they can get their diet figured out, you don't even have to work out.
This is a great question.
But nobody does their diet right, though. Okay, let's go ahead.
I think I'm going to do strict lion, because of most of my problems. Because most of my problems are gone, but I still have some lingering things. How long did you do it?
Okay. Who's after me? Jake Thomas is after me, right?
Jake Thomas is after you. Yes.
Oh yeah, Kayla. So stick around, because Jake Thomas is like 10 times cooler than I am, and he's the one that talked me into the carnivore diet on our podcast, actually. So I don't know. I think
should we get him on in a second, and then you can have a little bit of a chat.
There we go. Just want to save that question for him. I'd love to talk about the lion diet, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, no. Let's do this lion diet question.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, well, okay. So yeah, I like to do it with somebody. I don't like to do it by myself, because then we can text each other like a weekend do it, and like, how are you doing with no coffee? Like, life sucks. Yeah, life sucks for me too. We'll check in. Like, cutting coffee is the worst part of it. Let's see. Yeah. Artificial sweeteners and caffeine. Those were the two hardest things for me to let go. And to be completely honest, they're the first thing that I reintroduced when I got off of it. Because
sorry, Cole, I think I've misled you. I would like you to answer that question about the lion diet.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were talking about coffee and sweeteners.
Oh yeah.
How long did you do the lion diet?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that was just like the worst part about the lion diet for me. The hardest part.
Mate, sorry. Right. I thought I read it wrong. Okay.
Oh yeah. No. Sorry. That's just where I was going with it. So yeah. we do it as a group. Danielle and Mike made it 30 days in. I made it 45 days in, and then the second time we did it, I went for 60 days, and then I said, I think I'm good. Is that the only question? Is how long did I go? Did you have a specific question about the Lion Diet, Kayla?
Well, I think you could talk about your whole experience before, and for someone that's maybe never done it before, what might be the pitfalls?
Pitfalls is, I can tell you all the things that are great about it. I don't know. Like that's kind of the thing. There's really nothing wrong with it. It's awesome. I loved it. There's not a single meal that I didn't enjoy. I licked every single plate clean. I got to a point to where to where I was eating pretty much the same thing every day, and so I settled on 73% mince ground beef. The reason is because it's so fatty. Me being an athlete, I was also bulking at the time too. I was bulking on the Lion Diet. I don't think I've known anybody that's done that before, but I like bulking on the Lion Diet actually because my inflammation's low. That's like my biggest problem. Is like everybody that I know always gets injured when they bulk. I do. That's where all my injuries have always happened during bulk season. So I'm like, all right, heck with that. I'll keep my inflammation low this time. I'm just gonna have nothing but red meat, water, salt. And yeah, what do you need to build what do you need to build muscle? Not carbs. You need protein, you need a stimulus, you need water, you need recovery, right? Is that it? Carbs isn't one of them. So all right, the Lion Diet checks all those boxes. I mean, if you can if it's good for your recovery, which it should be, because you're probably going to be doing a lot of beef tallow, a lot of beef fat, super high in choline, so very, very, very good for your recovery, right? At the end of the day, if you're performing better, you're building muscle better. So great for bulking, great for cutting, obviously. I think it's the fountain of youth, to be completely honest. I don't know. After a month or two of being on it, I kind of start to miss things like, sorry, don't shoot me, but Ghost energy drinks. Like, they're delicious. They're really good. So I have those. It's kind of like one of my guilty pleasures. Other than that, like right now, I keep things 90 to 95% red meat. Actually, yesterday my entire day was nothing but red meat. All I ate the entire day was 73% ground beef. Didn't even cook it. It was raw too. I don't recommend. Yeah, and just for the record, I don't recommend raw meat, but it's like super bioavailable. So I knew that today I'd be speaking at Carnivore-a-thon and I would be playing bass at church. So those are two things that I want to be like super mentally, on my A game for. So I knew that I would sleep better. I knew that my digestion would be better. Actually, I have, I don't know if you want to talk about this at all, but I have like every single meal printed off and written down with notes on it since I've started this contest prep. But yesterday it was 3 pounds, so 100, so basically 1,000 grams of 73% ground beef, and that got me all the way up to just under 200 grams of protein. But the reason I did it raw is because I woke up this morning. I was in deeper ketosis. I felt like I slept better. Did a good job playing. Didn't miss any notes. I have 4 strings, and they're the biggest strings, so I have no excuse to hit wrong notes, right?
Right, brilliant. I'm sorry, but you have got questions about training, so I'm gonna have to ask you, because
let's go training then.
I'm sorry, mate. Hey, Colt, do you recommend working out, lifting weights fasted, or does this make a difference? And then eat afterwards?
Yeah, if it does make a difference, it's very, 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 very marginal. In terms of how fast you put on muscle, yeah, you will build muscle faster if you spread it out. Richard and I talked about this very, very in depth actually on Carnivore Coach's Corner. That's our nutrition podcast. But when you spread your meals out from 1 meal a day to 3 or 4 meals a day, you're going to build muscle faster. You can build muscle on 1 meal a day. It's just not as fast of a boat as spreading it throughout. So that being said, if your goal is to, well, first of all, I need to know if your goal is to build muscle or to lose fat. I'm assuming that your goal is to build muscle. Okay, so if that's the case, then I would just generally say that you might want to get used to training with food in your stomach if you're not used to it. That's been kind of a hard adjustment for me. I hate training with food in my stomach personally. I always feel better fasted. And when I say fasted, I mean 12 to 14, 15 to 16 hours. It's just like I'm talking the next day before having had any food. So normally I'll consume most of my food at night or like close to bedtime. Wake up still kind of like semi-bloated. I'm just finishing digesting everything. Like a couple hours later, then I'm ready to go. But like eating a meal and then going and working out, I don't like to do it personally. I feel like it takes away from my workout, mainly because I want blood flow, right? My macros aren't poverty macros, but they're a little bit lower than they are when I'm bulking. So when I get that pump, like I want to keep it, and I want it to be there my entire workout. So if I'm gonna do that and do a good job of maintaining that pump, maintaining my energy, if I have, I want my blood flow going to whatever muscle groups that I'm working, but digesting food, anything requires blood flow. And so I always notice less of a pump and less focus in my workout if I have any food in my stomach at all. Certainly, if there's anything that has fiber in it. Um, if I am gonna train like way later in the day, this is what I did earlier this week, and this is kind of my favorite thing to do is to have bone broth, and I'll poach a couple eggs in it because because then like a half hour later, like I still feel fasted. Like it feels like I didn't eat anything. And I'll load it up with salt and I'll get an amazing workout off of that. I don't know if those tips help at all.
No, that's a great answer. That's a really good answer. And it's exactly what I think people follow you for, because it just makes a lot of sense. Now, this is really nuanced, and if it's difficult to explain, then we'll leave it. But what body weight exercise targets the stomach muscle below the belly button and above the pelvic region? So in Britain, we'd call that the lower abs, I suppose, for want of a better description.
My favorite low ab exercises, there's three of them. First one is a reverse crunch. It's kind of an awkward one, but you have your hands up above your head, and instead of crunching forward, you crunch with your pelvis. So that's kind of like my bread and butter lower ab exercise. That, and then lying leg raises with ankle weights. With ankle weights, like the ankle weights that you put on like for your non-exercise activity thermogenesis, just so that you're like burning more energy doing normal stuff throughout the day. Put those on your legs and do lying leg raises with those. That'll hit your hip flexors, your lower abs pretty good. And then toes to sky. So that's lying on your back with your hands over your head on a bench, and then you have your knees like kind of by your chin, and then you straighten out and push your toes towards the sky.
Yeah, I think I call that heels to the heavens. But anyway, right. Okay. What is your favorite exercise for working your chest? Now, this question from Matthew is not what's the most effective. He's asking what's your favorite. I think that could be two different things, couldn't it?
It's the same one, actually. So the most effective exercise and my favorite exercise for your chest for aesthetics is going to be a dumbbell low incline press. So not on an incline bench. So you can't use a barbell incline bench, or at least the gyms around here, and I assume that they're the same over there. But the angle favors a little bit too much front deltoids than what's necessary and what's optimal for your pecs. So set that bench so you want to find at your gym an adjustable bench and set it at the absolute lowest level that's just above flat. That, and then dumbbells, you want to use dumbbells instead of a bar. So like even if you could use a bar, if you have a barbell rack with an adjustable bench, my opinion, if you're training for hypertrophy, you're talking to a bodybuilding coach, not a powerlifting coach. If you're training for powerlifting or CrossFit, forget everything I just said. But for hypertrophy though, for targeting those upper pecs, which is what most male athletes, Matthew, yeah, okay. So what most male athletes are looking for is that X frame, right? That broad upper body, that smaller waist, and so it's all in the upper pecs for 90% of people. To balance that out and to get that shape. Dumbbells allow you to go to eccentric failure, not just concentric failure. So with a barbell, you finish you finish the exercise here and then you're done, but you're selling yourself short because you can still lower the bar, right? So with dumbbells, you can, after you've hit your last rep, lower it for lower it for 10 seconds. You can do some partials at the bottom. Your last rep should end like this, and then you drop the dumbbells. drives me nuts when I see people lock out and then drop the dumbbells. I'm like, really? Like,
Yeah, it's partly why I gave up going to the gym. I just got so frustrated watching people. Kayla says, reduce brain fog and depression, which is good. Reduced
Yes, good.
severe skin allergic reactions, eye and mouth swelling. Those all resolved. But my joints still ache and my weight has not changed. But I've gained unwanted fat, still inflamed. So the joint ache might be coffee. We talked about that earlier. I'll take the coffee out. Have you got any advice for her?
Yeah, I just need to know like what she's eating. There's something in her diet that's making her inflamed, and we need to figure out what it is. So, if there's like if you're eating beef, butter, bacon, and eggs, and you have 2 or 3 plant products outside of that, and like one of them is coffee, try cutting out coffee for a week. Try cutting out the onions or whatever else is still in your diet for a week, and troubleshoot it. There's something in your diet that's probably coming from a plant that your body's saying, "Hey, stop eating this."
Great advice, Colt. Great. So, Richard, we have in the waiting room Jake Thomas, who is your guest, I believe. You know Jake. Can you message him to put his camera on, and then we can get him into the studio? Because Colt knows him.
Yes, I can indeed.
Do I get to stay on and say hi to him real quick?
For sure.
Cool.
I mean, we could put him on, see if it wakes him up. Let's have a look. Because he, no, there you go. We'll wait till he comes. But yeah, so you're having a good time there, Colt. Have you settled into your new place and everything, and got your business running nicely?
Yeah, we've been here close to, I think, just close to a year now. I don't know if it's been officially a year, but yeah, we had started Carnivore Coach's Corner, and we're about 10 or 15 sessions into that, and we've published 1 a week ever since then. So that's basically like my timeline, and yeah, we're at what, 60 some sessions now. So I think that we've been here about a year, to answer your question.
Yeah.
It
was great to have you back a year later. Don't worry, we're going to get Jake on. I can see he switched his camera on, but he's not sitting there yet.
Absolutely. Thanks for putting this on, guys. Every single guest has just been absolutely phenomenal. I've been learning a ton. So I just want to say thanks a lot.
Yeah, every guest has. Muscle growth fasted, 23/1 versus eating when hungry. So what do you reckon?
So,
eat when you're hungry, or just have that regime?
So I think she's asking 1 meal a day versus intuitive eating, which is better for
that's it. Yeah,
for muscle growth. Okay, yeah, definitely intuitive eating. Especially if your goal is to build muscle, you can build muscle on 1 meal a day. It's a slower boat, but if you're doing it and you like it, you like 1 meal a day. That's your decision. You know, what's most important to you in your quality of life? Do you want to see as much muscle as you can, as fast as you can? Yeah, then spread those meals out throughout the day for sure. Are you one of those people that just loves intermittent fasting and you're like, you know what? I don't know. I kind of feel like I would like to have a little more muscle mass. Keep doing 1 meal a day and just push yourself harder in the gym. Eat to satiety during that 1 hour eating window. So eat as much protein as you can first, until protein sounds gross, and like not highly palatable protein like protein bars or Quest bars, but like actual real protein like from red meat. And then eat as much fat from either dairy or other animal sources until that doesn't taste good anymore either. And you should be able to build muscle just fine doing that. And if not, then push the envelope a little bit. Okay, you get full eating beef, eat a couple more spoonfuls of it. You get full eating butter, eat a couple more spoonfuls of it.
Yeah, I think you're right with the 1 meal a day regime, which a lot of people do promote, and I get it. I've done it, and it is good. If you're building muscle, it is difficult to get enough protein in. That's not because there's studies saying you can't assimilate it, you can't absorb it, because that's all tosh. You can easily do 100 grams of protein in one sitting and absorb it. That's been proven. But I just don't like eating that.
I prove that every day.
But I don't like that volume. I like too much, so I'm just trying to keep it real. When we're talking about health, you know, it is that net benefit thing. We're still trying to enjoy our life, you know. So you want to make sure. It depends what your goal is. If you want to be the ultimate bodybuilder and nothing else matters, then you do do it 100% exactly what you need to do. But if you're just somebody that wants to look good on the beach, wants to have friends, doesn't want to be too stressed about it, then I think eating intuitively is much better for you, because it just gives you more flexibility. But anyway, I'm padding out because I'm still waiting for Jake to sit down. I don't want to put a picture of his chair on, so we'll just wait for Jake to get onto his camera. But Colt, is there any way you could just wrap up your section to say where we can meet you and how people
Yeah,
can get in
definitely.
touch?
Most let's see. Depends what kind of content you're how you like to read your content or listen to it rather. So I'm pretty much everywhere. Instagram, Colt Milton. That is COLTMILTON. I do a weekly newsletter. Just what I've been learning throughout the week. Athlete highlights. I just kind of type up something motivational. So admin at supersetyourlife.com. Supersetyourlife.com is my website, and Carnivore Coaches Corner is our podcast. Richard and I co-host that, and that's available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and everywhere else.
Excellent. So just got a flash of a really good T-shirt there, and it's Jake. So Richard, do you want to introduce these guys? Because I don't know Jake. I've never met Jake.
Colt, pleasure as always, my man. Do you know Jake?
Oh, do I know Jake?
Hey,
Yeah, he
what's up,
sold me on the lion diet. What's up, man?
Good to see you, man.
Good, dude. Yeah, we just got a question about the lion diet, and I was like, oh, just stop listening to me. Wait till Jake gets on for sure.
Awesome, man. It's good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, dude.
Awesome. Jake, how are we doing, my man? Pleasure to get you
thanks,
on.
boys. Thanks for having me. You guys recovered okay from the thrillers you've been having in Germany with the Euros?
That's more.
I'm struggling to hear Jake. Can you put your mic volume up a little bit?
Yep,
Or-
I'm pretty loud. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
I am a little bit deaf, so it might be me, but it just seems
Better now.
I think it's the same this end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit quiet. But is the mic switched on? Sorry to be doing the
No,
housekeeping.
Yeah, it's
but
on. Hold on, let me see.
we want to hear you. Is he quiet for you, Colt?
I can hear. I think it's pretty
Better
low
now?
level. I can hear both of you fine.
Better
It's a
now.
little
Better
bit.
now.
I think it's the same, isn't it? But I mean, I can make out what Jake is saying.
Yeah.
If
go on.
that's
I've
that's
got it turned up on 200 on the setting here for StreamYard.
Yeah, we need 211.
No,
I can hear him just fine over here,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
loud and clear.
I don't know. Maybe it just can't cross the pond.
No worries. Anyway, how we doing, my man? Great to get
man.
you
It's
on.
good to be here. Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Stephen and Rich. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
Long time overdue. But yeah, where are we now currently, Steve? I think are we at 13?
20, not 20. We're 14, 11. Oh, I don't know.
I'm
13.
13 hours in. Obviously
Yeah,
taking its
13
toll
hours.
on poor
Yes,
Stephen.
taking the toll.
But now we've got you to take up a bit of time and to explain some things. So, Jake, do you want to introduce yourself to all the listeners?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Jake Thomas. You can maybe recognize me from Life Like Jake. I've been a practitioner of the carnivore diet since 2020 and been a triathlete, frequenter on the USA Triathlon circuit for the last several years. I used to compete in physique and bodybuilding as a natural bodybuilder up until the World Championships in 2019 was my last show. I did those as a bro dieter, a standard if it fits your macros dieter, and then eventually even as a vegan. So I came into the carnivore space having been a vegan and plant-based vegetarian before that, and found my way into the carnivore world, like I said, in 2020, and I've been practicing that ever since. And up until recently, just started reintroducing certain carbohydrates to kind of experiment with athletic endeavors because, like I said, I'm a pretty frequenter on the USA Triathlon circuit. I ran a 20-mile run this morning, and so for me, it's about pushing boundaries of metabolic health and athletic performance in particular. I think a big part of dieting and diets in general have a lot of tribalism about them and extremism. to where people find kinships, based on things that we can all get behind. And at the same time, it's easy to create enemies out of things we don't agree with. And I think a big part of that is, I saw it as a vegan for sure. Saw it as vegetarian for sure. Even in the bro world where we eat our chicken breasts and white rice and everything, you're kind of ostracized for that. And I've seen it in the carnivore space too. So recently now I'm trying to incorporate more things that feel good to me, irrespective of what my emotions kind of want to dictate or say, or like I said, that even my own kind of fallings into this tribalism of like, this is absolute, this is dogmatic, it has to be this way, only this way. I've done these things now in so many different, by ways of so much different nutrition. To me, it's hard to kind of die on a hill saying that one way is the only way. But I'm happy to talk all things ketogenic for sure with you guys today. So I'm stoked to be here.
Fantastic. Brilliant stuff. So once a bodybuilder, Jake, and now a triathlete, but you can't run 20 mile on no carb, surely.
It's funny you ask. Not only can you run 20, but I ran 26.2 several times. Actually, my fastest marathon yet was a dry fasted marathon in 2021. The Philadelphia Marathon I ran in 3:25, which for me is a personal best. It was also my first marathon of the time ever. But leading up to it, I'd already been training for several years, zero carb, and I'd been doing a lot of fasted training. I'd always been fasted even for years before becoming a carnivore. I'd trained fasted and become a big fan of doing that. And just kind of the minimalism that a fasting lifestyle kind of provides, as far as in not having to think so much about food constantly, and especially having, been a bodybuilder with doing prep work and meal, creations and storage and consumption. It just takes so much time that I really fell in love with fasting because of how much time I got back, or how much time I was able to find by foregoing, preparing food, eating food, just constantly thinking about food. Because no matter which way you go about doing it, no matter what diet, we live in a world where we live to eat rather than eat to live. And even if you're OMADing, like you're thinking about like that one meal of the day is going to be so good. Like I've got so much focus and attention on it. I'm kind of jumping all around here. So for that marathon, that first marathon that I ran, I had run a half marathon a few weeks before. It's on Halloween day, actually. It was really cool. It was in New Orleans. Costumes were worn. It was great. It was a lot of fun. And I ran that in just under 100 minutes and did so fasted. I was always running fasted, but even on the course this time, I did it dry. So I didn't stop at any of the water stations and take water. And I was doing that because I had a guy right behind me kind of clipping my heels, trying to pass me. And I didn't want to fall back. So I just was like, okay, I'm not going to pit for any of this. And I felt fine. I was going through the stations, first, second, third, fourth mile. And I was feeling good. I'm running sub 7 minutes per mile. And I felt fine. And I ran the whole race that way. So at the end of it, I was like, wow, I feel really good right now. I feel like I could do this again, double the distance, and run a marathon in the same sense. It was my just kind of in the moment logic. I didn't really have any reasoning or, data to kind of put that on. It was just more my like anecdotal, just on the spot N of one thinking, I can do this again, double the distance, given the level of fatigue I'm at right now. If I were to see like some type of depreciation scale, what would it look like? How would I feel? So I said, I'm gonna go run a marathon and try to do the same thing. When's the nearest, or when's the next, and how far away is it? This was October 31st. The Philadelphia Marathon was November 20th or November 21st. So I was like, okay, 3 weeks prep. Sure, that'll do. I guess it'll be enough. It's not ideal, but it was what I was going to go with. And that's what I did. I continued the training the same way. I would just, load up on my electrolytes. At the time, I was taking Ultima, the brand of electrolytes here in the States, 0 calorie, sugar free, and nothing else. So I didn't have amino acids or beta alanine or any other type of caloric having substance to give me any type of calories. So everything was still calorie free. So I was maintaining the fast and did that through the training. The longest training run I ended up having was like 17 or 18 miles. So the day of the race, 20 days after the half marathon for my first marathon, was the first time I was going to run that distance. And I got into the race. I was running fine. My half pace was a sub 3 hour pace. So I was running like 650 per mile or 652 per mile, finished the half and was cruising. I felt good. 15, 16 miles, I still felt good. And then around like 17, 18, I started to like I could really feel the grip like grabbing me, you know, like the energy kind of being zapped out. My legs started getting heavy. The lactic threshold was really building up. I could just tell like I was going through those phases of depletion. And at that point, I could have totally taken water. I actually even made my own like carnivore gels at the time. I went to a supermarket the night before the race and I bought some raw cream from these Amish farmers that I melted some bone marrow with and poured in my electrolyte powder and put these in Ziploc bags. And that was going to be like my gel, okay, on the course. Now, granted, the absorption rate of that would not be like anything fast acting with a simple sugar or simple carbohydrate would. But in my mind, it was like, hey, this is me at least trying to maintain this carnivore, I don't want to call it restriction, but just adherence, right? Adhering to this carnivore world. And so I had these little gel packets on me, but I didn't use them. And like I said, around that 18-mile mark, I was like, man, I could really go for one of those right now. But I was like, I haven't drank in water yet. It's only a few more miles to go. Like, just barrel through it. Why not? And so I did. My performance suffered for it. I slowed down to probably like, I think like an 8:30 per mile, 8:30 minute per mile, excuse me, pace, and ended up finishing at like 3:25. It would have been great to run it under 3 hours. I still know I believe I can do that. I will do that. I just haven't done it yet because to prep and train and to train for that is intense. Like anybody that knows the marathon, when you go under 4 hours, awesome. Under 3:30, awesome. When you go under 3, you're really stepping into that, you know, elite world of pace. And it's like a bodybuilding show. It's like, you know, you want to look like that and be on stage and show that physique and have that, but you know the amount of work that's involved with it. So for me to go after that sub-3 time, it's just like, you know, every training run has to be intense. You really have to push the pace and really have to you really have to want to do that. And I just don't right now. So if and when that'll happen, I'm not sure yet, but as it stands now, yes, to answer your question, you can 100% race and run. And, you know, I've done half Ironman with zero food and just water. I've done multiple Olympic distance, water, wet fasted and dry fasted, multiple sprint distance, wet fasted and dry fasted. And I've won the majority of those races that I've participated in, either top of my age group or just raced overall. So do we want carbs and do we like carbs? Totally. Want and like. Need is a very different word. It's the same thing, you know, when people tell me I can't have this because I'm I can't have, well, Jake, I see you're eating a lot of fruit now. That's great. I wish I could do that, but I can't because I'm a carnivore. No. You can, as a human being, do that. You 100% are able. You have the physical ability to do so. You are choosing not to. Big difference. Oh, I'd love to do that, Jake, but I can't eat meat because I'm a vegan. No. Again, you as a human being, barring less than 1% of people, maybe I'll give you that. But for the other 99.9% repeating of you, you can. You're choosing to abstain. So there's a big difference between liking carbs and wanting carbs and needing carbs. I would go so far as to say that the human body does not need them for 99% of people and for 99% of the time. Wanting them and liking them is a very big difference. And then kind of where I'm starting to really get onto an island now in my new phase of exploration is that carbohydrates are really only necessary for athletes in use. Otherwise, I would say the majority of people out there don't need them. Want them and like them 100%. But if, you know, I could tell someone a great tip for their own health and ideal body composition. If you're not using carbs, you shouldn't consume carbs. And for 99% of you, you don't need them. You just want them / like them.
Yeah, spot on. And you've almost said that word for word as I do or I have done. I remember a situation a few years ago when I was out with family for a meal or friends, and they said to me, you know, they held up a piece of cake and said, "Oh, you can't eat this, can you?" And I said, "Well, I can. I can eat whatever I want. Today, I'm choosing not to today. I don't want to eat that piece of cake. Tomorrow, if I want to eat it, I'll eat it. There's nothing stopping me from eating that cake. But tomorrow comes and I make the decision again that I don't want to eat that cake. So it's all about decisions. We can eat whatever we want. I agree. I don't think there's any requirement for exogenous. Cheers, Colt. Take care, man. I don't think there's any requirement for exogenous carbohydrate in any circumstance. I would agree also that any circumstances that would require it would be in athletic performance. Interestingly, you touch base on half Ironman. I don't know if you've seen the post that I've done recently, but a friend of mine, a guy that came to see me, we're now really good friends, Mikey Davis, who's a chiropractor. He came to one of the talks I did on athletic performance as a vegan. He's now pretty much carnivore. Now, he was ranked in the top 48 in the UK in Ironman back then. 2 weeks ago, he won the European Championship. So he's now number 1 in Europe as a carnivore.
I did see that. Okay, I did see that then, yeah.
So the caveat to this, and with full, just to be full exposure, he did use carbohydrate on the day. He used between 20 to 30 grams an hour, but he entered that fasted. He did the full Ironman fasted, and after, he said, I don't even think I needed them. It was more to do with the fact that, it was a mental thing, a comfort blanket, if you like. And the question there, I think, is, are the extra carbs going to cause damage? Are they going to be a detriment to his athletic performance? 30 grams an hour isn't, especially if you're that highly insulin sensitive. But many would argue then, well, he's used carb. But I mean, you can't argue that his training has been done fasted. He was 16 hours plus fasted going into the race. He only used electrolytes and some of my exogenous ketones that I manufacture. And my electrolytes, I'll have to send you some of those to try. Sure. But he won this race. He's number 1 in Europe. And, he is a carnivore. But I think next time I'd like to see less carb used, if that were possible, just to see. He recently competed in another triathlon last week, which he won, a local one comfortably. And I'm assuming that he didn't use any carb for that. I haven't had a chance to meet up with him because I've been busy working. But, it's coming back to what you said about the marathon. Not only can you run a marathon, but you can. This guy has competed in Ironman. He's got a sub 10 hour Ironman, I think, and we're on a journey to do a sub 9 hour in Kona. So it's Project Sub 9, we've called it. Whether that's possible, who knows? But aim for the stars. The 70.3 that he did recently, which is a half Ironman for those who are not familiar with the 70.3, I think it was 4 hours 11. So I mean, he's a beast. He looks like Clark Kent, so he's in my phone as Clark Kent because he's absolutely superhuman. But it's extraordinary that we are in this society that believes that we need carbohydrate for athletic performance. He's part of a Facebook group, and everybody within the group was asking about what carbohydrate that they use to fuel their Ironmen and the 70.3s, the triathlons, and everybody was piping up with different solutions. And he popped in and just said, I don't use any. And people sent him laughing emojis. And it's like, how can you laugh at that? He's number 1 in Europe. Yeah. You can't discredit that. But people, I think, and it comes back to what you said, want and need are 2 different things. People don't want to be told. They don't want to acknowledge the fact that you don't need carb. They're addicted to it. It's sugar addiction. And the thought of them reducing, restricting, or removing said drug puts the fear of God into them. And I genuinely think that most of these people see all of the things that you achieve. I'm new to this world of athletic performance. I've only last year I began running and cycling, so I'm yet to do an Ironman. I did run my fastest half 2 or 3 weeks ago. That was 1 hour. Yeah, it was. I'll be honest, I didn't get the time that I wanted. I came in at 1 hour 26, but I should have achieved a 1:22. But still not too shabby considering I'm fairly new to running. But the sub 3 hour is a goal of mine as well at some point when I commit to that. who knows? But yeah, it's incredible to to listen and to get your your advice and your experience in regards to living a lifestyle without excess carbohydrate, if not no carbohydrate. And we've got some questions there for you. Steve, do you want to jump in? Oh, you're still muted, Steve.
Yeah, I was letting you host, actually, Richard. You're doing so good, mate. Jake, what motivated you to become a vegan before you did the smart thing and went carnivore?
Great question. I was dating a vegan, or I was dating a vegetarian at the time. She and I kind of went down that path together, and started as pescatarians, and then there was more plant-based things showing up in the apartment, and I just was kind of just by default, like, all right, there's almond milk, I'll drink it. I wasn't too picky at the time. I was more so about just the curiosity, and it also made things very more civil in the household. So I just went with it. And then through that, after about a year and a half, we went into veganism, and then I did that for about 14 months. So it was really because of the dating life that I was exposed to at the time. I did not have any moral or ethical reasoning for it. It was not about my own personal health for any reason. It was just, like I said, circumstantial. And I took it, to the levels that I took it to, because it's sort of just where I was at the time. But it was never about, animal rights or environmental consciousness, which is all bullshit anyway. For people that do that for that reason, just heads up. You think you're saving the planet by saving animals, well, you're dead wrong, because plants live off dead animals. Like, spoiler alert to everyone out there. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, it's going the extra mile with the thinking, isn't it? I mean, it's such reductionist thinking. Oh, you kill an animal and eat it, but my plants, they don't have pesticides on, or they're not in soil, which is dead animals. They don't seem to want to make that link, which I think is quite strange. Someone here is asking that when they went running, they ran out of sweat, and salt was coming out of their pores. So how is a dry fast logical?
Great question. Before answering that, I'd have to say, or ask back, what's your experience with fasting like? What's your diet like? What's your activity like? What kind of stamina do you have in your mind? How much have you done this yourself? What's your experience level in doing so like? And kind of like what, Rich was talking about, is that so much of this is about conditioning. And by that, I mean societal conditioning, emotional conditioning, familial conditioning, religious conditioning. That's my favorite one. And with that conditioning comes comfort and familiarity. And kind of like what Rich was talking about also, like, so much of that want and need is about, what did he said? He said, like, cushioning or pillow padding, right? Like, for kind of like relief, having the 30 grams of carbs per hour. Like, was it necessary? It was just more that mental, like, reassurance, And with the dry fast, I didn't just go out there that day and was like, I'm just going to do this and just let it fly. I'd been building up to it. So I can only tell you anecdotally from my own experience is that I was able to become more familiar with those extents gradually, and it's going to defy what people think is right. It's going to defy what people think is healthy and optimal. Sure. Because should you do that? Probably not. I remember reading or someone telling me, hey man, did you ever hear like Wim Hof ran a marathon, dry fasted, da da da. I was like, well, cool, so have I. And I didn't, said it to myself, and I was like, wow, I guess that's kind of a cool thing to do, or kind of a serious thing to do. And I used to be in this Facebook group, or not Facebook group, but a social group with a bunch of other people in my old business. That was like an athletes group. And the first meeting we went to, they were all talking about their feats, and a lot of them were ultra runners and just, had run 100 marathons. They're all kind of crazy, like really cool things. And I was like, wow, these people are serious, like amazing. And at the end of the meeting, the host was like, hey, Jake, tell them all about your really cool marathon. And I did. And the chat just like exploded. Like, you did You ran how fast and dry fasted. And I was like, yo, whoa, y'all are way cooler than me. What you guys have done, you're 50 plus 100 milers and, Badwater 135 and the Konas and Leadvilles and like one of the guys had ran the Moroccan Ultra. And I was like, you guys are way cooler than me. Like, and they're like, yeah, but doing that without water to us is way cooler. So a lot of it, honestly, was intuitive to me, and it still is intuitive, because I think it's a very hard space for us to quantify, because it's very hard to differentiate what's healthy and what's possible. Someone telling me that it's not possible, or that it's not healthy, or that it's healthy but not possible, or vice versa. Well, how do you measure that? Similar to what your friend did, Richard, like, number one, when you place first in a race, when you get that medal, when you're the number one Ironman in the UK, or in Europe rather, it's like, you can say what you want, you can criticize, you can demonize, you can disagree, but it's like that freaking gold first place medal speaks volumes. So with the dry fasting, I don't know if I'm answering your question all that well, but your body has so much water in it, so much more water than you could possibly imagine. And if you can understand this in the sense that if you go on a wet fast, we can water fast for greater than 30 days. I mean, I know people that have done it for 45 plus, water fast for sure. I also know friends, myself, my longest dry fast is 72 hours, but know people that have done 11, 12, 13, 14-day dry fasts. Now, you get into critical phases totally past the 10-day mark. I mean, even past the 7-day mark, it can get pretty serious and gnarly. But nonetheless, what our bodies are able to do on a wet fast is just beyond conceivable to many people. But at the same time, we still have a lot of water in us that we can go for a prolonged, and by prolonged, I mean longer than a marathon, longer than a 4,000 or 5,000 calorie burn venture, to where your body will squeeze and metabolize and find water in so many places that the first thing I notice is that you don't have to pee, because your body is drinking it. Your body is all of a sudden you're like, wow, I don't have to pee. This is crazy. I had like a ton of water before the race. It's like, yeah, because your body is. And then on top of that, all that salt and that's coming out of you, or salt that's coming out of you. It's not necessarily that it's pure salt coming out of you. It's just that your body is drying it off so quickly, because it's probably excising the moisture and then immediately retracting it. So you probably get a little bit of like chafing and like chalky or ashiness on you just from water going out and water coming right back in. So that's what I'd probably answer to that about. But more than anything, I would say it's just about building that familiarity, because it is very uncomfortable, because it's foreign. And how do you make something that's foreign less uncomfortable? You make it familiar. And you have to make it more familiar, more often, more and more often. Not just once, not just, a couple of times, but it's like to where it becomes the way almost. And then when you do have water, you're like, well, this is kind of weird. And then now you're in the space where the uncomfortable has now become comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, Andy is following that up with, I am brainwashed into thinking a few days without water will mean death. Hey, Andy, that is a really common thing I've heard. 3 days.
Yeah.
3 days is a real common number. But then when you look into sort of, away from this space, if you just look at people that have been in accidents, or they've crash landed somewhere in deserts, they've lasted 2 weeks. And these are not athletes. These are people who've been in an accident, so that they're pretty stressed and they have very little hope. So this is a terrible situation. And yet they're able to cope for, 2 weeks, not knowing they're ever going to be found. So, yeah, you can last more than 3 days, but don't feel bad, Andy, because as soon as I started doing this 15 years ago, I'm really getting into it. I believed everything. I thought you had to eat 3 times a day. I really did. And you couldn't fast. That was ridiculous. I mean, you're not even talking about dry fasting. I'm talking about fasting. Because when I did my advanced personal training certificate, I actually mentioned fasting in the room and got laughed at. Oh, you've got to eat. You've got to eat. So, don't worry. We've all been there. But this is what the point of the 24-hour live stream is. We get all these different guests and different opinions, different experience, and then you can learn, and they will share stuff, and they will probably learn stuff themselves from other guests. It's a good thing. Any comments about baseball players and carnivore? Seems like a miracle for runners. But what about for baseball players?
Good question. And also to Andy, I was right there with you, man. You know, I thought for sure not having water for a day, I'd be dead, you know. But one of the kind of really cool things that happens when you dry fast is you realize how much you are drawn to water out of habit and out of need, both, right? Obviously we need it, but so much of it is just habitual. You know, like how many times do you get up and go to the water fountain, or how many times do you take a sip? And when you abstain, you really notice how much you do and how much exactly, how often you would touch your face or your mouth, or just holding something, being engaged, essentially consuming. So it really goes into this mental and emotional delve into consumption and this just hyper amount of consumerism that we all are subjected to, even with water, even with our water, this absolute natural critical element of life that we just, like everything else in the modern world, overconsume, I would say. And so when you omit that, you realize like even this precious thing that I need, wow, I can be overconsuming it. And so when you, like I said, don't do it for a little bit, it's just this whole, you know, rabbit hole that you fall into. But as far as in baseball players and being carnivore, I would say any athlete can benefit from it. I would say any human for that matter. I have yet to really see a person not benefit from a strict carnivore diet. 95% of people probably can benefit from it. Don't get me wrong. There are definitely some crippling and gripping chronic autoimmune issues that you can throw everything at the kitchen sink at that unfortunately still are going to be resistant and intolerant of a strict carnivore diet. And it's tough to watch, you know, people with intense SIRS, especially, like not everybody with SIRS can benefit from a carnivore diet. Not everybody with some type of AMS or SMA can benefit from a carnivore diet. Have people? Yes. But does every single person? I haven't seen absolutism in regards to it, because I've seen people try and struggle and even fail, or not, I don't want to say fail, but not find the success they wanted out of it and needing other types of supplementation and nutrition to kind of keep them balanced and feeling okay. But as far as athletes, I think it's a super hack as an athlete, because number one, you're not having to go to the food well all the time like everybody else is. You're able to focus on your craft. That's the key, right? Like you're literally able to focus more on your craft. And in athletics, it's all about looking for the edge. You're always looking for the edge as a competitor. This is why athletes use, you know, PEDs, because they're looking for the edge, because the edge means the difference in a paycheck. It means the difference in a signing bonus. It means the difference in my kids going to better schools, or our retirement being longer. Like all this stuff, my performance equating to not just my own successes, but the successes of my family and immediate spheres of influence. So as an athlete, you're always looking for an edge. And what if you could find or have an edge that not only gives you, let's say it's just the same performance, but you're able to focus on your craft more because of the lack of frequency and consumption that you would normally have to subject yourself to by way of shakes and powders and pills and just 5 times a day of eating, as opposed to just this one maybe meal a day where you're getting this super, very optimal, you know, minimalist base of nutrition to where you have all this other time to focus on your craft. So that's, to answer your question, Margaret, I would say irrespective of the sport, it's the fact that the diet or a carnivore diet would give you all this extra time to be able to hone your craft, as opposed to dealing with maybe digestive issues. I had some brain fog from something. Was it the food? When you can give your body a very consistent metronome of sustenance, it responds very well. Infants are the best example. Breast milk. A carnivore diet, a strict carnivore diet, is essentially breast milk. Why do we have breast milk? Why is this miracle of mammalian evolution there? Because it gives our growing infants everything they need from a single source of sustenance. Single, one. Why? Because it's immediately utilized, easily digestible, and it has very, very, very minimal storage. And most importantly, because it puts the least amount of duress on the body. Infants on breast milk do not have the gas and disgusting bowel movements that they do once they get on green and orange jars, barring the mother is healthy and not taking down terrible things herself. But once we give our kids all these colorful jars, well, that's when the diaper duty, changes a lot. And it's like, babe, you want to do this one? Like, oh, you're not as excited there anymore, Dad. Like, well, she's got, she's not as healthy as we thought, or not as special as we thought. We are the same. We're very similar. And our hearts and our emotions go towards these other foods because they're colorful and they taste good and they make us feel good. They remind us of places and they're awesome. Don't get me wrong. But it's undeniable that if you want to have more digestive efficiency, if you want to have more, like I said, this metronome of just processing efficiency, metabolic processing efficiency within the body, you remove the variables. Many variables makes it very difficult for the body to deduce, okay, where do you go? Where do we store, use, or waste? Store, use, discard. Store, use, discard. And it's kind of constantly doing that depending on what's coming into. And then if it's all of a sudden, who's this? Where does this go? Store it. Who's this? I don't know. Put it over there. It's a lot going on. But when you can dial it into this one thing or very few things that have a very similar makeup, there's a lot of familiarity with there. With that familiarity comes efficiency. And because of that efficiency, the body is able to do what it does best, which is auto-regulate. So it's not about the carnivore diet healing people. It's people healing themselves, but the diet allowing it to happen.
Yeah, it's a nice way you're talking, actually, and a few people are commenting on your mindset. I just want to add a little bit of a political slant on baseball players and professional players. Some players, if their team is sponsored by, for instance, corn, a fake protein manufacturer manufacturing protein from mushrooms, their top players might not even actually be allowed to go online and say, look, I'm having a steak. It might be part of what is happening if the whole soccer team is sponsored. I'm actually speaking from some inside knowledge. So when you're watching a professional athlete and they're coming off the pitch and they're sucking down some Lucozade, they might not be sucking down some Lucozade. Okay, so it's in a bottle that says Lucozade, and if they are in adverts which says, before my match, I'm going to tuck into this plate of plant material, that might not be actually what's happening. All right, so too naive. Now there are some teams which are sponsored by people that have a big interest in animal products, and a lot of their players are carnivore. So it's out there. So we definitely know that top athletes, as Jake was saying, they're looking for margins. And I promise you, the management will want their players at the best they can be. They won't be saying, oh, well, we're sponsored by corn, so they're not going to have steak. That will not happen. Not in a multi-million-pound sport. Anyway, yes, money talks. I'm sorry, it does. It does. That's the reality. But I've had a few people say that to me. I was trained many years ago in my rehab by some guys that were quite at the top of the Premier League. So anyway, let's get into the next question.
Real quick too, to say, there's the famous clip of Cristiano Ronaldo taking the press conference and pushing the bottle of Coca-Cola aside. It's genius, like an amazing move. Like he does it so with disgust. He sits down, he's like, and just kicks it over. He's like, I don't drink this shit, Yes.
And of course,
it's true.
The media were all over that, saying that was terrible, shouldn't do it. Yeah. But the real people were going, isn't that great?
Yeah, and he's again back to merit. Like you can say what you want about the guy, like him, hate him, whatever, but it's like merit. His age to perform the way he does is like clearly something's working pretty well.
Yeah, and Dr. Kilt's here, so it's nice that he's enjoying other people's content. It's really good. Your body makes water in the process of fat metabolism with ATP, CO2, and HTI production and making proteins. Yes, which is brilliant.
Dr. Kilt's, love you, man. Good to see you. Good to hear from you.
And Andy's saying he's loving having his brainwashing obliterated. Yeah, we don't like anyone that's been brainwashed. So
it's never ending. It's never ending. And for most of us, like you said, you talked about 15 years ago you started, Stephen, and even for myself or Rich, with you, think about how old we are and how much brainwashing, grain washing, or conditioning 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever plus years. I use the metaphor of like turning a battleship around, to turn a battleship about its axis and go 180 degrees in the opposite direction. We're talking square miles to turn that thing. Square miles. We got to go, all ahead stop first, and then we're going to go hard to starboard or port, whatever, and then we're going to have to try to, change axis to go there. But it's a lot of momentum that has to come to a slow first and then gauge into that starboard turn. And it just takes a lot of time. And that's what, I think it's very difficult for a lot of us to conceptualize. It's not going to be a light switch, because you're going to be arguing with everything from your upbringing, from what you grew up around, what kind of culture you come from, your religion. Like, that's going to be a big hurdle for a lot of people, because your feelings are going to tell you everything and your emotions are going to try to argue with them. But if you can, in the moment, realize that feeling is understanding, everything else is an afterthought.
Absolutely. It's brilliant. I like this question from Nick. It's funny how people focus on that period of time when you were vegan. But anyway, did eating that way, vegan, for 14 months adversely affect your health in any way? And if so, what were the symptoms?
Definitely. Great question. Yes, the toilet paper budget was substantially higher than normal. And the bowel movement frequency was, again, also substantially higher than normal. I was a vegan athlete. So me using the toilet 3, 4, 5 times a day with mass evacuation was me thinking like, oh, it's because I'm a vegan athlete and my metabolism is really high. So I'm processing all this food out and it needs to be, I'm so cyclical. No, dummy, Jake, this is all waste. Everything your body's trying to tell you and saying like, all this foliage and colorful whatever that you like and tastes really good, which it does, like no doubt about it. That's a fact. That's in my opinion. It tastes good. But the body showing me all of this is waste means that for it to extract those nutrients, it had to go through all this work. It had to break down all this extra stuff. It had to take more time. It had to be stressed, unnecessarily to go, okay, we're just going to take this little guy here. That's all we need. The rest of it, we don't want.
That's brilliant.
And I didn't have that aha moment until I was a carnivore, and of which I've gone up to like 11 days without a bowel movement, or 12, I forget. And people are like, dude, that's crazy. You're sick. That I'm like, I mean, for me to go 4 or 5 days a week without one, totally normal. And that happened within the first 30 days on the diet. And I was like, what's going on here? I was like, it's because I'm totally absorbing all of it. There is no discard. This is total utilization. And then it was my like thinking about when my godchild was born and changing her diapers. And again, it was like, when our kids are just on breast milk, they have like these little ghost poops, and it doesn't smell the same as, differently in life. I know we're talking a lot about poop. People are probably like, God, what is this guy in the poop? It's a great sign. It's a great communicator. It's a great clear indication of the body state and health of what's going on. And that for me was, like I said, a big aha moment. And so, yes, adverse health effects, too much pooping and too much money on toilet paper.
Brilliant. Now we've got a sort of surprise guest who's popped in. Do you know
man.
Robert?
Yeah.
What's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm not in my normal studio, but I'm at the house, so I'm glad I could pop in now.
Good to
So
see you,
just
man.
for the audio, people, Robert Sykes, Keto Savage has popped in. We booked everyone for 45 minutes. Jake's done brilliant 45 minutes, but I thought it would be nice to get these wonderful people together to see if they can have a little bit of banter. So Robert, how do you know Jake then?
Jake and I, we're actually just on, I was on your podcast last week, but we've known each other. You've been on my podcast twice. We've known each other for 4 years now. He was one of my clients at one point, and then we met for the first time in person at KetoCon a few weeks back. So just a big family reunion right here.
Yeah, and I've been a fan of Rob's ever since I heard about him. His book, Ketogenic Bodybuilding, is, I'd say, one of the top, if not the, in this space, and somebody that I've looked to as just being very knowledgeable and consistent with his message. and what he knows about especially ketogenic bodybuilding. It's top-notch stuff.
Appreciate it, man. I just came to listen to you talk about poop personally.
Well, I
You
want
can
to say
you can
something.
relate this, right? A recent father too, you know, can
Oh,
relate, right? Like what breast milk, stools, and bowel movements are like compared to when different things get added, and like you see it in the rashes and the irritation and the changing of like what need kind of swaddling and whatnot needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, our kid, he just turned 2, and he's been straight up keto carnivore since the beginning. I mean, all throughout Crystal's pregnancy, she was eating keto carnivore, and he's only eating real food. So like, we're not going to be feeding him any of the stuff that comes out of the baby food aisle. I'll just put it that way.
Brilliant.
It's the only way to do it.
None of the vegetable oil soaked dry formula and pre-made synthetic baby
No.
formula,
We're
right?
going to have dinner here in a little bit, and he's going to be gnawing on some beef ribs that I smoked
Beautiful.
today. So real food all the way.
Beautiful.
100%.
That was one of the big questions we had earlier about feeding children this way, and I was saying we never question Pop-Tarts or cereals or fruit juices or anything like that. But you say you want to give your child an egg or a little bit of steak, and it's like, wow, this is really freaky. How is that freaky?
It's weird too, because like now that we have a kid, we'll go to places where other kids are at, and like they've all got snacks. Like they can't go 20 minutes without being, shoved a handful of Cheerios or Goldfish or something that's not even food in my book. But it's like so far removed from what they're designed to function on. I mean, and he's super inquisitive, very intuitive, very smart. I mean, every parent probably says it about their kid. They're all probably biased. But like he doesn't have a lot of the issues that I see a lot of kids having that eat, the questionable food items that are typical in, their diet at that age. So I think, feeding the right stuff from the get-go is 100% the way to go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm going to plug your keto bricks as well, which are a genius thing.
Oh, yeah,
Last
for
year
sure.
on this 24-hour live stream, I had them as my secret crutch of food. But I mean, I showed people I was having keto bricks. And this year, I forgot to get some. And within 6 hours, I was like, oh, biggest mistake of my life. I dropped
the ball. I should have sent you some proactively. I ate one earlier. Speaking of food that kids eat, he eats a whole bunch of them. But yeah, I totally dropped the ball on that. I should have sent you some in preparation for this 24-hour live.
It's my fault, Robert, because we're due to restock with you in the UK, aren't we? So we're now in a position to pull you back in now that we've sorted out the carriage and import thing. So yeah, watch this space. I can't remember your guy's name that I've been dealing with, but who's the guy that deals with the international orders? Greg.
We just changed all of our international shipping stuff, so we're using a new provider now. So it should be like super streamlined going forward. So yeah, we'll get it to the UK, no problem.
Awesome. There we are. We'll get that order in as soon as we can, and we'll bring the keto brick back to the UK finally.
Awesome. Well, I don't mean to like jump in and mess up Jake's dialogue here. I don't know. I just kind of came in unannounced, so my apologies there.
No, dude, you're totally welcome. You're right on time. I'm about to get off anyway, so you're right on the money.
Oh, sweet. Who's after you?
Look, I've just found a question actually that has popped up, which I think you might have inspired here. Is intermittent fasting safe for a breastfeeding woman without affecting supply?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, my wife was intermittent fasting throughout her pregnancy. I mean, I would never recommend extended fasting while nursing or breastfeeding, but like intermittent fasting, just kind of eating as is natural with a ketogenic, low carb, high fat diet. I mean, that's going to come with the territory anyways. And her supply was never an issue. I will say this though, if you are a keto and you're breastfeeding, you may notice that your quantity may be a little bit lower, but the quality of that milk is superior. So the infant doesn't likely need as much quantity. So that's something that we noticed with her breastfeeding for sure.
Okay, I've got a question for Jake, and then maybe Robert, you could sort of add a little bit if you want to. I think this is a great question. Should I wait for fat adaptation before starting exercise in order to build muscle while losing weight? Which exercises do you recommend for females? So, I mean, there's a few questions there, but the first one, should somebody wait for fat adaptation to kick in before starting exercise?
I would say, as far as in waiting for fat adaptation, I think that you can define that a different way. Is fat adaptation mean in ketosis? Some people would say yes. I wouldn't say not necessarily, because you can get into ketosis quite easily and not necessarily be fat adapted because you don't actually have familiarity with it. So just because you're metered in ketosis doesn't mean you are mentally fat adapted. You don't know necessarily what it feels like, what your body's needs are, what your energy levels are like, what you're able to draw from as far as in the well. Some people find their explosive performance isn't the same when they first get into that fat adapted phase. Could be true, but I think it takes time. It takes more familiarity to grow into it. That's on one side. The other side of that is I love trial by fire too, and kind of learning it the hard way and trying to figure it out the hard way. But I'm very much someone that relies on the meter for ketosis. And I would say to the majority of keto dieters, and by majority, I would say greater than, I think, 90% of keto dieters are never actually in ketosis. They find success through removing processed foods and, you know, simple and complex carbohydrates and sugars. Sure. But actually being into ketosis and having it digitally verified and then being able to kind of understand your own fat adaptation is a much different question. And as far as in building muscle, I mean, you got the guy, the keynote authority in the world to be able to tell you all about that for sure right here.
I'd pretty much just echo what you said. I feel like I'm a more of a rip the Band-Aid off kind of guy as well, you know? So like if you're not yet fat adapted, you remove carbohydrates, you're going to be registering ketones relatively quickly. Now you may experience a dip in physical performance. Like if you've got a, you know, set proxy for strength markers and endurance markers, you may see that decline as you adopt a ketogenic diet, but I would not wait for fat adaptation before, you know, training. I would just expect a slight decline in the beginning. You're going to notice the cognitive benefits relatively soon. You're going to notice the probably a reduction in inflammation relatively soon. You may notice it takes 6 months or better to kind of hit the same numbers from a performance marker that you were with carbohydrates, but I would not postpone training until you become fully fat adapted, because training as you become fat adapted is going to improve the efficiency at becoming fat adapted. And then from a what exercises do I recommend for female standpoint, honestly, the same things that work for guys. Like we're all the same species. There doesn't need to be this massive disparity between the types of movements for males or females. Like a squat is going to work well for both males and females. You know, just going back to the basics, primary compound movements, you can't go wrong there. Implementing progressive overload, training with intensity, giving your body ample time to recovery. Make sure that you're consuming enough protein and calories to build lean tissue is key. But all those rules are going to apply regardless of your sex.
And ladies, the hip thrust is not the answer to all your missing physique questions in the gym, by the way.
I do love the hip thrust, though. According to the internet, I'm an elite thruster.
Yeah, just to jump in there, I'd echo some of that. I think there's a delay your end, Steve, isn't there? Ever so slightly.
No, I'm just tired. My brain's got the delay, I think. All I wanted to say, Rich, was I was actually going to address this at you, but and I'm going to be a bit more basic than the guys. You know, if someone came to me as a coach and said, I want to start exercising, and I said, okay, let's wait till August. You know, that's not good. That's raining on their parade. If someone says, I want to start exercising, when's best, now or next month? I'll be like, let's do it now. Let's get you moving. Because I think once you're in a mindset of starting to exercise, that sounds like someone has never exercised before. So you don't want to give them reasons to not do it. I would just grab them and just get something done, just to get them into that habit while they're actually asking you. That's one thing I would say anyway. Yeah,
I agree. And just to add to that, I mean, it's, you know, differences in terminology in regards to fat adaptation. We, as a species, we are fat adapted. It's just coming back to that natural state. But I think where people confuse it is that keto adaptation, where we have the ability to utilize beta hydroxybutyrate at a higher rate, which does take time and it's different for everybody. But we can do that through training. High intensity training will upregulate the monocarboxylate transporters and our utilization of beta hydroxybutyrate through BDHA, Cat and Scott. So I would say jump straight in. Intense training, HIIT type training is the best initially to upregulate those pathways and enzymes. And as we've mentioned a few times over the last, I think, we're on 14 hours now currently. So the brain's starting to waver a little bit. I'm sure we've mentioned it once or twice. The monocarboxyl transporters are the same pathway that utilize hormones. So it's a net gain all round. But certainly you shouldn't be putting off training. And I think as Robert said there, training will upregulate those systems and pathways. But in regards to adaptation, it can take an awful long time to be keto adapted, because initially we waste many of the ketones as acetoacetate and acetone. So it does take time to upregulate our body's ability to produce and utilize hydroxybutyrate efficiently, but no reason to put training off.
I will say this though, I've got some people that come to me and they're not yet following a ketogenic carnivore low carb diet, and they want to go straight into keto and also start reducing calories and dip into a deficit. I do think there's benefit to staying at a maintenance or slight surplus for that 6-month span.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
While you get adapted, and then start going into a deficit, because when you're in a deficit, simply training hard is one of the single best things you can do to preserve the tissue, the lean tissue you've got. And if you're going to expect a dip in performance when you first adopt a ketogenic diet, it makes more sense in my mind to not do a deficit with it for the first 6 months. So let yourself become fat adapted. Then once that baseline's been established and your performance markers are back up to they were at baseline, then you can start dropping those calories and focus more on losing lean or fat tissue while preserving lean tissue.
Yeah, I completely agree. And coming back to what Jake mentioned earlier, and I've lost my trail of thought now. That's what 14 hours does. It was on the tip of my tongue. I agree. I think through making healthy decisions, and that's what it was, by default, removing the grains, the vegetable seed oils, the processed foods, and being in that maintenance or even a surplus state, we can still lose that weight initially, because we're blocking that inflammation just by removing the grains. The losing that interaction between the lectins we germagglutinin binding to the insulin receptor could allow us to lose weight, even though we're consuming, and we're going to use the term calorie, but excess amount. We can still lose weight, build muscle, and adapt into the lifestyle comfortably. We don't have to be in that severe deficit, and that's a common mistake I think many people make when they gravitate into the lifestyle. It's all about weight loss, and weight loss comes secondary. We lose weight when we become healthy, and it's not the other way around. The weight loss is a side effect, if you like, of being metabolically healthy. And first and foremost, those are the things that we need to address. Get the diet right, and by diet I mean nutrition, and everything else will follow.
And I love this question. This is probably Jake Street particularly. I've heard about eating when hungry and until satisfied. Are you guys still eating at, inverted commas, meal times? Which is a great question, I think.
Yeah, love
Jake?
that. Love that question. And I've been, for the last probably 5 years now, for the majority, eating like once a day, one meal a day. I did that even bodybuilding. I would fast and train fasted bodybuilding, and then still consume calories and macros in a single meal per day sitting. Is that optimal? Could argue it. Could it be better otherwise and broken down? Could argue it. But I would say grossly, and for 99% of people, like if you're eating to satiety, it's going to be the best thing for you. Is intuitive eating versus macro nutrient adherent eating one better than the other? I think if you're not disciplined enough to eat intuitively, or you don't have enough understanding with your body's needs when it means and says it's hungry, and being able to understand what your hormones are telling you in the form of hunger versus satiety, then you should use macros to eat with, because trying to eat intuitively can become a very slippery slope very fast for many people. Snacking is another big one. It's very easy to overconsume by snacking. So that's another big part of eating the single meal per day, because it's just this one time, one instance. Again, to me, it's also about maximizing time, not having to be, sitting down, not having to take the time to do this, but actually just being able to focus on whatever is my work, my life, leisure, whatever. But just to have that kind of single time throughout the day to where I'm doing that, and then everything else is, is pretty copacetic. But eating when hungry and until satisfied, I think that takes a lot of discipline to be able to, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't call it discipline, but maybe it's humility. maybe it's humility, because it's something about having to, well, I really want to eat this more, but I believe I need to kind of, I don't know, maybe it is discipline. I'm getting confused with my adjectives there, but I think it's a lot better for someone with less experience to eat 2 macros if they're trying to hit a goal, because if you try to trust yourself and you're not necessarily trustworthy, it's a pretty tough thing to do.
Excellent. Robert?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, as far as meal timing goes, like I pretty much structure my feeding times around when is most convenient for my daily schedule. I don't get locked into some societal, demanded meal time. It's like when you go on an airplane and you're on a 45-minute flight and they start walking on the aisle and hand you snacks, and like you watch the people and it's like they're like puppets. They automatically go for the crackers and the snacks. Like they're not hungry. They can go 45 minutes on a short plane flight without eating, but that's just what society pushes them to do, and they fall into that societal pattern. I eat typically when I'm hungry, which normally is around 2 hours post-training, and then again sometime in the evening. I typically do 2 meals a day. When I'm in a pretty significant deficit, I'll transition to a 1 meal a day approach, because for me, psychologically, I find it more sustainable to eat one larger meal that fills me up and actually satiates me, as opposed to multiple smaller meals that always leave me wanting more. So when I'm in a deficit, I'll transition to an OMAD approach. But it's more so based off of convenience around my schedule and not societal, norms or what they push on you. So and when it comes to eating intuitively versus tracking macros, I think if you're eating quality fats and proteins that are nutrient dense, your body's ability to be in tune with its natural hunger and, satiety signaling cues is significantly amplified, versus if you're constantly seeing, increases in spikes in blood glucose and insulin as a result of eating hyperpalatable processed sugary foods. However, it is not intuitive to drop body fat drastically. Like when I'm in a competition prep, I am pushing past the point of hunger. If I was to intuitively eat, I would stay at a rough homeostatic body composition. But I'm trying to get beneath that. So I have to push past that point of intuition, in which case I am tracking everything. And a lot of people that have chronically under-eaten their whole life, their metabolism is significantly depressed, and they would benefit from a strategic time of almost force feeding to upregulate that metabolic effect. And that would in turn increase their hunger. So sometimes you have to push beyond intuition. But I think as far as eating intuitively goes, doing so with a, ancestral based, high protein, high fat, ketogenic carnivore diet is certainly easier to do than a standard American diet.
Brilliant. And that's the hour. So that's fantastic. We're going to get rid of all the testosterone now, Richard. So thanks very much, Jake. Thank you very much, Robert. We've got our next guest waiting in the wings, the lovely Pim Jansen, who's going to talk about addiction and how to control those things. So you guys have been brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And hopefully we'll meet again soon.
Thank you. Appreciate you letting me jump in, Jake.
Good to see you, Rob. Great to see you, man.
Cheers, gents.
Thanks, boys.
Take care.
Thanks very much. See you, Jake.
Thanks, guys.
Take care, man.
Y'all too.
Bye.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So, here's Pim.
Hi.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Thanks for inviting me. I'm really happy that you're doing this again. It must be a toll on your bodies to do this 24 hours.
Yeah, what was really interesting is what I'm finding is there's so many times I want to talk, but we only get the guests for an hour, and they were talking about hunger and listening to your hunger. Well, I was going to do a fast today. That was my decision. Just makes life easier. And we talked about eating intuitively, as you heard, as you was waiting in the wings there. And by 6 hours in, I thought, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. So I think that is a good thing to do, to try and, be intuitive. But anyway, for people that don't know you, Pim, can you just give us a little bit of an introduction to what you do?
Well, I'm helping people with emotional eating or food addiction. I call it carb addiction because that's usually what we're addicted to. I have a background in nutrition. I'm a biomedical scientist, and I'm also a former sugar addict. So what I want to help people understand is that an addiction is not a disease. It's not something like the AA is talking about, is not something that you inherently are. Everyone has this pre-programmed into their nervous system to want to do anything that is addictive, basically. So what we can do is we can actually change that by rewiring the nervous system, rewiring how we are thinking about cravings and these foods. So we don't actually have to live with an active addiction our whole lives. However, it's possible to go back and restart an addiction. But I am all for living with non-abstinent recovery, if you want to call it recovery. So that's kind of my message, is that you don't have to fear these foods that you are addicted to right now. You can actually learn to become a moderator if that's what you want. And I mean, we can discuss the definition of moderation. I'm not talking about eating a little bit every day, but it's possible to have some of these foods at some times without falling back into the addictive behaviors.
You see, now this is why you're on, because this is fascinating, because most people are one or the other, aren't they? So they're moderators or abstainers. But you're saying there's a halfway house? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but let me define that when I say that. I do think I lived several years with just eating sugar in moderation. So I was planning, sometimes it was maybe a couple of weeks apart, sometimes it was a month, more, maybe more. And going from being an addict to doing that it requires a lot of energy. It requires me to have a look at God, that's distracting. No singing. It required me to really go in with intention and be prepared to have cravings and deal with those cravings when that was done. Then I decided to, because I did this because I wasn't ready to completely give up sugar. But then I decided I'm going to have a whole year without sugar, see what happens when I'm eating sugar again. And this kind of paved the way for me not really wanting it. Now I have it, I don't even know, not very often. But if we go out for a meal, for example, which happens a few times per year, I'm just eating whatever's on the menu. And I'm not even thinking about it. It doesn't create any cravings. It doesn't make me fall back into any bad habits or addictive behaviors. I just don't sit and do it at home all the time. So that's what I mean with moderating. You can do it every now and then, but I think it's too much work to do it every week. You can learn to do that, but I don't think it's worth the effort.
Cool. Now, I'm sorry I put that up there. I thought you needed a smile. So what's this about singing then? What's that about?
Oh,
why
my
are people saying
goodness.
no singing?
It's about, I'm usually on Bodk's live streams on our Sundays, most people's Saturdays, and he likes to sing. And sometimes he sings in B flat, which my eardrums are very sensitive to. And that really hurts my ears. So it kind of comes from that, and being a reference to a phrase in the Quest for the Holy Grail. I think they say no singing. So that's become a thing that all his followers know about. And as soon as they see me, that comes up.
Right. Okay. Good. I won't be singing because I've done my voice in shouting at the television over a bunch of soccer players. So here we go. I like this question, actually. I've never heard this question. This is something I've never heard. So Jay is asking, Pim, do you think that people can develop carb allergies? I've always felt that throughout my life.
I have never heard that question either. I would just ask, like, what do you mean with a carb allergy? I don't think you're going to get a rash when you're eating carbs or something like that. I don't think there is going to be a histamine reaction to carbs, because if there was, you probably would have died already. I can't imagine that anyone would be allergic to a nutrient that we have the capacity to, and we need for survival, basically. So no, I don't think so. But I mean, what are the symptoms? Give me some more information and I'll try to answer that better.
Okay, well, they've asked that question very early, so I might be able to get a bit more information. Yeah, sorry, Richard.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's quite often the carb source may be the source of the allergy. Carb from grain, for example, through wheat germ agglutinin, or if we're getting carb from broccoli, it could be sulforaphane, and there's hundreds of toxins within plants that are co-ingested with the carbohydrate. I don't think carbohydrate inherently is can cause an allergic reaction. I think it's more to do with the compound that is co-consumed with it. Some on the planet that are least would cause the lowest amount of reaction would be something like white rice, for example, because it's lectin free. And I'm not telling you all to go out and stuff your face with lots of white rice, but there's very few, at least lectins, not enough to cause major problems in things like white rice. Honey doesn't work well for me, yet that's been touted as being one that is most natural and one that we can consume, but it doesn't work well for me. I tend to get a flare up in my mouth when even if it's local honey and raw. But yeah, I don't think it's the carb per se. I think it's other compounds that are consumed along with that carb.
Yeah, I agree.
And Stephen's looking for something, I'm guessing, as he was in. Have you fallen asleep, Steve? How far are we in now? So just over 14 hours in now, I think, Pim.
Oh dear.
Yeah, if my maths is...
Just 10 to go.
Yeah. So I guess we're changing over in another hour and 50 minutes, and then there's a downhill 8 hours to remain, I think. But Steve, are you still there, or not? In a world,
it looks like he can't hear us.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Can you not hear us, Steve? Steve?
Oh my goodness.
No, there we are.
Yeah.
Just you and I. Anyway, I mean that would be my best answer to that, but it's do you have any further thoughts, Pim?
No, that's why I want to know a bit what the symptoms are, and obviously what foods those symptoms would be associated with. When I was in my early 20s, I knew a girl who was allergic to a lot of weird things. Like most people can eat like onions, and I don't even remember what it was, but it was just a bunch of strange things. And she got very very dry and sensitive skin, and she used to go and get massage, and her massage therapist was just complaining that she had to use so much oil because she was basically just absorbing all of it. And to this day I remember that, but I have no idea if it could have been something with her sulfur metabolism or whatever it could have been. But some people just have weird symptoms, but as I said, I do not think that it's possible to be allergic to the carbs on their own. It's something that they come with, and that might not make any sense to you right now in the form that it comes, because you might not see the connection between those foods, but I'm pretty sure there is something there.
Yeah, I agree. I think, do you know what I have noticed, throughout my journey? I'd regard myself as being pretty strict, although I don't see it as being strict because I love the food I eat. So this isn't restrictive for me. But during my journey, I would indulge, in compounds. I would have a takeaway and some fast food now and again. And I did notice, the day after indulging, that I would feel almost drunk, and I could that be a case of going from consuming very little carb to overloading on carb? Could that be where the question is coming from? Or do you think it's more to do with the effect of the vegetable oils and again other compounds that may be co-consumed with that I don't want to use the word cheat meal, but it's that targeted what do I tend to call it? My mental reset. That's what I tend to call it if I eat something that I don't normally eat. But it's yeah. What are your thoughts?
I think you're probably right on both points. I think if there are seed oils in, I do know some people who the one thing that they react to is actually having seed oils, and it can be very, very little, and they just don't feel good the day after, which is kind of interesting to me. I'm like the opposite of the canary in the coal mine, so I can abuse myself quite a lot with food before I notice anything. Whereas we have to look at, I'm looking at the people that are super sensitive to everything, and I'm taking their knowledge and apply it to myself, because if I was just eating, I wouldn't notice anything until it's gone too far. So, but also, when you're not eating any carbohydrates, there is no need for your body to produce and have a lot of insulin ready. So if you all of a sudden go out and have a binge eat on carbs, it's going to take a while for your body to start upregulating and releasing enough insulin to take care of that. So I imagine that part of that not feeling optimal the next day is that you've been on a blood sugar roller coaster and your body is wondering what the actual F is going on here. And that's causing it. I can absolutely have something called a sugar hangover, but it requires me to eat quite a lot of carbs to get there. And then I get really, really tired. I get a cotton brain, like brain fog, and I generally get a headache as well. And that does not always appear on day one, but if you continue 2 or 3 days, then I will have a headache for several days. So I know it's coming, it's just not immediate with me. So it took me a while to learn that lesson.
Yeah, snap. And I'm the same. Do you find that the carb source has different effects? So, whether it's come from bread, for example, or whether it's come from, another carb source, do you find that the source of carb would affect you in a different way, or is the effect the same?
That's a very good question. I think like all carbs affect me in terms of the next day. If I'm eating a lot of carbs, or not even a lot, if I'm eating some carbs, the next day I'm always hungrier. It doesn't matter what the carb source is. But if I have been eating sugar, or as you say, bread or pizza or something of that kind, probably because of the blood sugar rise, I am much more likely to feel very tired and fatigued, and I'm more likely to have headache. And I can just share something funny that I used to use. This was way before I had any clue like what was going on. Probably 20, 25 years ago, I used to say that I had a pizza headache. Like I knew I could get away with eating 2 slices, but if I had 3 slices, I would get a headache every single time. It was like clockwork. So if I was ever having pizza, I'm like, I have 2 slices because then I can get away with it. 3, no go. And I could eat the equivalent amount of bread and so on. But if I had something like sweet potatoes or other starchy vegetables, that wouldn't necessarily be a problem. Sometimes I've had a lot of headaches in my life, so it's hard to kind of suss out what's causing what, but I was a lot less likely to get it anyway.
Yeah, snap. I'm a big long-term sufferer of chronic migraines. Living this way has massively improved. I used to suffer with migraines every day, for which I was on 3 different medications for.
Crazy.
I'm medication free now. I still get migraines. And again, same as you, I'm still on this journey to try and establish all of the triggers, because I think that there are more than one. Excess sugar consumption is definitely one of them. Eating rubbish, and that could be seed oils. I think there's an electrolyte problem with calcium, stress, and lack of sleep. I'm self-employed, so stress and lack of sleep come hand in hand. So you're constantly fighting all these things, But it's been a journey for me to try and navigate down this road of different causes. But coming back to the pizza, I think the pizza is probably one of the most unhealthiest foods on the planet, isn't it? And it's not even a food, really, if we're going to categorize things, but it's high in wheat germ agglutinin, it's high in carbohydrate, and it's high in oxidized omega-6. It's the perfect storm for ill health, isn't it? So that's one I tried to restrict. And in fact, I can't honestly remember the last time that I consumed any pizza. And I used to love pizza so much. It's highly addictive for a number of reasons, isn't it? But in regards to the addiction side, do you find that there's some foods in particular, or would you classify it as being sugar or carb in general, or there's some foods that you find are more addictive than others? Would it be soft drinks, energy drinks, or pizzas? Or do you find that it doesn't matter where the carb comes from, that addiction is there regardless?
I do think processed carbs is almost a requirement. I haven't had anyone come to me with help with being a sweet potato addict or something like that. I've had a lot of people who have been addicted to peanuts or peanut butter even the version without sugar in, which is kind of interesting. But other than that, usually it's either sugar or it's savory. And if it's savory, there is usually a bread component to it. So it might be pizza or bread. Sometimes potatoes, like in the form of chips. Specifically, I've never heard anyone say, "Oh, yeah, I need my baked potato every day." It's always chips. So I think, I mean, they do say that you're not addicted to carbs. You're addicted to the combination of carbs, fat, salt, sweet, like the perfect storm, basically. But I don't think that is true for everyone, because I'm definitely a sugar addict. I couldn't give a shit about pizza, honestly. My mom was lazy. She bought me pizza several times per week when I grew up, and I don't really like pizza. I think I got traumatized as a kid. But sugar is my thing. I used to eat brown sugar with a spoon, and that would do it for me. So I didn't need any fat in there. But in general, most people would probably be drawn to things that have both fat and carbs. So we're talking about the pizza, the chips, cheesecake, donuts, that sort of thing that has like all the components. That's probably the most addictive foods, I think. But having said that, I just want to add that sometimes you can, because the addiction is formed from this neural pathway in the brain where you just seek out some food that will give you a lot of like dopamine so that you feel good. And following through with it, like once this pathway is created, you just want to pop some food in there. So if, let's say, you are locked into your house, you don't have any pizza or ice cream, what are you going to do? You will look for other foods. I had a problem with salami for a while. I just started eating salami every evening. And then I started craving salami. It was quite easy for me to cut it out, but I needed to notice that, okay, this is actually a problem. Some people can get this with some fruits, like bananas usually, or sometimes something that is like really sweet. Watermelon, that would probably be a trigger for me. I can eat blueberries, that's not a problem. But some fruits are more of a problem for some people that already have a food addiction. It's like we just want to pop anything into that habit cycle to fulfill it, and which will make us feel good. So I don't think that anyone would necessarily develop an addiction eating bananas, but we can use them as a substitute. And in the same way that if we quit smoking, we might start eating sugar. If we stop eating sugar, we might start drinking alcohol. We just want to fulfill this habit cycle and start feeling better and get that dopamine hit. Was that a good answer?
Yeah, spot on.
Excellent. I just want to apologize. I had a tech issue.
We figured.
I wasn't running off to eat carbohydrates.
We thought you were just being rude.
Well, I have a question that's come in. I'm not sure, Richard, you can see the questions that are coming in. So
no, I can't. I can't. No, I can.
No. So I do apologize. I don't know why that is, but so this is the question. I am dealing with binge eating. I can't do no moderation. My doctor put me on GLP-1 drugs. She said that my brain doesn't recognize satiety signals. Is it true I can overeat even on a carnivore diet? Any advice?
Okay. So sometimes, okay, I don't like any medications. Let's just start with that. Like they can mess with anything or everything. It's really hard to correct your own body signals when you're having some sort of input from any type of medication. In terms of like, I can't do no moderation. Does that mean that you can't? You can moderate, or you can't, or you need to moderate?
It's double negative, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, what does this actually mean? Let's say that you can't moderate. I'm going to take it as, since you said it, you can overeat even on carnivore. I don't like saying that you can't do anything, because in the end of the day, what you can or can't do is all decided by you. Like, you could just stop putting things into your mouth. It's not like some alien is taking over your body and just puts it into your mouth. What you're dealing with is maybe an overwhelming feeling of desire for eating, and even if those are carnivore foods. Now, do you want to stop doing that, or don't you? Like, there is a way for you to stop doing that. And the way that I'm teaching people usually is that to deal with the feeling, which is the craving in this case, or the desire or the urge to want to eat. And I think we spoke about this last year, but basically you just feeling what that feels like in your body, because there is a sensation in your body that you get, which is very, very uncomfortable. And it can make some people want to like creep out of their skin because it's so uncomfortable. And as soon as you eat, you get rid of that feeling, which is then giving you even more dopamine, and that feels really good. So if you can learn to be okay with just feeling that way and not eat as a result, you will feel a bit uncomfortable in the beginning, but this will start to fade fairly quickly. So if you really want to stop overeating, just embrace that feeling, allow yourself to feel like that for, every single time, if you can, that you feel the urge to eat, and do that for several days in a row. And you're going to notice that the urge to eat is going to be less and less intense as you go along. And eventually it will go away. But it is a commitment that you need to make. Now, every time you do this, you're training your nervous system to react in a different way, which is what you want it to do, because you want to change this habit loop into not responding to that urge to eat. But you need to practice this several times, because imagine how many times you've been practicing your current habit of responding, probably many, many thousands of times. So you need to slowly start building up an alternative pathway so that you can start reacting like that without having to think about it. But that takes time. And as I said earlier, just like 10, 15 minutes ago, or whatever, in the beginning, I just didn't want to give it up. And I just continue doing it every now and then, not too often, but it requires a lot of effort. It's taking me several years to get to where I am, but for the last 2-3 years, it's been easy most of the time. I still have thoughts about food, but I don't get this overwhelming feeling that I need to go and eat it. And that's where you want to get to, where that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, do you? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
There was a question. It just seemed sort of the right moment to add it there. So, do you think the idea of carnivore recipes for things like pizzas, lasagnas, and ice creams is a good idea to help people with sugar cravings? Because this person, Mike, is thinking it makes things worse because it's so close to the real thing and possibly keeping those cravings alive.
Yes, I overall I agree with Mike 100%. I think it's cool to have those alternatives if you want to do something, but if you have, like, if you need to do it every day or several times per week to be able to stand the diet that you're on, there is a problem there. Either the diet isn't right for you, or it's like you're holding on to that addiction and you're trying to substitute it. And I did this for many years. I was keto intermittently because every now and then I would just fall off and I would binge on all the carbs that I could just get my hands on. And this was the first time that I actually started binging on things. I hadn't been like binging on things before that, but it was just this eating all these keto treats and trying to substitute, and none of that was actually satiating to me. It didn't scratch the itch that I had, because it's not real sugar. So when I made a decision that this weekend I'm just gonna eat carbs because I missed it, I will go and buy all the things that I could potentially want and all the things that I usually don't even want, but I would just have them, and then I would eat all the stuff until it was gone, which usually were several days because I can't eat that much in one go. So I think this, if you are dependent on having carnivore pizza and carnivore ice cream and carnivore this and carnivore that to be able to be on a carnivore diet, you're still living with that addiction and you're just trying to mask it. And it's going to become a problem for you at some point. It might not mean that you do what I did, but chances are that you are going to fall off at some point and it's not going to be pretty. So by all means, if you do this just the way that I'm eating out every now and then, if you do this once a month or whatever, not a problem. If you want to spend the time making all those things, which are very time consuming, go for it. But not several days per week. I think that's probably a problem for most people.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I offer a meal plan, and I deliberately don't do those sort of fake things. A couple of people have asked me in the chat about that. But one thing I did try was a carnivore lasagna, but that's nice in its own right. It's not trying to mimic, you know, it's just a name because it's layered. It's, you know, bacon with ground beef and bacon and ground beef and cheese. It's great. So I just called it carnivore lasagna, but it's not trying to be lasagna. And I think that maybe I made a mistake with the name, but I couldn't think of a better thing to call it. Do you feel that just getting away from the actual practicalities of food and getting more into the psyche, do you feel that people blame themselves and become a failure and give up almost because they just feel like, oh, I can't do it, it's too difficult? Or do you think it's an outside influence of, you know, other people trying to convince them that they shouldn't be doing carnivore and therefore, you know, come over to the dark side and have the carbohydrates? What's the most common thing you encounter?
The first one, definitely. There is a lot of self-blame, self-loathing when people are not doing what they say that they're going to do. And just literally this disaster thinking that I can't do it. What's wrong with me? Why can't everyone else do it? And it's like those thoughts are going on repeat over and over again, and it just keeps you stuck where you are rather than looking at the things that you have done. If you have ever done a single day without the carbs, you can do it. Like, you're physically able to do it. You just need to string more of those 1 days together, one after the other. It's not about what's like, if you let the past shape your future will look exactly the way that your past looks. So you need to start changing something, and the thing that is most powerful and the thing that you actually have control over is your thoughts. And it might not feel like it because I think you have about 60,000 thoughts every day. So there's no way that you can choose every single thought that you have. But what you can do is that you can choose in what direction you want your thoughts to go. So those self-loathing thoughts, they are going to come up, but you don't have to pay any attention to them. You can just redirect that to other thoughts. Yeah, I know that I can do it for 1 day. Let's see if I can do it for 2 days. I have the tools that I need. You can just focus on the things that you have and the things that are going to help you make that change. And that is going to make it so much easier. In terms of other people wanting to influence you, I find that is usually like step 2. People come to me with the addiction where you have the self-loathing and all the thoughts about yourself being pretty much useless. Once you get over that, it's like your brain is looking for something new, and then it's like, oh yeah, but this person and that person and so wanted to bake me this cake, and they only made it because they know that I love it and I don't want to disappoint them. And it's just like a new stream of excuses that you can use to eat. So your brain will always look for things that it can use for you to continue the behavior that feels very comfortable to you without any effort. So that's kind of step 2. That's why I don't see it as often, but most people get to it at some point.
Yeah, and I think the outside influence thing is often quoted, but it is coming internally. I mean, that's why I asked that question, actually, because a lot of people do intellectualize it, you know, and I also blame some influence for this, and I include myself because I've mentioned this before. I mean, these foods are made by food scientists. They are deliberately addictive. They are super hyper palatable, but saying that doesn't make it your get out of jail card. But they do use that? I mean, do you find that it is difficult because there is a sort of grain of truth in that there are a gang of scientists deliberately trying to make you addicted?
Yeah.
Do you think there's any validity to that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that it's 100% true. There's a reason that they have food scientists. They get people in for food focus groups where they taste the food and then they rate everything, like how enjoyable it is, how much they like it, blah blah blah. And they're looking for the thing that people react to the most, that most people will get hooked on, and then they produce more of that. So that is the whole purpose of creating those foods. But like, even though it's not your fault that you get addicted to these foods, it's your responsibility to get out of the addiction if you don't want to be addicted. You can't expect them to stop producing these foods because it's making them a lot of money. The only thing that you can do to counteract that is to not buy that shit. Just go away from that. Do what you want to do. Show the people that produce the food that you want to eat that there is a market for it, and that market will grow. So you can blame them all you want, but it's not going to change anything, and it's not going to help you in any way. We are just like put into this soup of lots of addictive stuff, and I'm talking about more than food. It's social media, everything is just so easily accessible, everything that makes you feel really good. We don't have to even lift a finger to get a cooked meal delivered to our door, basically, unless we want to. So it's very easy to get stuck in this dopamine hole where you're just like satisfying one addiction after the other. So it's on you if you want to get out of that. And as I said, it's about so much more than the food. I'm just dealing with the food, but honestly, when I'm coaching in my group, we're not just talking about food, because once you start dealing with the food, it's like, oh yeah, but then I sat on social media all day yesterday, and it's just this avoidance behavior that makes you feel good. So we're dealing with so much more than that, because what I want for myself, I want for all the other people that are with me, and for everyone who's watching this as well, is for you to actually live your life the way that you want to live it. I want you to enjoy life. And if you're going to go from one addiction to another, you're not going to be able to enjoy it. So we need to stop blaming other people or the companies and actually create the reality that you want in your life. It's like, I don't give a shit about those things. I'm just here, and my focus is to feel as good as possible, do what I enjoy, live my life, and have a really good time. And that's what I'm focused on. So when I have this interference with all this input from whatever it is, I'm like, that's not important. That's not where my focus is. So I think this victim mentality is driving me crazy, because it's so easy to get stuck there. And I think the society that we are in right now is like, we have to take care of everyone, and poor you if someone called you names or whatever. That's not how it works. Whatever you feel is decided by what you're thinking about what they are doing. So if you think that I don't give a shit about what they just said or did, you're going to be good. So you need to change your mindset around it to actually get through it and not be affected by all those things.
And do you find that is easier in groups, or can people do it in isolation? So if someone's particularly shy or embarrassed by this, is it possible to do it on your own, or do you have to have like a support group, do you think?
I think that it's hard to do on your own, and it's not impossible, but I think it will probably take a long time. Just hearing about other people and how they are thinking, like sharing that experience with other people, is really helpful. The more input you get from other people that are doing the same thing that you want to do, it's like you are bathing your brain in the right thoughts. You're adopting thoughts from other people. And when you can start thinking these thoughts a lot more for yourself, like it's if you look at any media, like TV, they're sending out the message. You need to do this, you need to do that. And I'm not going to mention the word, but you need to wear those things over your mouth, because it's very dangerous out there, and the more you hear that, the more scared you're going to be, and the more you're going to adopt it. So if you put yourself in an environment that where other people have thoughts about, they don't give a shit about all these things, and here is what I'm thinking, and you can adopt that. The more you hear that, the quicker it's going to be for you to actually adopt it yourself and start believing it. So that's why I think that's where this saying comes from, what is the actual saying, like you become the person, like the three people you spend the most time with, you become like them, or whatever it is. Like it's because of the thoughts that you're adopting from them. And that's 100% true. And I definitely see it. That's why, I mean, I do some one-on-one coaching still, but I think the group coaching, the group environment is so powerful if you let yourself be part of a group, and if that's what you want. That's probably the quickest way of doing it.
Yeah, you speak a lot of sense, Pim, and I think that's one of the things, you know, firstly, we're nutters if we're carnivore, aren't we? We're all idiots, right? And everybody hates us. So that's why you need a community to realize that actually there's hundreds of thousands and millions of us. So you don't have to listen to your partner if your partner's into it. So then when you talk about addiction, you're just narrowing your search. You're not saying I'm going to be part of a carnivore group. I'm going to be part of Pim's group that's talking about addiction. That's what you're doing. You're just taking one extra step to cover the thing that you want. I mean, this might sound a bit against what you're saying, because it was an abstaining, but it's about mindset. I used to be a news junkie. I loved the news. You know, I would watch 24-hour news because I thought this is really great. And then when I realized I was being lied to, I just stopped watching it. I was a news junkie, really was. You know, my A-level, I was government and politics, and then I just changed tack because I realized it was all a big pile of rubbish, really. So I stopped watching the news. Now, when I see the news, and if I'm out and about in the gym, it's like a parody. I actually find it quite funny how bad it is. So your mind can be changed by the absence of that influence. That's actually where I'm going to. It's not, although I was abstaining from the news, it's actually just looking at a different mindset and getting your news from somewhere else. So I wasn't actually abstaining from news. I was abstaining from the bad news from the legacy media. So I think that's it with the addiction. I think you just need to not feel like it's just you, because you say about the victim mentality. I do think people, when they first start, they're also influenced by the success stories, and I've tried to address this. You see success stories because they're what YouTube will put in front of you because it's interesting. They're not going to put a video of a person saying, "Oh, it's day 9 and I'm getting nowhere," because it's boring. You know, that no one's going to watch that. So I think that's brilliant what you're saying. I think it's just that, you know, support mechanism and actually understanding it and not being scared to talk about it and realize, you know, just pretending is no good. You know, saying, right, I'm not going to do that ever again. And then when you do it, getting guilty, because that's the cycle I see. It's been great. I've done 3 weeks. And then I went to a wedding and it just, 2 days, terrible. I'm back where I started. I'm going to give up. And normally those people, sorry, I'm ranted on here a bit, but normally those people have an addictive trait, then, because they'll say, I gave up cigarettes. I gave up alcohol. Why can't I do this? What you just said, you know, that sort of, it's me. Well, it isn't you, actually. It's just your decisions, and that's, you know, that's the thing. You're still deciding. So you're not actually taking that guilt away. You're saying, look at it differently. You haven't failed. You've just made the wrong decision. If you made the right decision, you wouldn't fail. It's really that sort of simple, isn't it? But it's not easy, if you get my drift.
No, it's very simple to do, but it's not easy because we have programmed our brains to react that way over and over again for several years. So it doesn't really, as soon as you kind of relax, it might be the wrong word, but as soon as you don't direct your thoughts, all those old thoughts are going to come in. So you kind of, in the beginning, you need to be a little bit on your toes. And this is, I just wanted to mention with groups as well, or like community. If you join, let's say, a Facebook group that deals with addiction, and you see a lot of people just complaining about falling off the wagon and have to restart again, is not useful. Like I have rules in my group because I have peer groups where they meet without me, and they are not allowed to sit and complain. Like they are there to help each other and share positive experiences. If they have a current problem that they need to get out of, I allow all my members in my group to book in one-on-one with me. Then they come and talk to me. So the group experience is about helping other people. So if you're in a group that have a lot of success stories, people are really helpful, giving you tips how to move forward, great. If it's a complaint group, get out of there straight away, because that's just going to drag you down and keep you there. So be really careful with what environment you are putting yourself into, because you are going to absorb it. We are like sponges. No matter how much you're working on your mental health, you are going to be affected by it. So it's easy to just remove yourself if it's not helpful to you.
Absolutely. And I think, if people want an analogy, if you take the food out of it, the soccer's on, right? So some teams got to take 5 penalties. If the camera zoomed in on the team talk and all the players were going, well, I'm going to miss. Yeah, I think you're going to miss as well. I'm going to miss. You'd think, well, yeah, of course they're going to miss, because they're all talking about missing. So a decent player would say, well, I don't need that. I'm going to go and stand over there because I'm going to score. And then you would find that all that, it's a simple decision. You just listen to think, well, this is not helpful. I'm getting away. And yeah, of course it's human nature to have a bit of a, moan about this thing. Oh yeah, I don't like that either. And you feel like part of a group. But actually, when you're trying to make your health completely 180 from where it is, you have got to just say to yourself, yeah, all right, it's good gossip, but it's detrimental to me, and it's only going to make things worse. So I think that's right. I mean, it's very easy to get into that, and we get that on even these lives. We'll have somebody who will populate with comments, and you just want to say, forget it. Come on, this is not what this is about. So there are people out there that are looking for it in reverse. It isn't like it's a club. There are people actively trying to find somebody else to latch onto as well. So it's not just one way. You could be sitting there thinking I'm doing quite well on your online thing, and someone will come in and try to provoke you to join them in doing the wrong things. Yeah. So
it's the crab in the bucket, like trying to drag everyone else down to your misery level. Yeah.
Yes. Richard, did you want to say it? Sorry, I've monopolized it. Now I've got my speaker back. I'm showing off because I can hear again.
Yeah, apologies. I've realized that for some reason my YouTube stream messages are not coming through to the StreamYard. So there's lots of messages that we've missed. So I've just been replying to those. But yeah, it's I think community is incredibly important. Stephen and I recently set up a school group. I've just posted a link in there now. I think we are all freaks in regards to the people that we're around. There's everyone in my family and friends think that I'm weird. I'm the strange one. Yet I also think that they know that what I say is the truth because they can see it. But it's that fear, and it comes back to that addiction and not wanting to make that change. It's sugar blocks the prefrontal cortex, and the prefrontal cortex is the part of the brain that allows us to make sensible choices. And this is what is blocked at 2 a.m. in the morning when you jump in your car and drive stupid distances to the local garage or shop or whatever it may be to get your fast food or your chocolate bar. One of the key things that I used to implement for that is just making sure that I didn't have anything at home, so I couldn't wake up at 2 a.m. and raid the cupboards and things. Some hints and tips there, but we've got some more questions. Let's run through this. So Gaza has just said, Pim, can you summarize your recent dry fast experience? Benefits, pitfalls, are those good for breaking away from cravings? I enjoy them. Hoping for free stem cells.
Well, they're not free if you have to dry fast for several days, but okay, I'll try to make it as quick as possible. So yeah, I intended to go for 7 days. I went for 6 days because I started to feel quite crappy on day 6. I have adapted very easily to dry fasting. I think it's because I have always been a person who doesn't drink a lot, so I probably unintentionally been dry fasting for 12 hours or more every now and then without even thinking about it. I think the hardest thing with dry fasting is that so many people are over drinking. They just drink too much, and they're used to drinking all the time. So without getting into too much of the hormones, but the antidiuretic hormone, etc., your body is used to getting a lot of fluids. So for some people, it might take a while to adjust to it. So if you want to do dry fasting, go slow. Don't try to go for 6 days straight away. Just try to do 24 hours. If you can't do 24, do 12 hours, whatever it is, and get your body used to not dealing with that if that's something that you want to do. 3.5 days was really easy for me. I wasn't thirsty. I was kind of hungry, but I wasn't that thirsty. And then I started to get this super dry mouth, which was very annoying, or is very annoying. And from there, it went downhill with the lethargy, and I was really tired. I could wake up in the middle of the night and feel like the buzz, and that's probably because of all the stress hormones that are being released. So I could sleep, but it was just like, it was very shaky. And on day 6, what happened was that I was very dizzy. And when I was standing up, my heart started racing, and I was just feeling like I'm going to faint, or like not quite faint, but I felt very dizzy. And as soon as I was standing up, but not just when I was standing up, even if I stood for 5 minutes, that would be going on. So I had to sit down, and it could just have been like a healing crisis. I don't think my life was in danger or anything of that sort, because I think these things can happen. My blood pressure was slightly elevated, which is a lot lower than most people's blood pressure anyway. So there wasn't like anything dangerous going on, but I just felt like, I think I'm going to break it. And the next time I might go longer. In terms of benefits, I have been looking at sorting my sinuses out. I think it's a fungal infection that I haven't been able to deal with. I've found something that has made a difference, but it's not solved the problem. So that's why I'm doing the dry fasting. In terms of that, right now, I think I've been refeeding for 2 weeks. It's a lot worse than it has been for a long time. So something has upset my sinuses. We'll see if it kind of calms down and actually get better. So I'm sure I got lots of stem cells. I'm sure I burn a lot of fat. I got lots of autophagy, renewal, and so on. But it's nothing specific that I can point out right now. Unfortunately, I wish I had like a super nice, YouTube success story that you could put out there. But I feel good, and I really, really like dry fasting. It's my new passion that I'm doing on the side.
That's good. I mean, full transparency is always best. So someone's picked up on your phrase, redirect your thoughts. So they're asking, redirect thoughts to what? The only thing that helps me is delay sitting out late evening cravings by taking a break from everything and settling down for long enough for the storm to settle. Although that to me seems like a thought, a thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, what I like doing, what I do with all my clients, and you can look it up on YouTube, like look up 7 levels deep exercise. Basically, it's asking like, why do you want to do this? And then you give an answer, and then you're like, why is that important to you? And then you take that answer and you answer again, why is that important to you? So you're kind of digging deeper and deeper to find the reason for why you want to quit the carbs or whatever it is that you want to do. When you can connect with that reason, when you have that reason, you can always redirect to that. It's like, if I sit through this craving and I'm feeling really uncomfortable, rather than focusing on that, focus on the reason for why you're doing it, for example. But it doesn't have to be that deep. It could just be like using the dry fasting as an experience, because that's very recent for me. When I felt like shit, I'm like, yeah, but what if one more day is what's going to make the difference for my sinuses? I wonder what will happen if I continue. Like, being curious about the future and wanting to see what's next is very powerful for me. That's what I used when I decided to not touch sugar for a year. I'm like, after 1 year, I'm going to have sugar, and I'm really curious to see what's going to happen when I eat it, if I even like it. So using curiosity is something that works for me personally. It might not work for you, but finding something that excites you about the future, something that you want. And I know for some people, it might work to think about, I've had several people actually that I work with who don't want to be like their parents. They don't want to get dementia, or they don't want to be dependent on other people when they get old. They're running away from something. That can work, but rather than running away from that, I would reframe that into, what is it that you want? You want to be fully mobile, independent when you get old, whatever it might be, and focus on what it is that will make your life awesome when you've achieved it. That's where you want to redirect your thoughts to something that motivates you.
Cool. And final question.
Go for
Save
it.
the best one to last. Pim, this is from Dr. Abs. Pim, what are the best and worst things about living with Bart? Funny stories.
Can I say singing?
Yeah.
It's actually on that note. I think I like quietness. I'm like very low key. I'm a super introvert. I like my own space. And he's always making noise of some kind. If it's not singing, he's talking, or he's shouting, or he's doing something. So now he's away for a little bit more than 24 hours. And I'm like, oh, this is my time to relax. It's going to be quiet. And I'm not missing having the noise in the house. I think that's maybe the most grating part, excuse me, for me. I just need more peace in my environment. I just really enjoy that, which is why I'm up at 6 a.m. every morning, because I get several hours for myself, which is awesome. The best thing, I think, is to live with someone who is a bit like me, and none of us likes being controlled by other people. So we are two individuals living together. We're living our own lives, and no matter what I decide or that he decides that we're going to do, the other person is just totally okay with it. We're not trying to control each other in any way, which I find it's easy to forget, but I don't think I've ever been with anyone who's been completely, excuse me, who's been completely okay with me just doing what I want to do. You know, having partners who wants to micromanage anything just does not work for me. So that's probably the best thing.
That's great. So, Pim, thank you so much. If people want to get hold of you, what's the best way to get hold of you?
I think the best way to get hold of me is if you actually want to talk to me about any sort of, support, etc., you can send me an email at pim@pimjohnson. So just my name, Pim at both my names.com. Or if you see my name down there, it says at Radical Food Freedom, which is my YouTube channel. You can go there and watch my videos or whatever. I have a free course that you can sign up for. You can send me an email about all of that if you're interested in that. I call it Food Freedom Foundations, and it will just teach you how to sit through cravings, how to change the way that you're thinking, and be okay with having cravings without respond to them. So if that's of interest, then send me an email and I'll hook you up.
Thank you so much. Richard.
Fantastic, Pim. Been an absolute pleasure, as always. Great to see you back. It's a shame that Bart couldn't make it also. I think we're going to miss him this year. But we had a fantastic call last year, didn't we? But thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you again. What hour are we on now currently? What are we coming up to? 15 hours, I think.
We are whatever. 19. No, we're not. And it's not 19. No, that's rubbish. 8 and 7. 15.
And speaking of addiction, is that coffee? Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it.
What 24 hours? Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I think we're just.
Well, we haven't yet this time.
It seems like a good idea.
Yeah. For us who are just kind of popping in and for people watching, it's a super good idea. It's I mean, I really appreciate that you're doing it. It's such a good initiative, and people get such a variety of people speaking that they might not get the opportunity to see normally. So I think it's awesome. I just don't know how you do it.
Thank you. I've just spotted a very in joke. I think Bart's blood acid pH is too high to attend. He's got an ongoing spat, Richard, with James something or other, the salt fix guy.
Right.
Anyway, right. Well, we'll bid you a good day, and thank you for attending. It's really great.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you, Pim.
Pim.
Thanks.
Very, very nice, kind words. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye. So
approaching
yes,
15 hours. Yeah, and back on the coffee. You've given in.
I have. Yeah, but I did admit that I was going to give in.
You did.
Because
In fairness, you did. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you, Rich, but I'm finding this one harder than last time.
Yeah, and you know, I thought we would. I think last time we came into this not knowing what to expect, and I always compare this to when I started running. And I remember racing my first 5K in like a park run. And it took me, I did that in 1933 minutes. And it took me an awful long time to get anywhere back to it again, because the next time I wanted to race a 5K, halfway through, I remembered that pain and my body just didn't want that pain. And I couldn't push to that level. And I thought that may be the case with this. I think the first time that we did the 24, yeah, we'll manage that, you know, it'll be fine. And you sort of persevere. But I remember, you know, there were several times through that where, and it seemed to come in waves where we just peter off, one of us and the other one would perk up. And I think we just kept each other going that way, leaving the speakers do their bit and taking over some of the talking, which is why, you know, the viewers are listening. But yeah, I kind of expected this one to be a little bit harder. Look, we're in the final home straight. It's, you know, 9 hours remaining. Another work day or half a work day, but we'll get there. You know, coffee is a tool. Coffee's a tool, and you know, you know the damaging effects that you know acrylamide had caused. But now you're utilizing the tool to confer a benefit. And if that's what you need to power you through, you know, I haven't written it off myself, but I'll be honest, I'll be most disappointed if I do give in. I'm going to try my best to persevere without coffee, because it's 4 weeks and 2 days since I haven't touched coffee, and touch wood, I haven't missed it as much as I thought I would, at least. If I have missed it, I've had no intention of going back and brewing a cup. But it's early days. We do have 9 hours. And we haven't eaten yet. I don't know about you. Have you eaten?
I had a bit of chicken. I had a little bit of chicken, a little bit of cheese. Craig, if you're listening, you said you're in your backstage, but I think there's been a mix up with the link there, and that might be my fault. I do apologize. So I've sent you, Craig, if you're listening, Craig Emmerich, I've sent it via Instagram, the correct link. So let me also just do that by email. Right, he's just emailed me. So let's just do this, because we want our next guest in. I don't know how that's happened. But there you go. Do apologize. Yeah, I gave in, but I think because I was aware that I was struggling and I wanted to do the whole 24 hours. Yeah. So I made a mistake, but I'd rather do that than pretend that I didn't do it. So Craig Emmerich is going to be in the room in 1 second. So let's do that. Hello.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Yes, very well, Craig. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Sorry about the link mix up. I do apologize for that. That was my fault. Just for people that don't know you, Craig, could you just give us a very brief introduction to you and why have I invited you? Because you're so great, obviously. But what do you do?
Thank you so much. You're too kind, Stephen. No, I've been in this space for a long time. My wife and I have. she's originally started down this path, I don't know, 25 years ago, into keto diets and fixing her own problems and her own health issues. That led her to writing books. I think we've written over, I don't know, 30 books now total of books and ebooks. And myself, it took me a little longer to come around to this lifestyle because I didn't have the health issues at the time that she did. But then I did develop Lyme disease. I came around, I started eating a very meat-heavy keto diet probably about 18 years ago, and been on that ever since. And then about 9 or 10 years ago, I started getting some pain through my back, neck area, and shoulders, hips, and found out I had Lyme disease. And at that time, went full carnivore about, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, and I've been carnivore ever since to help manage the pain.
Cool.
So a lot of experience in this lifestyle. I've my focus ever since, my background. I used to be an electrical engineer. It's also interesting to me that there's a lot of people in this space that are previous engineers. You have people like, Dave Feldman or Marty Kendall or Ted Neiman, or, I mean, there's a whole bunch of these engineers that ended up in nutrition. And I think a part of it is just we like to find core, root causes of problems and solutions to problems. Where in the healthcare space, I think a lot of people in healthcare tend to put more like Band-Aids on symptoms and things and don't go back to those root causes as much. And I think that's a skill that engineers can bring to the space and really kind of help out. And so I stepped away from engineering about, 15 years ago, and just started studying biochemistry and helping my wife write books, and then eventually jointly writing books together. And I would do all the science and biochemistry and front matter, and she would do the recipes, and it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I love talking to engineers, and my favorite joke about engineers is an optimist will say that a glass is half full, and a pessimist will say a glass is half empty, and an engineer will say, why is the glass the wrong size? So
I love that.
it's just the way the engineers think. They just don't accept status quo, and they say, right, I want to know how that works. And like you mentioned, Dave Feldman, one of my favorite people, when he wanted to know.
Yeah, definitely. Even when I was a little kid, it drove my parents nuts because I would take everything apart. They have a radio and they come home and it's all, in pieces. And I usually put it all back together. It would usually always work again, but I always had to just take stuff apart, find out how it works and that kind of stuff.
Okay, well, let's get on to the subject of nutrition, because, I mean, that's the main reason you're here. And one thing I experienced last year was a little bit of blowback, because I spoke to you, I spoke to Maria, and I was very surprised by some comments. A minority, a very small minority, that weren't very happy that I was talking about protein sparing, modifying fasting. And to the life of me, I didn't get it, why people were so triggered. So I don't care. I like you and I like what you say. And I think that's one of the things about this space. And Richard and I, we've had people on with very different opinions, but there's space for everybody because people are different. And if you've got a huge, which you have, and I've seen Maria's, success stories, if it's really worked for you and people are happy, then let's talk about it. Because if someone is struggling and this isn't fitting, or high fat isn't fitting, whatever it is, here's another thing. It's just a different approach that's going to, I think, tick the right boxes for some people. So, I wouldn't mind just you talking about your view of protein sparing, modifying fasting.
Yeah. So, I mean, a couple things right away. Number one, nobody has to do protein sparing modify fast. And I've personally never done it. I've never done a protein sparing day. It's just, I've had this, I've never had a huge weight problem. Back in the day, I probably had another 35, 40 pounds on me, at my peak than I am right now. But, I just gradually lost it with lifestyle and everything. And in general, it's usually easier for men than women to do that with this lifestyle because if you just eat meat, for most men, things start to come in line fairly well. Not always, but a lot of the time. It tends to be a little harder for women. They don't have much muscle mass, and so their BMRs are lower, and there's different factors there that can affect it. But again, you don't have to do them. They're just a tool, and what we do is we use them as a tool in place of a water fast. So there's people in this community that will talk about doing a 3-day fast, right? 3-day water fast. You eat nothing. So how is just eating some protein different than eating nothing? Like, how is that more extreme? All you're doing is this, and then it's a medical term, protein sparing modified fast. The protein you're sparing is your body's protein. And it's modifying a fast, because a water fast, when you do an extended water fast, you do lose muscle. You do lose some lean mass. So you're modifying a water fast to spare your body's protein. So all it is really is little to no carbohydrates, very low fats, and you just get enough protein for your lean mass to maintain your muscle while rapidly losing body fat, because it mimics a fast in that way.
Yeah, simple, really. Richard, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I've always done this intuitively. Now, I came into this lifestyle from being diabetic and clinically obese, suffering with daily debilitating migraines, chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, all sorts. And I went on to lose 107 pounds, reverse my diabetes, become completely medication free. Living this lifestyle has completely transformed my life, and I did it intuitively. Before, this was a decade ago, before keto was known very well within the UK. But I knew that bread bloated me, and that's where my journey began. But intuitively, I came from sort of an engineering background. I was a purchasing manager for an electrical engineering company. I did do a stint on the tools, but I'm not a qualified engineer. But I just thought that was quite funny, that the tie there from engineering. But I gravitated into this, and there was very little information available at the time. The information that was available, I found to be misinformation. It didn't seem to coincide with the way that my body was reacting. But intuitively, I removed fat on certain days, and I found that I thrived while doing so. Now, this isn't disregarding the benefits of fats, because fats are essential. I need to be careful when I say this. I'm not telling people not to eat fat. Fat is your friend. Incredibly important. But this is a picture of me a couple of weeks after winning the European Championship as a men's physique bodybuilder, as a professional. So I went from being unable to walk up the stairs in my mid to late 20s to becoming number one in Europe at a professional level through living this lifestyle.
Outstanding.
That was thank you, appreciate that. I've come away from it now. As you can see, I'm half the size, and I've gone into endurance training. So I'm doing a lot of running and cycling, duathlons and things. But what allowed me to achieve that was intuitively taking out the fat. Protein carries a high thermic effect. If your body's going to preference carbs, but I'm not eating any, and then I reduce and heavily reduce or completely remove as much dietary fat, then intuitively it just made sense for my body to utilize stored body fat. And I'm not saying that this is healthy. This isn't healthy. 2% body fat is not healthy, but it was fit for purpose. But what I find now, I eat intuitively. So some days I love fatty cuts of meat, but I do enjoy leaner cuts also on certain days. So for me, when I didn't even know that this had a term, when I began doing this all those years ago. But to me, it became intuitive. And when Stephen mentioned that you and him did a podcast, and he had all of this backlash, and as you said, I don't understand. It's okay to go days without eating, but it's not okay to go a day or two with just eating protein, and it doesn't make any sense to me. But it's I'm interested to understand where the research from your aspect is. Where does this come from? When did you learn about this? Was this something that you came to intuitively and then looked into, or?
Yeah, it's partly intuitively, and then with further research, other sources. Like my wife used to call it pure protein days. So back, 15, 20 years ago when we were coaching people on, they hit a stall or something, we'd say, do a pure protein day, just protein, very little fat, no carbs. And it would help break a stall, and help them get the weight moving again and those kind of things. Through further research, we found actual studies and research on protein sparing modified fast, which is essentially the same thing. And of course, there's the work of people like Lyle McDonald, he's got some great work and books on this going back, 10, 15 years on protein sparing modified fast as well. And, like you said, with bodybuilders, it's, if you're doing a cut, you're basically doing protein sparing modified fast, right? You're cutting the energy way down, trying to really get lean. And that's what works to cut. And it's just to get enough protein, make sure you maintain that muscle and cut all the energy down so you get real lean. And so at the end of the day, and it's all about your goals, right? And that's the thing that we look at it as not so much of a one size fits all. Like everybody just eat the fattiest cuts, eat until you're satiated or comfortably stuffed, and everything will just be fine. It doesn't work out that way for a lot of people, especially a lot of women. And we get hundreds of people that have come to us, women that have followed that advice, especially women that have had a history of obesity and, leptin resistance, and they don't get to I'm full signals as well, as other people who are either stalled for years eating high fat carnivore or, even some of them gain weight, and so they go a couple months just gaining weight, 20 pounds, and they're just told to keep eating fatty cuts. And guess what? They never lose the weight. And then they come over and they just moderate the fat a little bit. Don't put a stick of butter on your steak. Just eat the fat that comes with the steak, or maybe even switch out one of the 2 meals for a leaner cut of steak, if a tenderloin or a piece of fish or something, just switch it up a little bit, and the weight starts to come back off again. At the end of the day, the fat that goes in your mouth really has only a couple places it can go, right? Initially, it either gets digested and into the bloodstream or goes straight through you, right? That's about all it can do. If it goes straight through you, now it won't be comfortable if a lot of fat is going straight through you. And this has been shown in, there's been studies on this. There's a really good study that looked at exact same diets. All they did is change the dietary fat from like 68 grams a day to, or maybe it was 58 to 168, something like that. About 100 gram change in dietary fat. And they collected all the stool so they could see exactly how much fat was ending up in the stool. And it was about 1.9 grams of fat with the lower fat and about a little less than 3 grams of fat with the higher one. So there's only like an extra gram of fat ending up in the stool when you add that extra 100 grams of fat in the diet. It's getting digested, and you want it to. I mean, think of it evolutionary wise. If our ancestors were carnivores, apex carnivores, they had to get through lean winter months, right? A lot of them were up in, northern parts of Europe where they've got to get through a winter. And guess what? To get through a winter, you had to put on some body fat. And if all they're eating is carnivore, how are they going to put on body fat if it didn't make you gain fat, right? So what they're doing is they're eating, especially in the fall, when the animals have fattened up, they're eating fattier meats, and it's putting on some weight to help them through the lean winter months, right? So you want the body absorbing that fat because that's the energy that's going to make you survive, in that environment. But back to the, so very little is going through the stool. So the rest goes up in the bloodstream. So now it's in the bloodstream. Where's it going to go? Either it gets stored in your fat cells, which is what you want it to do, because the alternatives are not good, right? If it stays in the bloodstream, you get sky high triglycerides. Nobody wants that. If it doesn't get stored in your fat cells, it's going to start to accumulate around your organs, in the organs, and your liver, fatty pancreas. You don't want that either. So you want it stored in the fat cells. So the majority of the fat you eat ends up in the fat cells. And that's just the biochemistry of the body, right? So from that standpoint, then, if you look at, I'm trying to shrink my fat cells and lose body fat, maybe if I just dial it down a little bit in the diet, I'll burn a little more out of my stored fat stores and lose a little more body fat. So from that perspective, it's really kind of simple when you think of it that way.
I agree. It's still something that I do now, even though I don't compete professionally in running and cycling. I do it as a hobby and to keep fit and healthy. But I still like to race and to be competitive. I'll still implement this a week or two before an event just to shake off those extra pounds. But it makes sense from an evolutionary perspective as well, because we would have eaten every part of the animal.
Yeah.
And yes, some parts of that animal are fatty. Other parts are not, you know, so it just makes perfect sense that we would have eaten from nose to tail, and we would have had some days in which leaner cuts would have been consumed.
Think about nature in general as far as that goes. You're not going to pass up any food, right? When you're out in that environment. Go out there right now and look around. What's out there? Squirrels, very lean. Rabbits, very lean. Even deer, except for maybe in the fall, they're pretty lean. A lot of the wild game is very lean. Fishing, you catch some fish, pretty lean, and so you're definitely going to encounter lean meats in a natural environment. You're not going to just avoid those. Those aren't fatty enough. You're going to eat everything you get in that environment. And so, yeah, I mean, I think fatty meats have a place, leaner meats have a place, depending on your goals, your situation, all that.
Can I ask you, there's a couple of things in the chat. One, I'm not sure about this at all, but I'll just ask you, Craig. Do you have some sort of content about mushrooms and coffee made from mushroom? Is that one of your things?
Coffee from I've heard of some of these. It's like a sort of coffee substitute made from mushrooms. I think I've seen that. I personally have never tried it. Yeah.
Okay. Someone's asking, and I thought maybe you'd commented about it. So I'll go to a more general question that we can talk about.
Well, so I would say in general, mushrooms are kind of cuff species, if you will. It's not, when you think about them, they're not really animal, they're not really plant per se, because plants use photosynthesis. It doesn't. I would say if any of the foods that are sort of maybe right on the border between carnivore and not, that's probably one of them.
Yes, that's it. I think that's sort of what they wanted to hear, the person there. But what about dairy? Because many people say that they have a fat loss plateau. Taking out dairy was a game changer or stuff like that. So what's your views on dairy?
Well, dairy's fine, if you're not sensitive to it. I mean, a lot of people do get sensitive to dairy in a lot of ways, and then you got to be careful with it. But I would say in general, we find this is about a 99% rule, where if you cut out all of dairy, you'll have faster weight loss every time. It's just one of those things that it just slows down your weight loss. I think a big part of it is a lot of it is, there've been studies on this of satiety of foods, and nuts and dairy are two foods that are really dense in energy and nutrients and whatnot, but they don't trigger the same satiety as other foods. There's just something about cheese or nuts that you can just keep going back to, where a steak or jerky, you probably stop before you consume the same number of calories, if you compare the two. So dairy is totally fine. I just think that if you're trying to lose weight and you're not losing weight and you're stalled, maybe try cutting out the dairy.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when it comes to the dairy, it's the case of morphine that's highly addictive. That's what keeps taking us back there. Nuts and seeds, I think it's the lectins. Lectins block leptin, so they block the satiety signaling. I was highly addicted to things like peanut butter and macadamia butter, which I think is probably better than peanut butter because it's going to be mycotoxin free, slightly less in carb, but still, I believe macadamia butter would be lectin free also, because macadamia nuts are lectin free. But these foods are highly addictive. We're hardwired to chase these compounds. I love eating cheese. I think that cheese can work well living this lifestyle, providing we've healed the gut. I think casein can still cause that intestinal permeability, but generally within our society, once you've healed that gut, Casein, cheese, and A2 dairy is well tolerated. I tend not to consume any milk whatsoever, though. But I am a cheese lover. But it's been a while since I've eaten. I tell a lie, I didn't. I had some cheese yesterday. I'm lying. I was on the road with my little girl. We went to see my mother. She wasn't home, so we started to pick at some of the shopping that I'd taken her to buy for herself, and cheese and some beef or chicken. I think it was actually was her food of choice. So we were eating this in the car. So I ate cheese yesterday, but yeah, highly addictive.
Yeah, definitely. And, I was just looking at a comment here. I just wanted to throw out there. I think it was Jill. She said she eats buttloads of fat, but she's still constipated. And so, if she eats more fat, she'll gain weight. I would check on your electrolytes. So here's the thing. The colon is like the master extractor of moisture from the stool. It can extract all the moisture from the stool if it needs to. And if you're dehydrated, you're not getting enough electrolytes to hold on to the water in the body, because you can't really hold on to water properly and store it in the cells and everything unless you have electrolytes. If you're not getting enough electrolytes, the body will just start holding on to all the moisture it can and pull it out of the stool. So adding electrolytes a lot of times can help with that and get things moving. And again, back to the, if you really overdo fat, it can go straight through you. There's no doubt of that. But it's a lot of fat. I mean, we're talking, well beyond the amount needed to gain weight. Let's put it that way for the vast majority of people. Now, if you're, 200 pounds, lean mass, man, just ripped, you'll probably never hit that point because you just can't consume enough to get to a point where you're going to start gaining weight. You have such a high metabolism, high metabolic rate. You're never going to, it'd be really hard for you to gain weight eating this way. If you're a, 55-year-old woman who's got a history of obesity, you're going to be able to gain weight fairly easily by overdoing the fat. And the vast majority of the fat you eat will get absorbed. And if it doesn't, you will know. Like, for example, I don't know if you guys remember the Wow chips, Olestra. It was a fake fat they made in the United States, and it didn't get digested. It went straight through you. So they're like, ooh, potato chips, where you don't count the fat because it goes right through you, right? They eventually had to make a label that basically said could cause anal leakage because of the uncontrolled bowel movements from an extra 8 or 10 grams of fat going out your stool from these chips, and eventually pulled them off the market as a result because of this. So if you got an extra 10 or even 20 grams of fat going out your stool, you're going to know. You're going to be on the toilet all day, and it's going to be very uncomfortable. So you'll know if that happens. Otherwise, the vast majority of that fat's getting absorbed, and you want it to, because you need that fat for energy, especially if you're in maintenance. If you're in maintenance, you need all that dietary fat. That's your energy. That's what you need. You got some on your body, but your majority, you're running off of what you're eating if you're lean. And so you want that dietary fat to be absorbed, and it does get absorbed.
Excellent. There's somebody here talking about your post-surgery. Craig, I hope you're doing well post-surgery. Do you feel like Carnivore helped detox from the anesthesia?
Yeah, I did a few things on that. So I had with my Lyme disease, I ended up getting ankylosing spondylitis. So chronic inflammatory response syndrome is it's basically this inflammatory state where your immune system is constantly fighting and it won't shut off. And that's what happened from my chronic Lyme disease. That SIRS then, because it's fighting constantly, it starts killing good cells, right? What's that? That's an autoimmune disorder. That's an autoimmune reaction. And we help people for the last 20 years. We've been helping, you name it, autoimmune disorders, conditions, everything with this lifestyle. We've seen incredible results. But here's the thing. If that autoimmune disorder was triggered by food, amazing results you can see with this lifestyle. If it's triggered by an external factor, mold exposure, Lyme disease. Food is only going to take you so far. Food's going to help with the symptoms, which it does a lot for me. It helps with my pain, but it's not going to reverse. It's not going to get rid of the Lyme disease. You know, there's nothing about eating a steak that's going to get rid of your Lyme disease, going to get rid of your SIRS. So anyway, I had a hip replacement because my hip had degenerated so much from the ankylosing spondylitis. That was about not quite 2 weeks ago now, about 12 days ago. Yeah, 12 days ago, I had a complete hip replacement. I'm already walking without any assistance, less pain in my hip already. I contribute that to diet and lots of protein to help heal and recover. I got my 2 weeks checkup tomorrow. I'm really excited to see what the doctor says about how much healing's already happened. I also do hyperbaric oxygen chamber treatments, which I think has accelerated the healing and detoxing as well. So I think in general, you know, they say by the in general for this type of surgery, by 1 month you should be to the point of walking and everything with less pain than when you started. I think I'm there already at 2 weeks. So
that's pretty quick. I mean, that's a major operation, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it is
pretty invasive. I don't think. Anyway, now, although this says, "Hey, Richard and Stephen," I think we're also talking about you, Craig. So, why are my ears and belly button nearly always itchy at night? Could it be dairy or even artificial sweeteners? As I do have a couple of artificial sweeteners, sweetened drinks per day.
It could be either of those. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that in our, I don't know if you can see it up here, our Carnivore cookbook, we define the Carnivore autoimmune protocol in that book. That is, you know, just an elimination diet of, you first go to level 1, which is just beef and salt. And this protocol is for autoimmune disorders. It's for, you know, rooting out sensitivities and things like this. And so you start there, then you add in other animal proteins for level 2. So, you know, fish or, you know, pork or whatever else you want to add in for animal proteins. And then level 3, you start adding in eggs. And then after that, dairy, because that's a, you know, pretty common trigger. And so that kind of roots out maybe some of these issues. And what's great about that is you can, you do it one at a time and you can really isolate. So in your case, I would, you know, try eliminating one of those two. Maybe ditch the artificial sweeteners for a week or 2, see if the itchiness goes away. And if it does, you probably have your culprit right there. And if it doesn't, maybe try the dairy and see if that's the cause. But either one of those could cause that kind of symptom.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the beauty of this elimination diet, isn't it? I mean, you can drill down to what's actually causing you an issue there. I'd like to ask you a subsidiary question, because you said start on number 1, zone 1, which is beef and salt. What about lamb? Where does lamb come into this?
Yeah, so you know, if there's somebody really sensitive, like people with, you know, bipolar, or so that it could be autoimmune disorders, could also be a lot of, you know, like cognitive issues, bipolar disease, whatnot, that people can do really well, really eliminating a lot of things and going to beef and salt. If you're really sensitive, we move from beef first into ruminants, so other ruminant animals, if you want to, you know, eat elk or bison or those kind of things. And then, you know, keep moving into a wider range from there. And that level 2 that we call kind of all the other animal proteins would include lamb, would include, you know, any of those other animals in the spectrum of, you know, animal proteins. But we do also, if they're really sensitive, we have them add each one at a time. Because there are people, you know, even with we've seen people with, you know, chicken, for example, that they eat chicken and they react. Sometimes that's the source of the chicken, because if they get a local farmer who they know is got free range, or actually out eating bugs, they don't react to that chicken. But the, you know, store-bought where they're fed soy, they do react. So, you know, there's a lot of different layers there you have to peel back. But yeah, it's all
I think you know, when we look at elimination protocols, people will begin an elimination protocol by removing one thing, but that doesn't always work, as you rightly say, because if you suffer with a condition from one, it's quite likely you'll suffer with a condition or an issue with another compound. And even within the carnivore remit, we think it's anything animal-based, but there are groups of people who can't consume eggs because of the overmucoid.
Yeah.
Chicken, as you say, pork causes issues, seafood, coffee. And what tends to happen is if you eliminate one of these things that is a big part of your diet, your lifestyle, then you start to consume more of another, and then you can never get to the root cause. So I think that protocol is very important. I would put lamb in the first one. I personally, unless there's a reason not to with that. Lamb is always grass fed.
Yeah.
And I personally, and I think Steve thinks along the same lines as myself, and I think this is why he's mentioned it. I actually believe that lamb may be more beneficial than beef. And I think beef is absolutely incredible. I eat lots of grass-fed beef. But the more I look into the benefits of lamb in regards to micronutrient ratios, vitamins and minerals, so on and so forth, I'm more inclined to think that lamb may even be more preferential, because we can't always guarantee that beef is grass-fed. We know that in the UK we're lucky. All beef is grass-fed, but what some places do that make this claim is they will harvest the grass, but it'll dry out by the time it's fed indoors. So it's not actually fed live grass. It's not always grass finished. And so even though we're fairly lucky, a lot of cattle are not kept indoors. Some are, and there are little tricks that we need to avoid. But sheep and lamb is always grass-fed. And the omega-3 content in lamb is considerably higher. I think it's around about 10 times higher than beef. I'm becoming a big lover of lamb. I love beef. But I'm just curious as to, is there a specific reason why lamb wouldn't be in box number one?
I think it definitely could be that next, the shell, if you will, of like ruminant type animals. I could definitely see the case you made on that. Personally, I don't eat lamb, so it's not in my. Nobody in our family really eats it, and I think in the U.S. it's probably a little less than. In the EU as far as a availability of a food. So, I'm sure that plays a factor in it.
And that's what, so we've been asking many of our, friends over the other side of the pond in regards to the availability of lamb. And I think that, the whole grass-fed beef thing comes from the States because it's preference there, and lamb maybe isn't so readily available, but lamb is well available for us in the UK. Although Coates said it is available, didn't he? But he just said it was incredibly expensive.
Yeah, so it's twice as expensive as beef, which would prohibit a lot of people, because beef is pretty expensive for a lot of people at the moment.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
let's not get down that path too much. Let's move on to a couple of other questions, because we haven't got Craig for long. Nice simple one here. I'm interested who you recommend protein sparing modified fasting for, and who you would recommend to avoid it. Is there sort of
generally, again, I would kind of slot it in as a tool, as a replacement or sort of a improvement on a water fast. Okay, so if you're somebody who is going to do 2-day or 3-day water fast, replace it with a 2-day or 3 days of protein sparing modified fast. And so if you think about that, would you do, if you're very lean, if you're looking like the picture behind you there of eating nothing for 3 days would be not a good idea and would be hell, right? So don't do it in that case, right? If you're a very lean person and you're in maintenance, it's not needed. It's a tool for weight loss, not really needed. If you're pregnant, I wouldn't recommend doing it in that case either. If in general, if you got a decent amount of weight still left that you want to lose, and you're either stalled or you just want to speed up your results a little bit and throw a day here and there of protein sparing in to speed up your results, I think that's a perfect place where it's applicable, and it's a good tool for those kind of goals.
There's a question here from Gaza. Craig, Do you have a book or a PDF? I think this man does have some books to tell you about. I do low-fat EOD and find it helpful, but of course, it's better to learn from the path well trodden. So yes, Craig.
EOD. I'm not sure what you mean EOD there, but
here's
the thing
every other
with it.
day?
End of the day, maybe, yeah. Here's the thing too with it, with protein sparing, it becomes an even better tool the more obese you are. And this is something that, we've had clients that, like Tyler, friend of ours who he grew up with my wife's brother. He was 645 pounds. And in that case, he has so much stored body fat. There's so little need for dietary fat in his diet in the early stages that he would do, borderline protein sparing a lot of days. Normally we say like do 1 to 3 days a week, because just like you wouldn't water fast every single day, you don't want to do protein sparing every single day, so you use it a day here, a day there. If you've got 400 pounds to lose, you can use it a lot because the body's got all that fat stored. The essential fatty acids for the diet for things like cell walls, excuse me, this is not thriving in any way, and this isn't talking about maintenance. It's only like 15 grams of fat a day that are essential fatty acids. So those are, a lot of those are like your omega-3 DHAs for making cell walls and those kind of things that your body can't make. All the saturated fat, your body can make all the saturated fat it needs. It's right there in stored fat cells. That's all the saturated fat it needs. It can use all of that, tap into it for energy. So there's no essential fatty acid, minimum, if you will. But again, it depends. It's sort of a spectrum. It depends on your goals. If you are 200 pounds overweight, it can be a really great tool to get the weight off quickly, and you can use it more often early on. As you get closer to goal weight, you're gonna use it less because you have less body fat to tap into, and so you don't want to push it too much like that. And so you can use it as a tool that way.
Yes, just to reiterate.
Book, yeah. Well, we have keto-adapted.com. So keto-adapted.com. If you go to our shop section there, we have about 20 ebooks there. One for you if you're looking specifically on that. There's ebook called Carnivore for Weight Loss that I think would be perfect for you. It has a few protein sparing pieces in there, but mainly it's all carnivore.
Excellent. And Maria's books are fabulous. James is asking, I see influencers that vilify carnivore with glycation end products as the reason. Can you clarify what this really is, and is it a concern at all?
I haven't seen that myself, to be honest. And glycation end products are typically coming from glucose glycation, not carnivore. So I'm not sure. I mean, the body is pretty smart, and there is some glucose that's needed by the body even when you eat zero carb. So a lot of the body's needs can be met with fat, either free fatty acids directly from your fat stores that go into your muscle and tissues to fuel them, or some of those free fatty acids will go to the liver and to get turned into ketones. And the ketones cross the blood-brain barrier and fuel the brain and brain neurons and some of those things. There's certain brain tissues and neurons that only run on glucose, and red blood cells can only run on glucose. Your red blood cells have no mitochondria, so they have to use glucose. So you've got some need for glucose in the body, and so the body will take protein off the body or from the diet, turn it into glucose as it needs for your body's glucose needs. But that's not going to cause glycation. That's not to any extent of eating a high carb diet's going to do.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit to that really quickly, Steve. I mean, one of the amino acids found in a more animal-based diet is carnitine, and that's a known combatant, if you like, of advanced glycation end products. So it just doesn't make sense from a nutritional or an evolutionary perspective. Yeah, that one's a new one on me. I haven't heard anybody relate to the carnivore diet causing that previously.
Yeah, I put the question out there, but I didn't think that there was anything. And the thing is, people see other influencers, and I don't know what the threat, why that question has come up. Hence, I asked about the mushrooms as well, because Craig might have been doing a video last week about mushrooms. But yeah, so we're all foxed by it. But thank you for the question. Someone's asking here, can you please explain what you eat on protein sparing? But I mean,
yeah, like I said, I don't use it as a tool for myself. I don't really want to lose weight, but for our clients, we'll tell them, if you're going to do a real like protein sparing type day, then just eat real lean meats and don't add any fat to it. I mean, it's any kind of fish, any kind of seafood, leaner cuts like tenderloin, any poultry really, most poultry like chicken breasts or whatever. It's those leaner meats, and just eat whatever you need of those to stay satiated. And it could be a lot of meat. A lot of people say, well, I'm more hungry. Well, yeah, because you just ate a chicken breast or whatever, but it was only like 300 calories, for a whole chicken breast. Like there's not a lot. You can eat a lot before you consume a lot of calories when it comes to lean proteins. But eat all the lean protein you need for the day, and that's off the cuff, easy protein sparing day.
Brilliant. So my computer's playing up again. So yes, Rich, wasn't that great? You've met Craig before though, haven't you?
You did. I haven't had the pleasure. So great to meet you, Craig. You were kind enough to go on to Stephen's podcast. So I'm going to try to port you to come on mine at some point if you'd be up for that. But it'd be a pleasure to get you on. Thoroughly enjoyed that. This is one of the ones I was looking forward to mostly. So yeah, thanks for coming on. Massively appreciated.
Well, thanks, guys. I love what you guys are doing, and yeah, I'm here to help out any way I can. We need rising tide lifts all boats. We need to raise this community up.
Yeah, for sure.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for your time, Craig. And just before you leave, is there what's the best way to contact you?
The easiest is ketomaria.com, and we have links to everything there, all of our free stuff, ebooks, all of our social media.
Excellent. So, yep, Craig Emmerich, thanks very much. We're going to get towards midnight now, and we'll tell people where to go, because this bit is shutting down, just for people to know. In about 10 minutes you'll have to go somewhere else, because StreamYard can only do 3 chunks of 8 hours. We can't do it all as 24 hours, but we'll shut down this section, tell people how to get to the next bit. But for the moment, we just say thanks, Craig Emmerich. That was brilliant.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Craig.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye now.
Yeah, fantastic. Enjoyed that one, Steve.
Yes. So what we're going to do is just tell people what's going to happen. So in the description on the YouTube, there is a link to the 3rd section. Okay, so that's all you'll need to do is go to that. Let me just hide that comment there. I seem to think we had a super chat actually just come in. I'm trying to keep on top of it. Oh yeah, here we go. So we've got super chat. Coach, good to see you. See you in our next session. My question is, to what extent do calories in the carnivore diet matter if one wants to lose weight or fat? Did you want to take that one, Richard?
Yeah, look, it's, Stephen and I, the word calories been thrown around an awful lot, and it's I think it's viewed as a swear word within our community. But the reason for this is that not all calories are created equal in that sense. A calorie from grains is going to work very differently to a calorie from beef, for example. And to put that into perspective, because of the lectin, wheat germ agglutinin, which binds to the insulin receptor, it's going to cause a 5 times higher insulin response. So it's going to lead to more fat storage. Whereas eating more animal-based proteins of the same caloric value will have a lower effect. So, for this reason, when I was consuming a high carb lifestyle, I would consume 2,700 calories per day and I would gain weight. This is what led me to becoming clinically obese and type 2 diabetic. Some days on carnivore now, I still consume between 4,000 to 6,000 generally. Again, I eat intuitively, but I do eat an awful lot when I do eat. And I don't put excess weight on. And that doesn't mean I can eat as much as I want, because eating excessive amount of fat will eventually lead to weight gain. But the calories work differently. But if you were tracking the caloric value from eating the same foods every day, so by that I mean if you were like me, and most people would call me boring in regards to the foods I eat, because I tend to eat a lot of the same foods, I could track that caloric value with some degree of success. Now, there is room for movement, because 20% of the caloric value printed on the back of a packet there's room for movement within 20%. And again, it doesn't count for stress, in emotional stress. It doesn't count for brain activity, these little twitches, these micro movements and things that we do, but you can use that as an element. So if you were consuming the same type of food every day and you were stalled for 3 or 4 weeks, then reducing the amount that you put in would allow you to further reduce stored body fat. But the lever I would pull first there, if you were consuming enough, because quite often many people do not consume enough. If you are consuming enough, then the lever I would pull there would be the fat. I would reduce the fat. The protein generally stays the same for me. So calories in that context, they do matter. It doesn't mean that you can just eat unlimited and not pay the piper. But when we compare it to a high carb lifestyle, these are two very different things. And I think that's where the confusion comes in. But we tend to eat generally the same food. So it does make a difference, and you can track it if you are consuming the same foods. But this is hormonally driven. Weight gain is an endocrine problem, and usually through the elicitation of insulin. And for that reason, we gain weight. We upregulate lipoprotein lipase, which breaks the bonds on the glycerol backbone and sends fatty acids into the fat cell. And in order to burn that fat, we need hormone-sensitive lipase to perform this in reverse. So we need insulin low. When we consume foods that elicit that response, we're in fat storage mode. When we're consuming foods that contain lectins, we're further in fat storage mode. If we are stressed and elevating cortisol, we're further elevating insulin and we're in further fat storage mode. When we become insulin resistant, and again, Stephen and I said earlier that doesn't really exist, but let's use it in the context as people understand. Insulin is elevated for longer. So instead of spiking and coming down, it remains elevated for prolonged periods of time. And in my opinion, that's probably worse, because cortisol, insulin is constantly elevated. So instead of spiking, if I were to eat some form of carbohydrate that was going to elicit an insulin response, it's going to drop back down to baseline incredibly quickly for me. But for someone else who's insulin resistant, this insulin drives for longer and longer and longer, which means by the time they consume the next meal, that insulin hasn't even rectified. It hasn't dropped back down to baseline. So they're always in fat storage mode. This is why we all know someone who is overweight, and they say that they don't eat an awful lot, and we think that they are stuffing their face when nobody's looking. But in most cases, or some cases at least, they may actually be not eating an awful lot, but because this insulin is constantly elevated, then they find it difficult to lose weight. So yes, calories, they do matter, but not in the context of comparing to a carb lifestyle. And a calorie doesn't really exist in the context that we are looking to measure with, but it is the only unit of measurement that we understand. So we can implement that to track.
Yeah, it's a measurement of heat. Basically, when they wanted to see how efficient certain fuels were, they would get a substance and they would surround it by water, and they'd set fire to it and see how much energy was needed to raise 1 liter of water 1 degree centigrade. If anyone can relate that to eating food, and you can find the flame in your body to combust the food, and if you can find the calorie sensor or the receptors, then please send me a picture. That'd be great. But yeah, we all understand it. But don't forget, protein calories compared to carbohydrate calories completely different, because 100 calories of protein, how much of that is going to be used for energy? Well, I doubt any. 100 calories of carbohydrate, how much is going to be used for energy? Well, I'd say about 100. So anyway, right. We've got about 6 minutes to go. So I have put in the chat the link for the next section. If you want to see the first 8 hours, you can do that. It will be available on the YouTube channels. If you want to see the second 8 hours, this is the end of, that's going to be on the YouTube channels. And also what I'll be doing is cutting it into sort of hour sections, and or maybe sectioned by the person that's the guest, and putting those out, and also having timestamps and hopefully getting a transcript. And that will be over the next 2 weeks, really. So we've still got Dr. Robert Kilt's messaging, which is fantastic. You see, this is what we said earlier. These people come on and they're also good supporters of what we're doing. Dr. Abs, I see, has put a few comments in. And it was good to see Craig Emmerich there. I didn't realize his surgery was so recent. So to have a hip replacement and be here 12 days later and walking and feeling good is a testament to what he's doing for his health, I think. And you're talking about the UK's first carnivore conference. And we've also got our school community, just to quickly tell you about, which you've watched for the last 12 hours or 18 hours, however long we've been on, I can't quite get it at the moment. The school community is basically $4 a month. So it's $1 a week or slightly less than that. And you get a monthly bill, like I say, $4, and you get a weekly live question and answer every single Monday at 8 p.m. Rich and I do an hour's live question and answer session. We also have courses on there. There's 9 different courses, loads of videos, loads of free ebooks, lots of community. So it's one of those great places to go. And someone's saying an Irish accent. I don't know who's got an Irish accent, but let's just show you what school looks like. I will do a screen share so you can see what we're waffling on about. If you're looking for community support, someone to help you through this way of eating, then this is what we've got here. I am trying to make this a bigger screen, and I can't do that because my computer is terrible tonight. Hang on. That's it. That's good. Right. So good. Screen share. In case you're interested, screen share. There we go. So the school community, basically, many people have joined, and we've got a section for podcasts. Our live question and answers are played back as well, so people could see all those. We have wins and progress, so people telling us about things that they've done, how much weight they've lost, the body composition, how many muscles they've gained. We've also got questions, a recipe section, and we have a general discussion as well. We've got some brilliant discussions going on about watching the live stream. Look at that at the moment, which is really good. And then in the classroom, all these different courses. You get all of this for $4 a month. It's not bad, is it? They've all got ebooks as well, so you can learn about the thyroid or dairy, fruit and veg, protein, problem solving. We've got the Fat Club, which is a brilliant sort of thing that we used to sell, and it's now part of the package. So that's what school looks like. Basically, the leaderboard, all the different members. What you get points for activity. The more points you get, the more you move up the chart there, and you get some freebies when that happens. And it's just fun. And the calendar there, you see, from this Sunday, all the lives are in there. And then we're doing the live right now after midnight, and then our normal weekly live question and answer session. There's normally one on Tuesday as well, and there's also 2 on Sunday. So that's the school community. And Richard has put a link in the chat.
I have. I've been putting links in for school and the conference constantly, periodically every hour or so, just to keep them fresh there. But I have been pushing the school community. So yeah, fantastic group. Let's hope we get some people to sign up, and we will see you there.
Yeah, that's good. So we're going to go now, and we'll see you in the third section. All right, bye.
Third section.
Well, I've got to end the stream first. In that stream.